Namaskar, everyone. My name is Vallabha Tantri, and I welcome you all on behalf of Vishwa Hindu Parishad of America to the second day of Reflections at 50, Walking in Dharma, commemorating the 50 glorious years of Vishwa Hindu Parishad, of inception of Vishwa Hindu Parishad in America. The day one was very informational, and we are looking forward to a yet awe-inspiring day two of conversations and talks. So do stay with us for the entire duration because we are going to bring up some interesting topics for discussion. Next up is a short video that is being played that has been composed by 5 young kids all across USA, and they have worked very hard to put this together. They are students of Music Academy of Mrs. Suchita Rao. We are going to listen to Mrs. Suchita Rao's great music in the lunch hour this afternoon. And we will be listening to this inspirational Bhav Geet sung by Purav Desai, Jia and Arnav Vedagarbha, Tanya and Tamogna Kumaraju. So thank you, and stay tuned for this music video.
Mukunda, Hari Narayana Hari Om. Hari Sundarananda Mukunda, Hari Narayana Hari Om. Hari Sundarananda Mukunda, Hari Narayana Hari Om. Hari Narayana Hari Om. Hari Keshava Bala Govinda, Hari Narayana Hari Om. Hari Sundarananda Mukunda, Hari Om. Hari Keshava Radha Govinda, Hari Narayana Hari Om. Hari Keshava Radha Govinda, Hari Narayana Hari Om. Hari Sundarananda Mukunda, Hari Narayana Hari Om. Hari Narayana Hari Om. Hari Narayana Hari Om. कुंड शुंग से प्रबुद्ध शुद्ध भारती, कुंड शुंग से प्रबुद्ध शुद्ध भारती, स्वयं प्रभा समुज्ज्वला स्वतंत्रता पुकारती। कुंड शुंग से अमर्त्य वीर पुत्र हो, दृढ़प्रतिज्ञ सोच लो। अमर्त्य वीर पुत्र हो, दृढ़प्रतिज्ञ सोच लो। प्रशस्त पुण्यवंत है, बड़े चलो बड़े चलो। प्रशस्त पुण्यवंत है, बड़े चलो बड़े चलो। कीर्ति रश्मियां विकीर्ण दिव्य दाहसी, कीर्ति रश्मियां विकीर्ण दिव्य दाहसी। समुद्र मात्र भूमि के रुकोण शूर साहसी, मात्र भूमि के रुकोण शूर साहसी। आदि सैन्य सिंधु है सुहाड़वागी से चलो, आदि सैन्य सिंधु है सुहाड़वागी से चलो। वीर हो रही बनो बड़े चलो बड़े चलो, वीर हो रही बनो बड़े चलो बड़े चलो। वीर हो रही बनो बड़े चलो बड़े चलो। हिंदुभूमिका से गुंजता रहे गगन, स्नेह नीर से सदा फूलते रहे सुमन। हिंदुभूमिका से गुंजता रहे गगन, स्नेह नीर से सदा फूलते रहे सुमन। सिद्ध भावना स्वदेश का विचार हो, रोम रोम में रमा स्वधर्म संस्कार हो। आरती उतारते प्राण दीप हो मगन, स्नेह नीर से सदा फूलते रहे सुमन, स्नेह नीर से सदा फूलते रहे सुमन। आर के सुसूत्र में मोतियों की पंक्तियां, रामनगर प्रांत से संग्रहित शक्तियां। आर के सुसूत्र में मोतियों की पंक्तियां, रामनगर प्रांत से संग्रहित शक्तियां। लक्ष लक्ष रूप से देश हो विराट तन, स्नेह नीर से सदा फूलते रहे सुमन, स्नेह नीर से सदा फूलते रहे सुमन। ऐक्य शक्ति देश की प्रगति में समर्थ हो, धर्म आसरा लिए मोक्ष काम अर्थ हो। ऐक्य शक्ति देश की प्रगति में समर्थ हो, धर्म आसरा लिए मोक्ष काम अर्थ हो। पुण्य भूमि आज फिर ज्ञान का बने सदन, स्नेह नीर से सदा फूलते रहे सुमन, स्नेह नीर से सदा फूलते रहे सुमन। हिंदू भूमि गान से गूंजता रहे गगन, स्नेह नीर से सदा फूलते रहे सुमन। हिंदू भूमि गान से गूंजता रहे गगन, स्नेह नीर से सदा फूलते रहे सुमन, स्नेह नीर से सदा फूलते रहे सुमन, स्नेह नीर से सदा फूलते रहे सुमन।
Weren't these children beautiful? What a wonderful composition, and a big round of virtual applause for all these wonderful children who have presented this inspirational Bhagavad for us. Next, we move on to the first keynote speaker of today. We have Dr. Raj Vedam, who is going to be presenting his keynote address very shortly after I give all of you his short bio. Dr. Raj Vedam obtained his PhD degree in electrical engineering from Oregon State University in USA in 1994. He has over 26 years of experience in diverse industries, including power, aircraft, electronic design, automation, oil and gas. As a scientist, Dr. Vedam has been keenly interested in tracing the roots of modern sciences, mathematics, and technology, a quest that led him to study the histories of Babylon, Greece, Egypt, Rome, China, Mitanni, and Arabs. His findings directly contradict the Western narrative, which positions the Indian civilization as having received wisdom on math and science from outside India, and using several sources shows ancient India as the progenitor of knowledge systems in every conceivable field and of endeavor. Dr. Vedam believes that an evidence-based narrative of Indian history is urgently needed to correct the damaging mainstream narrative of Indian history. To that end, he has co-founded a think tank called Indian History Awareness and Research based in Houston, with a mission to popularize the findings. Since 2015, he has delivered over 100 talks in US and Indian universities and public events. His team worked with many educational agencies in Indian and US to review and revise the Indian history textbooks for the content on Indian history. He has conducted a dozen history workshops for high school teachers in India in various cities and spoken at many youth camps and webinars. His YouTube videos have been seen by millions of viewers. I welcome Dr. Raj Vedam. Dr. Vedam, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Namaste and pranams to everybody. It's a great privilege to be here in this very august audience. And I am deeply humbled and very happy to be here. I hope you can see my screen now. So Today, I am going to talk about the issue of the Indian identity, or more broadly, the Hindu identity. Uh, And in contrast to some of the talks we've been hearing, very upbeat and very good, by its very nature, this talk is going to look at some of the not so nice aspects of how our identity has been defined, not by us, but by others, and how it has been used as a weapon to try and make the narratives on India. So I would like to start with an evolution, try to understand an evolution of identity in India and tracing it from the earliest periods. And I ask the question, when there's no other, why would there be need for an identity? Well, we know that from our earliest times, we had hundreds and thousands of rishis from tens of thousands of years ago who embarked on huge questions to understand the ultimate reality, ultimate identity. They ask questions like, what is the purpose of life? What is the goal of life? And these investigations led our rishis to great philosophical truths, and they've expounded this many thousands of years ago, and have come to us today with our gurus and our masters, some of whom I've shown over here in this slide. Great truths like Tattvamasi, thou art that, Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman, and so on. So it's very clear that this civilization has understood the ultimate identity, which means divisions are meaningless in a sense because of the nature of the ultimate identity that we possess. History shows us that there has been an evolution of philosophical identities. We know that in very ancient times, the idea was we were all in this together in the notion of Brahman. And from the ancient to classical times, we saw an evolution into notions like Astika and Nastika, where Astika was our traditional Nyaya, Samkhya, Vaisheshika, Yoga, Mimamsa, Vedanta. And Nastika was Buddhism, Jainism, Charvaka, Ajivaka, Jnana, and others. And we also see today there's a tendency to categorize many of these into these broad frameworks that are shown here, the Dharmic civilization, or identities like Hindu, Buddhist, Jain, Sikhs, or in terms of popular Vedanta like Advaita, Dvaita, and so on, or agamic, non-agamic traditions and such things. It's important to note that these are 20th century categorizations brought about by Indologists, and there is no consensus, even in ancient times, when people sought to understand what is Astika and what is Nastika. It is clear there was a lot of overlap between the philosophies. It is not a clear-cut one where you could say this is this and that is that, and that kind of an understanding. So one has got to take these kind of categorizations with a pinch of salt. It's not exactly the same. We also see in Indian history that an identity has been forced on us. It can be thought of as an anti-reflection of the othering effect of people who saw us. From ancient times till 711 current era, the popular thinking was, we are one, Brahman, Astika, Nastika identities. And there's no conflict at all. Everybody coexisted very well. And the notion was, geographical notion was Bharat, Bharatvarsha, and people saw themselves in this manner. From 711 current era to present, with the conquest by the Arabs and the Turkic people who brought about one book, one God, and one way, we became the other. And identities like Kafir and Mushrik were forced upon the Indian populace. And going on from Vasco da Gama's times, 1498 to present times, the colonialists came with the notion of one God, one way, and they made us again the other, and the other was pagan, casteist, idolater, Aryan, Dravidian, polytheist, and so on. And today we seem to have inherited a terrible mishmash of identities. If you look at India from 1947 to present, the government evolved eventually into something called secular, which declared itself equidistant from all religions, but found itself in bed with vested interests, academia, and Marxists. And it tended to look at the Hindu population as this mishmash that is shown here with primarily the casteist identity, that you're Aryan, Brahmin, forward caste, Dravidian, backward caste, Dalit, SC, ST, and things like Brahmin privilege or Brahmin patriarchy were bandied about in a lot of people. What we also see is the government, via the creation of unequal laws, creation of disincentives to being Hindu, creation of bigoted laws, institutionalizing distortions and divisions, has created spurious identities, tensions, and destruction This is what we see as a very, very unfortunate consequence of the way history has evolved in defining our identities. I also put the slide here to show there's a correlation of identity with the economy also. If you take a look at this picture, this shows Angus Madison graph that shows from the year 0 or 1 all the way to 2003. The Indian economy seems to drop down. The upward arrows, blue arrows, are the ones propping up the economy, positive forces. The red arrows downwards are pushing the economy down. And we can see that early identity of Bharat was there in India for the longest time, if you can call that a political identity. Somewhere around 711 or so, when Islam came in Sindh and other areas, we started seeing the destruction of temples, libraries, scholars, genocides, and so on. And in reaction, kingdoms like Vijayanagar Empire came along, and they first started using the word Hindu. They recognized that we are Hindu, and so the notion of Hindu mapping to themselves came about in the Vijayanagar kingdom. And from the onset of the Mughals, a great downfall in the Indian economy and Maratha consolidation. And when the British came along, a very great downfall. Along with this downfall came notions like Aryan and Dravidian. These identities also came because along with the British came ethnocide and famines, and also these coincidental identity creations. In the new India, there is what I call neo-ethnocide, and we see the creation of new identities, and we'll take a look at this. So we need to ask now the question, what has been the impact of this manufacturing of the other? What has that done to us in India? How has that meant how people look at us? Well, today we see there is non-stop hate and attacks on the Hindu identity. Very, very unfortunate. But you see, these are not ragtag groups, but these are well-organized cabals with huge funding abroad and within the country that have got into this kind of activity. Over here, you see a connection of the Om symbol with the swastika, the Nazi swastika, and linking it up with Hindutva, and along with unfortunate rape incidents, and linking it up with Hindu Rashtra, and with people saying smash Brahmin patriarchy, whatever that is. And so-called women will destroy Hindu Rashtra, and showing our divinity. This is from a painting in a Loyola College in Chennai, showing female divinities under assault for the Me Too hashtag, and of course, EVR from the South. We see that there is enormous non-stop hatred and attack on the Hindu identity. And we also see that media, universities have turned out to be hotbeds of Hinduphobia. For example, over here, where there is a lot of issues that have been tied up and made into something called Students Against so-called Hindutva ideology, so-called interfaith, inter-university, and what they call progressive, inverted quotes. And you also see that the media has jumped into this BBC World Service, for example, in carefully choreographed imagery showing a woman hugging an elephant. In this case, the attack has been on temple elephants, which are apparently tortured. And you also see attacks on festivals, for example, Holi against Hindutva, signed by signatories from various universities. So what we're seeing is media, universities, and others have been nurturing this notion of Hinduphobia and attacks. Closer home, even our own children are being victimized in the United States. Here is an example when Vivek Agnihotriji was invited to Rutgers University. They faced enormous backlash. And this is a note from the president of the Hindu Council, a young student over there. She says, we are a bunch of teenagers, 20-year-olds, facing tremendous backlash on Twitter. Entire organizations, movements, professors, clubs, political parties are rallying against us. We are scared. The receiving end of targeted hate crimes. We are disenchanted, disillusioned, and disgusted. Rutgers is facing a lot of anti-Hindu pressure, and from professors like Trishke, for example, here, and others, as well as anonymous and hate-based organizations. Now, it is not as if Rutgers is the only place. We see the story repeating itself in many major universities in the United States, where there is now a tendency to link up things from the Hindu identity in a very negative narrative. And there is a lot of hate. There is so much of hate that our children are afraid to express their identity on campus or on social media because of fear of ridicule from their peers. All of us remember the infamous California textbook controversy, 2017. These headlines show part of the story over here, where Hindus urged the California State Board to reject textbooks due to negative images. And immediately media and other vested interests formed as a wall to try and monolith attack on this whole notion, where they purportedly put a one-sided viewpoint why Hindu groups are against California textbook changes, but entirely demolishing, not even hearing the other side, what the issues are, but conflating their own views into this whole thing. And the notorious Caravan magazine that comes and says the latest skirmish reveals the mounting influence of Hindutva in the United States. The Salon magazine, for example, positioning this whole thing as a struggle between Hindu nationalists and marginalized people. And at the core of this is a group called the South Asia Faculty Group, ironically erasing the notion of India, coming in with a spurious identity called South Asia, and rejecting once again any legitimate, genuine concern that our students feel in the classrooms as a consequence of a negative portrayal of Hinduism. So one can see that the situation is exceedingly bad today. We can't sugarcoat this anymore. It is a very bad situation. We need to ask the question, how did we get here? Which agencies are complicit in manufacturing such an identity, and why did they do that? Today we see there are things like caste identity, religious identity, regional identity, Aryan Dravidian, language identity, Indo-American, South Asian, and some people come and say, I'm South Asian, North Indian, Tamilian, Dravidian, backward caste, atheist, not Hindu, world citizen, corporate citizen, and such things. And the question again comes, who is pulling these strings? Clearly the strings are being pulled, and there are people who are like puppets who are trying to mouth these same things being pushed on them. It's interesting and not interesting. It's critical and urgent to understand who are these people pulling these strings, why, and is there any kind of truth behind these narratives? And we see the earliest identity frameworks came along with the colonialists. Colonial hegemony through the Portuguese, Dutch, French, and British came hand in hand with Christian imperialism from 1500s to present through people like, for example, Caldwell and Geo Pope. And it came again hand in hand with Eurocentric scholarship, which brought about linguistics, anthropology, and the notion of caste through people like Max Muller and Herbert Leslie, to try and force certain identities, early identities in the Hindu people, typically with the notion of Aryan invasion of migration theory. If we think that these are ancient and these are not relevant to us today, we have to think again, because these old frameworks have been fortified and pushed on us even more strongly today. Today, we see that universities have jumped and pounced on this theory, embraced it and held it close to themselves, and using ethic sociology methods, importing foreign lenses to look at the Indian polity. They look at all of Indian class dynamics and the notion of oppressor, oppressed, and these kind of notions. These notions are fortified with archaeology, people like Maria Gimbutas, Colin Renfrew, and others from 1800s to present, and with notions of genetics today with professors like David Reich and others. All of these things have got a direct impact on who we are as Hindus. So we need to understand these frameworks and try to correct the record over here. I put in over here the notion of ethnocide of Indians, the identity destruction. UNESCO in 1981 came to the declaration saying, ethnocide means an ethnic group is denied the right to enjoy, develop, and transmit its own culture and language, whether collectively or individually, involves an extreme form of massive violation of human rights, in particular the right of ethnic groups to respect for their cultural identity. And what I'm claiming is that there was ethnocide of Indians by the British, and these are the methods that they applied. 5 mechanisms: the creation of widespread poverty, the destruction of identity via manufactured caste, destruction of identity via distorted history, destruction of religion via missionary activity, destruction of education system via the introduction of English. And I've talked about this at length in several of my talks. I'll quickly recap over here. British creation of poverty. I'm showing 3 academics over here. One is Angus Madison, who shows that India had a huge share of the world GDP in the year 1, falling to a very small value. But what is more interesting is during the colonial period, when Indian economy was falling, it coincided with the rising of the Western Europe, the colonialists. So the transference of wealth from India into Western Europe is suggested by this curve. Will Durant is another scholar who wrote this book, Case for India, and he notes that the British racked up a huge national debt for India. He visited India around 1930 or 1929. When he left India, he says the British had racked up a debt of $3.5 billion for India, And after this was World War II, and by the time World War II was over, this figure was much bigger. And this is Utsa Patnaik, who recently came out with the thesis that the British Raj had siphoned out $45 trillion from India over a collective period of time. So 3 academics with the same story over here. And the second part of ethnocide is colonial conception of caste. So there is enormous literature out there. People like Herbert Risley, who's an anthropologist, use a discredited race science using the ratio of width and height of the nose to classify. And he saw so many colors. Each of these colors is a race. So he saw this many races in India. He entrenched the notion of Aryans as a race, entrenched the notion of caste. He was a census commissioner. In 1901, he stratified the notion of caste. People had to declare their caste. Indians had Jati, Varna, and if you will, Gotra also. But they never, ever was it supposed to be a rigid classification system. But he stratified this, forced Indians to declare what he called as caste, the Portuguese imported word casta. And from then on, we have had this distorted notion of caste. Please do read Breaking India, as well as Nicholas Dirk's Castes of Mind, which talk a lot about this. In terms of destroying the Indic education system, we have an excellent book, Beautiful Tree by Dharampalji. So please do read that. I've already talked about poverty, but one of the direct consequences of poverty was it destroyed the ethnic education system across the country. The way the Pathshalas were supported in temples by local populations who gave a portion of the produce of the temples to support education. After impoverization of the country, they could no longer do that, and that fell. That came at the same time as the English Education Act in 1835, where Macaulay brought about the teaching of English. And a consequence of that was the stopping of publications of books in Sanskrit and Arabic. Funds were used only for the propagation of English. And this led to the suffocation of Sanskrit and the rise of a class of deracinated elites who looked down upon the classical languages of India. And such a distancing from Sanskrit meant a pervasive break from the past, and Indians could no longer connect to their roots. Another form of ethnocide that we've seen is a distortion of history. I've spoken about this at length in my talks. So this bigoted narrative says Aryans invaded India in 1500 BCE. These pastoral people brought in Sanskrit caste system, and the original inhabitants of the Dravidians driven south. Aryans imposed a Vedic religion, and they oppressed the Dravidians with Brahminical priesthood. And this oppression caused poverty and backwardness, and Dravidians a separate race and religion. So this is the distortion of history. And today I say there are 5 agencies that are allied in distorting Indian history, starting with the colonialists, soon followed by Eurocentric academics who brought in linguistics and other notions to talk about Indian history, with the vested interests, primarily the church, missionaries, and so on, who had a stake in the narration of Indian history. Today, with so-called liberal academia, who bring in alien lenses to study everything in Indian context, followed by today the education system is governed by the Marxists, and they have their own vested interests in bringing in a certain kind of narrative. So the hijacking of history and mapping it with their ideologies has meant a massive subversion of identity as far as we as Indians are concerned. One more unfortunate aspect of our civilization has been the monotheist violent attack on the Indian civilization identity. We can't ignore this impact. From the year 711 to 1700s, despots like Bin Qasim, Ghazni, Ghori, Delhi, Sultanate, Bahmani Sultanate, the Mughals, Tipu, Nizam, and others, through processes of destruction of temples, libraries, institutions, and so on. 50 million plus is supposed to have died in this time frame. From 1500s to present, there was a Christian European aggression on Indian civilization, Goan Inquisition, destruction of temples by the Portuguese, French, and the ethnocide I talked about, leading to impoverishment and 80 million deaths due to famine and epidemics, and obviously the destruction of education systems, research systems, economic systems, everything. This ethnocide was wiping out just about everything in the Indian context. If we think this is history, unfortunately, that is still not true. We see that today, from 1947 till now, the government, academia, media, and NGOs and religious groups still work to get rid of Hindus. The government discriminates by a process of bringing in unequal laws, and through a process of appeasement, it infringes on the rights of the Hindus. The academics, media, and NGOs, they appropriate the adhikara, the message of Hinduism, and they distort the message through their bigoted translations and understandings, and they directly create and manufacture the notion of a bigoted identity for Indians. Religious groups, they have the victimhood story with the persecution and proselytization that change the demographics. All these forces are acting as a consequence of the Western identity narrative and evangelist pressures. One such example is the United States Commission for International Religious Freedoms. Groups like this apply pressures through the various entities, the government, and they have their agents in academia, media, and NGOs, as well as agents in religious groups. And this is the end effect of what is going on over here. Today, this is the unfortunate situation that we see. Forces are launching hostile attacks by deracination, distortion, erasures. So we see that the ecosystem, the Hindu ecosystem, whether it is temples, whether it is universities, whether it is schools or sacred spaces, all these are invaded. Whether it's cultural practices, the marks that you wear as a Hindu, the festivals that you celebrate, Deepavali, the Ganesh Chaturthi, Holi, or others, the foods that you eat, these are all under attack. Your identity is perverted, distorted, and shamed, Brahminical patriarchy, privilege, and these kinds of things. Your history has been distorted, and that too is under attack. So this is the unfortunate situation of where we have landed. I have traced from history where we were, what our identity is, and how we have landed over here. So it begs the question in this looking ahead under 50 years, how do we reclaim the Hindu identity? What are the actions at individual and institutional levels? Very first thing at the individual level, we need each of us as ambassadors to exemplify Dharma as a logical, rational, responsible system with a lot of solutions for the global problems of today, whether it is climate change or any other things. We have solutions if we had a dharmic lifestyle. So we need to practice, learn about Hinduism from books, videos by gurus, celebrate festivals, explain to kids, observances, visit temples, we support scholars, institutions, temples. We need to vote sensibly and hold our elected officials to promises. We need to avoid using loaded Abrahamic terms, use Sanskrit non-translatables. In social media activism, share the thoughts of work leaders, highlight and shame bigotry and hatred. Wherever bigotry raises its head, shame them that they're not being so-called liberal or progressive. Contest and correct the spurious narratives. Institutions, big and small, Chinmaya Mission, Ramakrishna Mission, the Hindu political parties, and so on and so forth. In addition to the regular activities, they can organize conferences such as this, outreach, talks by scholars, publications, activism, legal activism, exceedingly important. Develop coursework, offer courses, nurture scholars, and create a Hindu ecosystem, economic Hindu ecosystem where we can support people like Hindu scholars, Hindu study professors, and such people. There is a role for Hindu industrialists. We need to be at the forefront of funding Hindu causes through corporate responsibility and other vehicles. We need to support, the industrialists need to support and strengthen the institutions, support the legal and political activism, support students entering administrative and other cadres, support employment and entrepreneurship. And most important, industrialists should not become like this, where declare people who are corporate responsible positions declare Hinduism must be jettisoned for progress. Very, very unfortunate. There's a role also finally for government and elected officials. They need to pass laws that criminalize anti-Hindu behavior, rid public offices of Hinduphobic forces, review all the constitutional provisions used to discriminate against Hindus, free the temples from government control, remove discriminatory laws such as right to education, the superstition bill, and other laws that prevent Hindu identity and expression, revamp text to purge the communist, leftist, alien biases and ground it in a dharmic Indic framework. And most important, we need to declare the dharmic classical India as our national heritage. We need to declare that it has got endangered status today by all the hostile forces I've shown, and we need to institute protections. So that is my conclusion. India historically is a knowledge-based civilization. The Hindu education, heritage, expression, and geography shows a relentless downward trend for 2000 plus years towards extinction. The war of civilizations has come to our doorstep right now. Hindu expression is outlawed in its own homeland, India. Spurious identities are created to distort and destroy. Breaking India efforts are accelerating thanks to multiplicative effort of technology and generations of deracinated people. There's an urgent need by us at the individual, institutional, and government level to reclaim the identity and correct this message. That is the end of my talk. Thank you very much for your patience in listening to me. Pranams.
Dr. Raj Vedamji. Dr. Raj Vedamji, that was an extremely thought-provoking keynote speech for us. Thank you so much for taking the time and addressing at the Reflections at 50 for the benefit of all the Hindu Sanatanis across the world. Thank you so much for that awe-inspiring, thought-provoking speech. Thank you. Next, we move on to the panel 5 of the day of the conference, that is Hindu Dharma. The theme of that conference is Hindu Dharma and its influence on life choices and decision making. I would now call upon Priya Samant, who is going to be the moderator of this session, to be on the screen. And I will just give you a short bio on Priya. Priya Samant is a change maker and a multi-talented professional with experience working on presidential campaign with nonprofit leaders, C-level executives, and at grassroots levels. Priya's work is on intersection of frontier tech, politics, and film and entertainment. She has coined the title Impact Advisor, which will be given as credit in Bollywood movies, Bollywood feature films as well, and documentary, which showcases social impact. She's also a theater artist and part of Setu theater community in Greater Boston area. I now call upon Priya Samant to conduct the next panel. Thank you, Priya, and welcome to all the panelists.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. So good morning, everyone. A big welcome for being part of this very informative and important session called Lightning Talks, where the speakers will share in 7 minutes their perspectives on how their dharmic heritage is influencing So on this panel, I am very honored to have speakers from India, Singapore, and the United States. We all are very lucky to be born in a country which is home to one of the oldest civilizations of the world. The manuscript traditions played a very vital role in the preservation of our knowledge system. With that being said, Jha. Professor Jha has over 25 years of experience working in project management, multimedia creation, software design, and integration. He's the head of the Cultural Informatics Laboratory of the Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts, where his team integrates the Indian arts and information technology. He's also the director of National Mission of Manuscript with the Government of India. Professor Jha will be speaking on a very important topic. Professor Jha, the floor is yours. Professor Jha?
Yeah, I'm audible.
Professor Jha?
Yeah, I'm audible.
Can you hear me?
I am audible. Hello.
Professor Jha, the floor is yours.
Yes, we can hear you, Professor.
Yeah. On the occasion, namaste.
The floor
everyone.
is yours, Professor Jha. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Namaste. On the occasion of the 50th year of the World Hindu Council of America, I extend my heartiest congratulations to all its members. I would also like to thank the organizers, especially Dr. Jai Bansal and Dr. Priya Samant, for giving me the opportunity to talk about the National Mission for Manuscripts on this forum. India is the repository of an astounding wealth of ancient knowledge belonging to different periods of history dating back to thousands of years. This knowledge has been preserved and been handed down from one generation to the other, both in the oral and written forms. These include the subjects like Vedas, Vedangas, Dharmasastras, Puranas, Itihas, and many others. In written form, this vast corpus of literature is spread across different languages and scripts and is available to us on different kinds of materials like birch bark, palm leaf, cloth, wood, stone, and paper. Nalanda, Takshila, and Bikramshila universities were well-known repositories of manuscripts. Gilgit manuscripts, which cover monastic disciplines, medicine, tantra of 6th century AD, are some of the rarest specimens of written documents on birch bark. With the passage of time, knowledge about the manuscripts has certainly increased. It is now clear that the ancient manuscripts not only exist in Sanskrit, but also in other scripts and languages such as Pali, Prakrit, relating to Jainism and Buddhism. There is also a vast range of manuscripts in Persian and Arabic, which records various aspects of society since 10th century AD. The following general assessment can be made about the manuscripts wealth of India. India perhaps has the largest collection of manuscripts in the world. These manuscripts are in different languages and scripts. They are written on different kinds of material like birch bark, palm leaf, cloth, paper. They are in the custody of the different institutions like libraries, research institutes, museums, monasteries, mutts, and individuals. Only a small percentage of these manuscripts have been surveyed and catalogued. The available catalogues do not follow a standard format. A significant portion of the manuscripts are not conserved scientifically. The issue of preservation of the manuscripts presents significant challenges. Some of these have disappeared, while some are in the state of damage or decay. A significant part of it is unknown, inaccessible, and fragmented. It is in this context that the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, set up the National Mission for Manuscripts, or NMM, in the year 2003 with the following objectives: to document and create online catalog of Indian manuscripts, to provide access to these manuscripts through publications and digitization, to facilitate the conservation of manuscripts, to boost scholarship and research in the study of Indian languages and manuscriptology, and to build up a national digital manuscripts library. The Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, or IGNCA, is the nodal agency for the National Mission for Manuscripts. To achieve the objectives set before the mission, the NMM established over 100 manuscript resource centers called MRCs and manuscript conservation centers called MCCs all across India. Generally, MRCs and MCCs are hosted in the state archives, libraries, and institutions having large collection of manuscripts. As on date, over 4 million manuscripts have been catalogued and made available on the NMM website for the researchers and scholars. The manuscripts get damaged with time, mainly due to the environmental conditions, insects, mishandling, storage conditions, etc. The NMM undertakes the preventive and the curative conservation of the damaged manuscripts through the manuscript conservation centers. NMM so far conserved 82 million folios of the manuscripts. For creating awareness about the conservation of the manuscripts, workshops on conservation are generally organized on regular intervals through NMM in the institutions having manuscripts collections which need immediate intervention for conservation. To familiarize students with local scripts prevalent in their area, as well as the ancient scripts like Brahmi, Sarda, Modi, Grantha, Tiglari, etc., in which a number of manuscripts are found all over the country, the NMM organizes basic level and advanced level courses on manuscriptology and paleography in collaboration with the universities and academic institutions. In addition, 1-year PG diploma course in manuscriptology and paleography has been instituted at IGNCA since last 2 years. As mentioned earlier, one of the stated mandates of the mission is to make the manuscripts accessible to the scholars and researchers by establishing a digital manuscripts library. As on date, over 300,000 manuscripts containing over 32 million pages have been digitized and are in process of integration for public access. To promote research, the NMM organizes seminars in different parts of the country, mainly in collaboration with the academic institutions, to bring together the academicians and experts of different disciplines and provide them a common platform to exchange knowledge, information, and ideas about the various aspects of manuscriptology. These seminars are generally based on the topics associated with the knowledge enshrined in the Indian manuscripts. Later, the papers presented in these seminars are published in a book form by the mission. To disseminate the knowledge contained in unpublished Indian manuscripts, critical editions and critical edition with translations of such manuscripts is published by the mission. The NMM has published over 100 books so far under the various publication series. All the publications are available on NMM website for free access. One of the mandates of the mission is to preserve the Indic origin manuscripts that are located abroad. It is expected that the NMM will soon start the pilot activity in Thailand, Vietnam, and Maldives in collaboration with the like-minded institutions and later expand it to the other parts of the world. The preservation of the manuscript's wealth is a huge task and it is difficult to achieve without public support. Hence, on behalf of NMM, I urge all of you who know about the important manuscripts which needs immediate attention and care, kindly inform NMM for necessary action. And finally, the ultimate aim of the mission is to decipher these manuscripts, initiate multidisciplinary research, validate the output scientifically, and contextualize it based on the today's requirements to improve the lifestyle of the people universally. Then only the purpose of the mission will be fulfilled. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Jha. This was really helpful, the information that you said. So our next panelist is also from India, Rami Desai. Rami is a graduate from King's College in Theology and Anthropology of Religion. She is an author and columnist with an expertise in the Northeast region of India, having spent many years in some of the most conflict-ridden areas. Her new book, Religious and Cultural Transitions in the Northeast, will be released soon worldwide. Congratulations, Rami, for this huge success. She's also a passionate advocate for Indian arts and artisans. Her talk is Guru Shishya Parampara, Dharma, Karma, and Modern Life. So, Rami, the floor is yours. Rami, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Namaskar. Before I begin my talk, I would like to thank the World Hindu Council of America, Jayji, Piaji, and all the organizers for having me on board for this very thought-provoking discussion titled Influence of Heritage on Life Choices and Decisions. When I was told of this title, the first thing that came to my mind was the tradition of the Guru Shishya Parampara. I doubt we can imagine walking on the path of Dharma with the influence of our heritage without this tradition. After all, I think the magnificent history of Bharat is rooted in its knowledge and respect of culture and tradition, with the Guru Shishya Parampara being central to the continuity and evolution of not just the Sanatan Dharma, but also to the individual development of the Sanatani. Therefore, the highest respect is accorded to the parampara. For instance, in Hinduism, the physical manifestation of God is in the form of the Guru. Therefore, as we may have all heard, the very popular shlok, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Guru Deva. This is recited daily in honor of the Guru. However, traditionally, the Guru Shishya Parampara in its simplest form defines the relationship between the teacher and the student and the bond that ties them together. The ceremonies too around this tradition are very reflective of this extremely special bond that is between the guru and the shishya. For instance, to give you an example, in some of the ceremonies on the right hand wrist of the disciple, the guru ties a moli while he chants mantras and puts jaggery and coriander seeds in the mouth of the shishya, followed by a dakshina. Of course, there are many forms to this ritual, but this is one of them. Dakshina, as per our religious scriptures and texts, is the right part of the body. That is the south direction. It is believed that the ego resides in this particular part. Therefore, offering dakshina to the lotus feet of the guru is an act of surrendering the ego. Furthermore, I think all religious branches of the Bharatiya civilization, like Shaivism, Vaishnavism, Buddhism, Jainism, are all the products of the Guru Shishya Parampara. All the Vidyas, like the Vedas, Vedangas, Darshanas, Dharma Shastras, are products of the Guru Shishya Parampara, which have been imparted in the form of Upadesh. Even various schools of philosophy like Advaita and Dvaita have been imparted through the Guru Shishya Parampara. It is, I think, the central focus of our civilization on the Guru Shishya Parampara and everything that it has to offer that has ensured the success of the followers of the Sanatan Dharma across the world and, of course, across their chosen fields. Even today, with the dilution of rituals and the demands of modern life, one still will find that the youth brought up in the environment of the Sanatan Dharma, bowing and touching the feet of his gurus, may it be in today's day, may it be his teachers or parents or priests or anybody that he has great respect for. A child of the Sanatan Dharma, naturally practices it's a very profound practice of surrendering the ego, even though he may not realize it as such, at least, as long as he's young, maybe he'll realize it as he grows older and delves deeper into the nuances of our traditions. But I also feel that today the parampara may not largely be followed in its original form. And of course, some may disagree with me, but I feel that in theory, it is not followed, but it is still followed in practice. And that, in my opinion, has been the primary reason for the continuity of traditions in the Kali Yuga amongst the larger population that is not trained in the scriptures. And here, by practice, I mean discipline, values, morals learned from our parents who learned it from theirs, and from our families and friends who are from within the same cultural ethos. The Mahavishwas that our ancestors had in our gurus is still continuing to give its benefits. For instance, most of us don't know what tilaks to wear, but we follow the lead of our elders. We know instinctively to take our shoes off before we enter a temple, or to touch the feet of anybody that we respect, to treat our work as worship, to have familial responsibility, among so many other traditions we are carrying instinctively along with us. In other words, this is the root of practice, as opposed to theory, which is scriptural understanding and the scriptural following of the traditions and rituals of the Guru Shishya Parampara. But having said that, scripturally also, this is sanctioned. To give you an example, Lord Krishna in chapter 4 of the Bhagavad Gita says to Arjuna, when Arjuna is confused before the great war, he says, Kuru karma eva tasmat tvam purvataram kritam, meaning perform your duties just the way it was done in the past by your ancestors. That is good enough. He could have just said, do your duty, but he said, do it as it has been done by your ancestors. This is a reason I feel that our diaspora is so disciplined and is so successful that today, let's say in America, you may obviously know that not just the, not that they're not just the most successful, but they're taken so seriously with respect like no other community. a very simple recent observation I made of how modern society sees us. And in advance, I say this, please forgive me for making a reference from Netflix. But in an American series called Away, there's a mission to Mars where 5 superpowers are leading the mission. And those 5 superpowers are US, Russia, China, UK, and India. The Indian astronaut plays a very crucial role. He's not only one of the brightest on board, but the most reliable and loyal. He has been portrayed as a very morally upright sort of an individual. This at least tells me of the values people see us uphold. And there's a reason why Indian Americans, for instance, even though distant from their roots in India, are so successful. Their tradition teaches them about their dharma, leading to great karma. Indian American median household income is, I believe, almost twice of American born households. They have managed with, I think, sheer hard work to permeate the establishment of power centers like the Ivy League universities, politics, Hollywood, media, science, IT, so on and so forth. They permeated all these areas. What does this say about what we are putting out there and where is it coming from? And of course, I'm not trying to romanticize our heritage or the present situation of the Hindu identity and institutions and say that this is at its optimum point. That would lead to complacency as far as I'm concerned, which is the gateway to dharmic forces. There are some limitations and roadblocks that we must actively continue to clear. For instance, the rational assertion of our Hindu identity, or the preservation of our true history, access to scriptural education, and understanding the importance of leading by example, use of modern technology to disseminate factual information about current affairs, emphasis on documentation as well as, I believe, restraint from petty judgment of our own youth, but most importantly, mentorship. Mentorship, I feel, would ensure that knowledge and expertise is passed on, that the student treads in the right direction. In this youth, it's important to see mentorship in somewhat the same light that we see the Guru Shishya Parampara. But of course, this is dependent on the Guru as well, and how one can fulfill that duty, or how one can how an individual can recognize a true guru is, of course, a matter of a larger discussion, and as we're limited on time, I think that subject can be left for later. But for now, as I think my time is up, I would like to conclude by saying that the branches of the giant tree of Dharma may be damaged or even cut, but the roots of this tree are still strong. And with that, there will always be hope. With that, Priya, thank you.
Thank you so much, Rami. And you said, there will be hope. And I truly feel that because, till we have life, as they say, the fires of hope won't die, right? So now from South Asia, we heard, our 2 speakers from India. So now from South Asia, we are going to take a quick stop in the Southeast Asia before going to the Pacific side of the United States. So our next speaker is Anurag Saxena, based in Singapore. Anurag is founder of the India Pride project that focuses on bringing back Indian stolen heritage. He's also a policy thinker and an activist. He has been featured in BBC, Washington Post, Diplomat, Economic Times. I mean, I can just go on and on. He's very accomplished, just like all other speakers. So the tendency to rely on the media narratives to understand the world these days is so strong that we actually make up explanatory stories, regardless of whether the information is accurate. Anurag's talk is going to focus on the anti-Indian narrative, correcting racist media bias and institutionalized misinformation. Anurag, the floor is yours.
Namaskar, Namaskar, everybody, and thank you, Priyaji and Jayji, for pulling this all together. As somebody who likes to think of himself as a doer, I can absolutely imagine the challenge this might have been to pull all of this together. Now, I am going to take us back to the 17th of December 2012. For those of you who don't remember what happened then, we all have heard of the whole Nirbhaya rape case that happened in India, and media has talked plenty about it. Right now, on the same day, there were three other pieces of news that came up. One, you had 42-year-old Simon Morris, who in a party got a 15-year-old girl to drink, and in a state of stupor, he raped her. Right? John Anthony Vega raped a 77-year-old lady who, while getting raped, was yelling that, "Hey, would you rape your mother? Would you rape your mother?" Right? And he was later booked and punished for aggravated assault, grievous injury, burglary, involuntary deviant sexual intercourse, and a whole bunch of these things. John Anthony Vega wasn't successful enough in killing the 77-year-old lady he raped. Michael Duane, on the other hand, raped and murdered a 74-year-old woman. All of these news pieces happened on the same date: the Nirbhaya rape, the Simon, Michael, and John case. However, you have only heard about the Nirbhaya case over and over and over and over and over and over again, right? Painting India as the rape capital of the world, right? Now, as terrible as one rape or sexual assault is, we have to have some sense of proportion. We have to be cognizant of what data actually reveals around, sexual assaults, sexual abuse, and what have you, right? If you look at a per capita basis, right, the UK has 7.93 rapes per, or sexual assaults, say sexual abuse per 100,000. US, on the other hand, is at 0.33. South Africa is at 8.72, and India is at 0.52. Now let that sink in for a second. The UK is at 7.93 and India is at 0.52 if you look at per capita sexual abuse. Why then do you see India being painted as the villain, right? Take a case of robbery as an example. You are 80 times more likely to get robbed in Australia than you are in US or India. And oh, by the way, if you're thinking I'm just some rara Bharatiya and this and that and whatever it is, let me clarify that all of this is official government data. None of it is a research report, or none of it is some stuff that me or an academician or a journalist or whatever has came up with. All of these is official government data that you can get from individual national statistics and data collection agencies, right? If you think that this misinformation exists on crime data alone, think about look, think about New Zealand. What do you see, right? When I say the word New Zealand, you think about pristine meadows, waterfalls, bungee jumping, acres of glass, essentially the Lord of the Rings image that New Zealand has built in your mind, right? Think of India. What do you think? You think of Slumdog Millionaire, you think of Salam Bombay, you think of overcrowded roads, pollution, gutters that are overflowing, and so on and so forth. Now, let me tell you what data actually shows, right? Data tells you that carbon emissions in terms of per capita tons is 16.2 for USA, 16.8 for Australia. But for India, it's just 1.8. So think about it, right? That's all, UK on a per capita, US on a per capita basis is 8 times more polluting than India is. But what would the media narrative tell you? Media narrative will tell you that India and Indians and our culture, perhaps in some way, encourage us to be filthy, dirty, and so on and so forth, right? Motorization rates, 797 per 1,000 people in the US, only 18 in India, which kind of explains why we don't pollute as much. Look at what our Bharatiya values of, not necessarily abhorring meat consumption, but we tend to be naturally vegetarian, if not vegan. And all of us now know that methane emissions is one of the biggest causes of global warming. Right, compared to a greater than 90 kgs per capita of meat consumption in most of the developed countries, India today is 1/20th of that, which means we are leading a naturally more woke consumption pattern and saving the environment at the same time, not by putting in any extra effort, but by just living life the way it was handed out to us over generations, right? Now, I could go on and on. India is painted as regressive and blah, 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 blah. And every time an American friend tells me, I tell him, look, dude, you haven't had a female head of state. We've had one. Every time they say, hey, listen, look at the whole Dalit and whatever debate, I tell them, hey, listen, you guys took so long to have a black president. We've had, Dalit presidents way before you had your black presidents. Another interesting stuff that data shows once you look at it, because what's happening right now, since Oprah sent that book out to a bunch of CEOs in the US, there seems to be a media narrative which conflates racism and casteism. And don't get me wrong, both of them are wrong wherever they exist, right? Wherever they exist. But guess what? The incarceration rates of blacks in the US is 4 times more than the incarceration rates of SC/STs in India, right? If you're a Dalit in India, you are more likely to get elected as an MLA or an MP, both in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, than if you're a black in the US or a Latino in the US. You have a far lesser chance of becoming a senator or a congressman, right? The point I'm trying to make here is, whether it's race issues or caste issues, whether it is pollution, whether it is health disease, whether it is crime rates, you have a huge media narrative which is trying to make us look bad, right? Based on anecdotal information, based on opinion pieces which are really easy to write, right? They're doing it from a clickbait point of view, but as Raj Vedamji said, it's a little more insidious than just stereotyping, right? It is institutionalized racism, it is institutionalized manipulation. And I think that's something we need to hit back at, right? Now, given that I have 1 more minute to go, I don't want to be talking much about establishing the problem statement. It's already given. How do we change this, right? Now, my pet peeve, with due respect to everybody else here, is when I look at our side of the narrative or our side of the cause, I see us talking a lot about research, but rarely about results. We tend to outrage very often, but we don't focus on outcomes very often, right? So if you look at most talks, most presentations, most conversations, they are about the offense. They're about the problem statement. They're about the solution. They're not about the solution. They're always about the problem statement, right? So what happens, therefore, is we end up engaging in outrage Olympics, right? Somebody who writes a right-brained opinion piece, which is based on anecdotal information and not data, we respond to it with an even more emotional response, which doesn't take the conversation anywhere. Now, which is why we need to understand that the way the narrative is built and how we respond to it is broken, and we need to, instead of talking about the fact that it's broken and blah 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 blah, instead of going with value over it, we need to figure out how to fix it, right? Now, a few months back, Mohandas Pai of Infosys fame, who I don't think needs an introduction. So Mohandas Pai and I, along with Shashank Bhavaraju, got together and set up this thing called Data Reveals, right? Data Reveals is a public utility, available for everybody to use for free, which checks, or rather which empirically tests media narratives and tells you what data says instead of some kind of racist or biased journalist who's just putting his or her piece of opinion out there, right? Over the next 1 year, we tend to cover a whole bunch of matrices, from crime data to sustainability data to education data to prisoner data to caste data to women's safety. I mean, think about it. Right? We intend for us to have 50 to 80 matrices open to everybody, which you could use purely as a reference tool to say, here is what data says. Doesn't matter what narrative says. Doesn't matter what a bigoted or a Hinduphobe or a racist journalist wants to say. Here is what reality looks like. What happens then when you start countering this journalist with facts is it becomes easy to prove that that there is some kind of an agenda there. Even if you're not able to prove that, we're at least able to showcase lazy journalism, right? And that's the agenda. I've run out of time, so my hope is all of you can join us in this journey. It's time for us to stop crying about the bad hand we've been dealt with. It's time for us to end the analysis. It's time for us to start focusing on solutions now. So do check out datareveals.org. That's datareveals.org for whoever is interested. We are on Twitter, Facebook, and the like. People who are much younger than me manage all of that. My two requests to each of you, right? One, please do not take it lying down when somebody tells you come from a culture that sucks. You do not have to take it lying down, right? So please come in. There is a participate button. You can join in. If you're smarter than I am, which is very likely, help us conduct analysis, enrich us, make it, let it be a crowdsourced platform that grows with each of your contribution. And again, I cannot say this enough. Sunshine is the biggest disinfectant. Every time you see somebody bullying you in school, every time you see a bully writing an article, every time you see somebody publishing a blog, push back, throw light. Unless the truth is out there, we will keep having conferences every year just discussing how we've been dealt a bad hand and how, so we'll just be telling stories of how we lost the battle instead of actually winning. With that, namaskar. Thank you so much for patiently listening, and I look forward to the rest of the session.
Thank you so much, Anuragji. This was so, this topic, I mean, as you said, that we can go on and on and on. It is so much needed. And, at this point, being outraged, there's a difference between outrage and outcome, and we have to focus on what the outcome is. And we have to now, voice what we stand for and what we bring to the table. So thank you so much for your insights. Very, very helpful. So, I had already given all of you a hint that from Singapore, we will be going to the Pacific side of the United States. So those who have already done some research on the speakers, you already know who the next speaker is. Our next speaker is from California. Dave Tandon is a part of the Obo movement. I'm very, very, very looking forward to hear what the Obo movement is all about. But from what I learned is reading the bio is that it's a movement to transform how we as a society do business, changing the focus from money to the complete fulfillment of the people involved. And in these times when, we are all surrounded by this global pandemic, it's very important that we take our hearts with us when we go to work. So Dave is going to speak about Obo movement, a Dharma-based business model. Devji, the floor is all yours.
So thank you, Priyaji, and namaste, and good morning and good evening to everyone. So I want to thank everyone for taking the time today to hear about a very important initiative for humanity. Something that can have an impact on the world like has not been seen in many, many generations. something that can get to the root cause of virtually every major challenge facing society today, from climate change to wealth inequality, racial injustice, and everything in between. And it's something that we call the OVO movement. So in our short time today, I'd like to speak mostly about the philosophy of what this movement is about. And then if we have time, I can share a couple of stories of how this philosophy is actually coming to real life, so to speak, through projects and initiatives and businesses that we're actually creating that are running on these principles. And then if anyone would like to learn more and dive deeper into this, we can follow up individually after the conference. So let's begin with the philosophical concept of what this whole thing is about. So OVO is a movement to transform how we as a society do business, changing the focus of business from money, as it is today, to complete fulfillment of the people who are involved in the business, or you could call it Dharma, and actually demonstrating that when we do that, when we change that focus, that money and other worldly prosperity comes to us in even greater spades than the current money first model of and profit first model of today. So if you think about it, we've all been raised in this society under the conventional wisdom that if we pursue money and we achieve it, that we will then be fulfilled, right? But if you study the wisdom of eons from around the world, it's not just our Sanatana Dharma tradition, it's every great philosopher who has ever walked this earth has said the same thing. And they've said the exact opposite of that, that when you pursue fulfillment, that money and other worldly prosperity comes to us through something that is known as the law of attraction. So what if we then turn the purpose of business around now and say, okay, the primary objective of business is no longer money or profits or any of these things. The primary objective of business is for that organization to support the individual needs and life purposes, or you could say swadharma, of the individual people who are involved in that business through their work, and demonstrate that in so doing, it leads to a more prosperous model for all than the current profit first, money first model of today. So a good one-line description of what I'm talking about that captures the essence of this is, if the Buddha were a CEO, how would he run the company? So let's take a moment to think about that for a second and juxtapose it next to what we have today in the global companies and organizations and how our companies are run today. It would look, I'm sure you'll agree, quite different from the current model of today. So let's take a couple of simple examples. Let's talk about transparency. So we have literally a crisis of trust in our businesses today. And trust is one side of the coin. Well, the other side of the coin, the way I see it, is transparency. And if the Buddha were a CEO of a company, would I ask you, would anything in the business whatsoever be hidden? And the answer is no. Why is that? Because if our foundation is rooted in truth, then we have nothing to hide. And when I say everything is open, I mean every single thing is completely open book. You want to see my strategic plan? Here you go. You want to see my operating plan? Here you go. You want to see how much I earn? Here you go. If the Buddha were CEO, what would the objective, the overall objective of the business be? Would it be money, or would it be the dharma, the swadharma, supporting the individual swadharma through the actual work of the individuals that are involved in the business? And I think we know the answer to that question. So this is a very profound opportunity that we have at this juncture in time. And I'd like to take a couple of minutes to share something from the Sanatana Dharma tradition that will convey the magnitude of this opportunity. And it might not leave time to talk about how we are actually doing this in the world, but I think everyone will appreciate the size of the opportunity here when I describe this. So if you think about from the Sanatana Dharma tradition, everything flows from kind of the four master texts of the Vedas, right? They're like every system that we have comes from these four master texts, which are basically a series of texts that explain the principles of how energy works. Now, thousands of years ago, the rishis and the saints and the sages and the seers, they recognized that for us to, as human beings, to use this information that's in the Vedas, we need systems, right? So they developed a whole series of systems that were based on the Vedas. Like, for instance, they developed a system of health and wellness based on the Vedas. That system is known as Ayurveda. They developed a system of spirituality and philosophy based on the Vedas. The system is known as yoga, and there's 5 other philosophical and spiritual systems based on the Vedas. And like that, there are all these other systems. The system of the physical environment is called Vastu, and the system of Astrology and numerology is called Jyotish, and the Shastras and Artha Shastras and so forth. So one way to describe what I'm talking about here and what this initiative is we are creating the system that is based on the Vedas of commerce, which was never created. And if you think about it right now, it is the most important system that we have an opportunity now to come together and create. It's the missing Shastra system that we have in our tradition. You think about when was the last time a Shastra system was created? We now have an opportunity to create a brand new way of conducting ourselves in business that is Dharma first. And the reason this is so important is because if you pick any major societal challenge that we have, from climate change to wealth inequality, and you trace back to the root cause of what is actually driving this, what you will find is in every single case, either the root cause or a massive contributor to it is how we do business and how we make money. And what I'm talking about here is a fundamental transformation as to how business is done and how money is made. So because I don't have much more time here, I'll just share a very simple example of how the work unit actually changes under this model to kind of give a little bit of a concept of how this actually comes to life. And I'll share an example that surely all 200 plus of us have had in our jobs at one point or another. Let's pretend like you're going on stage to give a presentation. And I ask you, in the conventional world, what are you doing? You say, I'm going on stage to give a presentation and I'm feeling a little nervous. In the OBO model, if I ask you, what are you doing? You would say, I am working through my nervousness by giving a presentation. So you see the difference? In both cases, the presentation is getting done, but in the conventional case, the objective is the presentation, the material outcome. In the OBO model, the objective is inner peace by giving the presentation. In other words, the objective is for me to pursue my swadharma and get reconnected with myself by doing the actual work. And so I want to emphasize that this is not an either or model, that you can either pursue the dharma or you can do the work. No, no, no. This is actually changing what work is so that the primary objective is the pursuit of swadharma by doing the actual work. So I've actually already gone a little bit over, and I want to thank everybody for taking the time to listen. It's a very fascinating and impactful initiative. And if anybody would like to learn more, would love to connect with you after the conference.
So thank you so much, Devji. While you were presenting, I was looking at some of the comments that were coming. So I saw Jayji's comment that I quickly read is that, how about wealth creation rooted in dharma? And as the future of work is changing, I see this initiative or this model can surely be incorporated with there's a lot of, human touch to it rather than just, commercial gains. So thank you once again. And, I just wanted to share one thing that, I read when I was reading your bio, I read that, you had an epiphany and Obo was born. So we all can relate to this is that sometimes the dreams that come true are the dreams that you never even know you have, right? And so this is very insightful, and thank you so much. And before I go now from the West Coast to the rest of the US, as Devji mentioned about climate change, I wanted to bring to the attention of all the viewers about the devastation we had because of the wildfires in California and Oregon. Climate change is fueling those wildfires in the West, and climate change is real. So we are very honored to have with us our next speaker who works in the environmental services space. Pavan Vangipuram is a communications coordinator with the Healing Our Waters Great Lakes Coalition, an advocacy group dedicated in restoring and preserving the Great Lakes ecosystem, habitat, and freshwater. His talk is going to be on activism as dharma, a Hindu ethic of social justice. Pavan?
Hello, can everyone hear me? I hope.
Yes, we can.
Lovely. Thank you very much for having me. This is a very international audience. I'm a bit intimidated, but I'm sure everything will go fine. I wanted to talk a little bit about my upbringing. my parents are immigrants from India, so I was born and brought up in the United States. So this might be a little interesting to people from that perspective. And to talk a little bit about my Hindu upbringing and how it has informed some of my life decisions and kind of how I have formed an ethic kind of around my understanding. Before I begin, I do want to say these are my interpretations. I'm not a theologian. And these are things that I learned as a child. And so if I do get things incorrect or misinterpret things, I trust that you will not take that as a negative on my teachers who did the best job they could. And it's just very possible that I was a poor student. In any case, growing up, I was very much imbibed with the ethic of Dharma. Dharma is duty. And what I was taught about Dharma was the idea that it is related to your position within society. So you will have your Dharma as a son will be to listen to your parents and to honor them and do things. Your Dharma as a student will be to study appropriately and get good grades and so forth. But the interesting thing is that that changes over time. So my duty as a son, for instance, will change as I get older and my parents get older, but it is still the same Dharma. And I have taken this idea, this was something that was imbibed upon me from a very young age. And I think a very pivotal story in my life is the Bhagavad Gita story of Krishna's injunction to Arjuna, which is something that I took very much to heart. Now, this is my interpretation, but the crux of the story, as I understood it, was that Arjuna was kind of getting a bit of cold feet before this final battle. He was saying, you know, these are my cousins. This is going to cause a lot of bloodshed. Maybe this isn't worth it. Maybe we shouldn't fight, you know. Maybe like there's another way, and maybe we should just let them win even, you know, if it's going to cause all this bloodshed, it's not worth it. But Krishna says, the Lord Krishna said, no, that is not the correct way to think. That is actually bad. Because what's going to happen then, if you allow evil to win or this injustice to prevail, you know, you're going to be condemning future generations. It's just bad. This is not like doing your duty. Your duty is to combat this injustice. And so I took that very much to heart. And the way that I interpreted that was to say that I have a Dharma in my positionality as a person on this planet. And it is a positive duty to combat injustice. It is not enough to merely say, oh, well, I'm just like going to be a good person and just go about like my life and it'll be fine. It is actually a much more active injunction that is being placed upon me and upon everyone. I mean, really. And so to that, I kind of, you know, in my life, I went to university to become a chemical engineer, but I felt as though that would not be my duty in this world of not so great industrial practices, I guess. I don't want to go much further than that, but I thought that I could do better to my duty to the prevailing world by going into the nonprofit realm. And so previously I was working in the immigration field, trying to help people become US citizens and trying to help them get a more easy immigration regime. Has been a bit demoralizing, but and recently I've now shifted to the environmental field, which I had done some work in the past, but it's always being guided by this larger ethic of action and the larger need to seek out and combat injustice actively rather than simply just live my life and think that everything will be okay. And this is something that I think that I hope is a correct interpretation of how, you know, we should live as human beings with compassion and with a fidelity to a duty that goes beyond, you know, our own persons and possibly even our own, you know, immediate surroundings, but truly takes our position in the world as seriously as it deserves. and with all of the implications that has to offer. I do think, though, that despite the fact that the trappings of some of Hindu traditions and culture, I regret that I'm not as devout and following to, but I think the central core of the ethic is the thing that I hope to embody in my life, and also to pass on to my children whenever they may arrive. So with that said, I want to thank you very much for listening to me and my perspective, and I'm happy to answer questions, I suppose, if they arise. Thank you.
So thank you so much. So we are running very low on time now, and we still have 3 speakers to go. So our next speaker is Ananya Patti. She is a youth advocate, campaigner, and she's a campaigner against substance abuse. So her talk is going to focus on youth are the leaders of today. So Ananya.
Thank you so much, Priyaji. Good morning and namaskar to everyone. My name is Ananya Patti, and I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I'm currently in college studying public health and pre-law, and I would like to thank you all, just starting off, for your time, your patience, and your understanding as I explain probably one of the most essential concepts of our current time. I'm here today to discuss my work as a young leader, though I do believe so, I must present my identity to you first. I found my purpose on this planet, and ever since doing so, I've dedicated my all to sharing my passion with others. As a young advocate, my purpose is to mobilize the voices of other young leaders as they find their passions in the world alongside myself. I grew up in the suburbs of Madison, Wisconsin, knowing as a little girl that I wanted to change the world. I dreamed one day to make an impact on those around me, and little did I know that impact would spread to other states and nations beyond what I call my own. Growing up, I attended our local mandir, Gurudwara, and adopted principles of Buddhism that all stem from the same time period, but was all possible thanks to my incredibly inclusive and accepting parents. The concept of Dharma and Seva have become a focal point in the beginning of my career. Dharma, meaning my duty, my purpose, my drive that manifested itself in the physical world. And Seva, meaning how I brought this into fruition, what I did to change the lives of those around me. As a young advocate and consultant for an international nonprofit based in DC, I get to work in the field of substance misuse prevention with youth across the world. These youth are equipped with skills they need to go back into their communities and create sustainable, community-wide positive change. After training youth in our organization's curriculums, I created one of my own called Advocacy and Policy that trains youth on how they can create local and state laws in relation to substance misuse prevention in their communities. Turning my experience into a tangible curriculum to share with youth allows me to fulfill my purpose on this earth, and it is a privilege that I will be eternally grateful for. As leaders, especially during such a crucial time period in our history, we must utilize our knowledge and mobilize this new generation. I would not be acting in alignment with my dharma without adding in a portion of nurturing the youth of our world with the tools they need to create positive community change. Throughout my journey of training youth, giving speeches to thousands of people on Capitol Hill, and creating new policies such as statewide ones in Illinois, I have found myself in positions that have brought me some levels of discomfort. Found myself sitting next to our current president discussing substance misuse, or at the United Nations in Vienna with the tag United States Youth Delegate. But my entire journey was less about being Ananya Patti and more about being an agent for change in a world that needed support. I've said this before, and I will continue to say this, but what defines a leader is not his or her resume, but more the passion and intention behind the work that he or she does. Simply means that all the designations, all the titles, all the positions that we hold have no value if our intention behind those seats are not pure. For every step of the way, we must assure ourselves that we act in alignment with our highest self, the self that the divine knows the best. Regardless of race, religion, or any other differentiating attributes, these individuals must come together to create collaborative groups that work towards one common goal, whatever that truly may be. Ultimately, we need communities to come together towards a better tomorrow, not just for those who are susceptible to addiction like the work that I do, but alongside others who may be underprivileged in this entire planet as a whole as well. And this change begins with our youth. This is simply because youth are the leaders of today and tomorrow. Every movement in our history has stemmed from incredibly motivated and passionate youth that look towards the future with a perspective of passion and commitment. Their work to change our world manifests from their inner fuel in them that tells them to never stop fighting. With all the revolutions going on in our world right now, I can assure you that youth are the ones proving to others that Black Lives Matter, women rights matter, LGBTQ rights matter, and all these movements then gain traction for older generations later on. I've seen this with substance misuse prevention in my own field, and I've seen youth, including my own past self and current self, lead the way in changing policies, educating communities, and finding and collaborating with other established community members, much like yourself currently. With a faith like ours, it is truly our duty to hear these voices and do what we can to support the youth in their journey as being young advocates. So I urge you, the next time we see a movement or a cause that needs support, let us find the youth that are impacted by it. Let us guide them with the resources they need, the support they crave, and aid them in amplifying their voice. For this work of changing the entire world cannot be done by just the older generations. This would result in the same cycles we've been in our past generations. Not to say that change hasn't happened, it has, but it was done by the few that challenged the status quo, the ones that challenged what we thought was normal. And by equipping the new generation with the support and the resources they need, we are turning the majority of our population into change agents. We are creating a future with a better global climate, with fewer possible pandemics, and with less substance misuse, which means so much to me, and so much more. At its core, by investing in youth, we are investing in our future. Thank you, and namaskar.
Thank you so much, Ananya. And before I go to my next speaker, I want to quickly make an announcement for the next panel. We are running a bit late because we have still two more speakers they have to present their talk. So our next speaker is also a young leader, a politician. And when you have everything, when there are young people there are always new ideas that are that flow. So Neeraj Antani is a state representative from the Ohio's 42nd district, and his talk is going to focus on Hindu Americans in politics and policy. Neeraj?
Well, thank you, Priya. This is Neeraj Antani. Sorry I can't be on video. I had some technical difficulties, but thank you to Dr. Bunsel and to VHPA and everyone for having me once again. It's truly an honor. My name is Neeraj Antani. I serve as a state representative in the Ohio House of Representatives. I've been serving since 2014, and I'm proud to serve as the only Indian and Hindu American state elected official, state or federal elected official in Ohio, and also proudly the youngest Indian and Hindu elected official in the United States. As a Hindu elected official, I feel a very solemn duty that, yes, I'm a representative of my district, but I'm also, a voice for Hindus across Ohio, but also across the nation. As we know, we are seeing, more and more Indian elected officials get elected. Unfortunately, I don't know whether, many of them, unfortunately, live out their Hindu values or, frankly, talk about them in a way that will, benefit our community. It's important to elect, those of us who are Indian or are Hindu, but we need leaders who are willing to sort of own that Hinduism, or that Indianness, if you will. And so, that I believe is very important. I've spoken often about how, Hinduism in the United States is very much at a crossroads. There was a Pew Research poll conducted and has been conducted again recently that shows Hinduism is the least known religion, including from Buddhism, including, Islam, Judaism, Christianity, etc. And Americans' attitudes towards Hinduism is largely neutral. So for Christian and Judaism, it's, they're very known religions, and the thought on their religions is very positive. For Islam, it's very known, but the thought is very negative. For Hinduism, it's actually very neutral, which could be good, but could also be bad, because anything could tip it. And as someone who is a very public person, I am probably one of the more public Hindus in our country. It matters what I do, what other Hindu elected officials do in regards to our religion. I know a couple others have talked about, media and other segments of society. It matters how Hinduism is portrayed. And so, when we are, looking at, Indian Americans and Hindu Americans in office, I think it's very important to remember, what they actually do. I tell this story, about a VHPA temple that, they wanted to build. And the city council, just had height restrictions on buildings. But because of advocacy, they were able to build, the temple to the correct height. And so, advocacy at all levels of government, are very important. We see it right now in our federal government, with the reaction to the Indian government's decision on the abrogation of 370 and on CAA, both of which, I support. But unfortunately, not all Indian/Hindu elected officials have support. We have federally elected officials who claim to be Hindu and claim to be Indian who have become members of the Pakistan caucus. That is very, very troublesome, right? I think, we have to understand that, India, while, is a secular country, is one of the few and the main Hindu majority country. And India's decisions to abrogate 370 and, to do CAA, protect Hindus, is something the U.S., must support. And I believe that, our current federal administration has, even though certain, members of Congress have not. And so, if there's any, argument for, those to get involved in this public sphere, in, politics, in government, it is that. It is because, the federal administration and the Congress are going to decide, their policy on, supporting or not, India's decision on the abrogation of 370 and CAA. State governments are going to decide a variety of issues that, affect Hinduism. Local governments are going to decide, whether temples can be built through their planning and zoning measures. And so, all of these, different avenues are very, very important. And so, I truly appreciate, the opportunity to be with VHPA. Anything I can, be of service, please do let me know. And it's truly an honor for me to be one of the few Hindu elected officials in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now we are on to our final speaker, and politics currently is dividing us. So let's talk about something that unites us, that's art. So our final speaker is Sunanda Sahai, and she will be speaking on Mithila painting, Dharma, and symbolism. Sunanda ji, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Priya and Jayji and VHPA for this opportunity. When I was given the topic, Influence of Hindu Heritage of Life Choices and Decision, it actually gave me an opportunity to reflect on my own life, how we live our life with the choices. I was writing about the Mithila painting, Dharma, and symbolism and the connection in between. And then I was at the same time reflecting on my life and how it led to the art and my practicing it. My parents were just beginning their internship to be licensed as doctors when I was born. They were super busy with their gruesome hours of internship and struggled to raise me. Both sides of my grandmothers came to the rescue and took me in. And thus I grew up as a toddler watching my dadi perform long puja and rituals. When I grew up a little bit and came to live with my parents, they were surprised to see that I would pick a talcum powder can, offer it flowers and incense, and do the puja the same way I had seen my dadi do it. Instead of playing with dolls, I was busy with puja rituals. My parents were not too happy as they did not believe in such religious rituals, that too at such an early age. At the age of 5, I held my first Janmashtami fasting that absolutely delighted my dadi, but did not please my parents. Every summer, I would visit my nani, and being a bookworm, I would rummage through her house to find books. Guess what I found at her house to fill my voracious reading appetite? Ramayana, Mahabharata, Gita, and a monthly religious magazine called Kalyan. My parents could barely tolerate my regular fasting and puja, but became alarmed when all of a sudden I turned into a vegetarian. They were wondering if I might renounce the world next. This is how I was growing up, making choices. When I decided not to be a doctor and started my undergrad, my parents thought that it was time for me to get married. One of their criteria was that the groom had to be a non-vegetarian. They found such a family and totally adored my husband. Interestingly, my mother-in-law loved that I held occasional fasting and did regular puja. Moreover, my husband practiced yoga and meditation every day, and as spiritual as I had been. Life was right back to where I had started as a child. After my marriage, I earned master's in literature, and I was teaching in a college while pursuing my PhD. And then came an interesting turn in our life. My husband decided to study MBA at U Chicago. He came to US and I went to live with my parents so that I get help raising our boys. My mom suggested that I learn Mithila painting, which was the famous folk art of Bihar, my home state. I grew up with this ancient art form all around me as my parents were great patrons of this art and supported several artists by buying or commissioning their works. The origin of the art form is considered to be the Ramayana. Princess Sita was from Mithila and was known as Mathili, which is now the language of Mithila where I grew up. The art form basically depicts the stories from our epics and daily lives and rituals of Mithila. Mind you, the art form is 2,500 years old at least. Since I was familiar with the stories from our epics, I decided to take lessons while I was with my parents and waiting to join my husband in US. It was just a hobby at that time, and after I joined my husband in Chicago, I decided to devote my time to raising our boys, being around them and volunteering at their school. I forgot all about the art I had so painstakingly learned. A few years later, we moved to Massachusetts. I was again busy volunteering at schools, libraries, and other community places where I learned that Peabody Essex Museum is organizing an event on India and is looking for an Indian painter who can paint in Indian folk style. They were inaugurating M.F. Husain's painting Mahabharata and combining with a book signing by Shashi Tharoor of his book Mahabharata. I was invited to conduct a workshop based on the same theme. What a great opportunity. I had never even imagined of having such an opportunity. It seemed that God gave me the direction of my life. I conducted a wonderful workshop there, and after that, I never looked back. I created a series of Ramayana and Mahabharata paintings and have displayed since then these paintings everywhere in New England, conducted dozens of workshops, talks, and residency in most of the museums, schools, colleges, including Harvard University, and received several awards by towns and the state. Now I teach this art so that it continues to flourish and doesn't recede with me. In my art classes, my students and I discuss various stories from our epics, and I let them choose what they want to paint based on the stories and philosophy they explored. And thus, my days pass in teaching and preserving our priceless Hindu heritage. When I get an opportunity to go back to India, I try to learn art forms from other regions and teachers. Over time, I learned several folk and tribal art forms of India. It is becoming easier for me to visualize and paint the stories from our timeless epics. As I delve deeper in our epics, I learn about the science, philosophy, and symbolism behind the stories and their characters. Symbolism is a whole different theme in folk art that needs to be discussed separately. I will just mention one example of symbolism from the story of Krishna and gopis, searching for him that symbolizes soul and super soul. Gopis keep searching for Krishna, not realizing that he resides within themselves. Same way we keep looking for God everywhere without realizing that he resides within us. In fact, even the name Radha, which is the reverse of Dhara, means a stream that flows back to the source. Shiva is considered to be the first yogi. If you remember the story of Mahabharata, the five Pandavas, they symbolize the five sense organs. And you have to, if you do not keep them in control, if we do not check them, that can lead to destruction. I'm intrigued how my life has taken a full circle without any planning from me. My life choices and decisions were already planned for me. All I needed to do was to become open to these possibilities. Support the folk art if you can, because they have our deepest roots, culture, and history in that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I sincerely apologize to our next panel because we ran over our time. But let's work on the great takeaways we had from hearing these speakers, and let's turn those learnings into actions. Thank you very much for joining, and thank you for being patient with us. Namaste.
Namaste, and my sincere gratitude to all the panel members of panel 5, and thank you, Priyaji, for conducting the panel. We were a little over, but I think the topics were so interesting and the panel members were so persuasive with their presentation. So I'm hoping that the audience didn't mind. And now we bring on the panel 6, that is Havan, Hindu American Vanaprasthi Network. So I now introduce Kumar Daveji and Dr. Vinod Gupta, who are going to be the moderators of this panel. A brief introduction of Kumar Daveji. He lives in Indianapolis and is a professional engineer. He's also a Balagokulam teacher, Ekal coordinator, and a Havan coordinator. Dr. Vinod Gupta obtained his doctorate degree in solid state physics from Imperial College London, and is currently working in optical system division of Broadcom Incorporated. His expertise is in the area of fabrication of optical devices deployed in high-speed networks of telecom, datacom, and cloud applications. I now welcome Kumar Daveji and Vinod Gupta ji. The floor is yours, and we will start the panel 6. Thank you.
Namaste, everyone. My father used to say, man proposes and God disposes. We are a little late here, but we'll be in time later on. Good morning. Namaste, everyone. I'm Kumar Dave from Hindu Temple of Central Indiana. I and Vinod Gupta are the coordinator for this panel. Welcome to panel 6, Havan. The acronym Havan stands for Hindu American Vanaprasthi Network. It has got 4 words, We all are Hindus. We all are Americans. Some of us are Vanaprasthis, and the network of Vanaprasthi is Havan. Let's start with who is Vanaprasthi. According to Hinduism, life is divided into 4 quarters: Brahmacharya, Grahastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyas. Beautiful and meaningful division. Each stage has its own period, goals, and objectives. Vanaprasthi, which is retired life, should be conflict-free. Aranyakand. Spirituality should be the foundation for this stage. Dayanand Saraswati said that retirement planning should not only be financial planning, it should be free from anxiety and worries. Little bit about Havan history. 10 years ago, in GC meeting in Florida, a need to form a network of seniors was discussed, and Havan was formed with the objective of engaging Vanaprasthis into meaningful activities, more than vacationing and grandchildren. 100,000 Indians retired in last 10 years. Another 100,000 will retire in next 10 years. We would like to engage this group to give back to the society, basically from consumer to contributor. Short-term goal of Havan is to conduct one-day conference in various cities of US. We have conducted 10 such conferences so far. The topic for the discussions are Seva, networking, financial planning, and health. We also discussed challenges and opportunities of Vanaprasthi group, when to retire, where to retire. We also discussed role of women in Vanaprasthi stage, interaction with the younger generation, and what legacy we want to pass into the next generation. Long-term goal is to form a network of Vanaprasthi and engage them into meaningful activity. VHP has entered into Vanprasthi stage, 50th year. Let's pass on our experience, knowledge, and wisdom to the next generation. I would like to recognize two individuals from VHPA who inspired us to conduct the Hindu Heritage Family Camp for last 20 years in Indianapolis, Dr. Abhay Asthana and Sanjay Mehta. We also conducted Bal Gokulam for last 20 years at Indiana Temple, and also were a host for HMEC in 2017. And like many cities, Indianapolis Community and Temple has been engaged, initiated, and organized many events in collaboration with VHPA, Bal Gokulam, Hindu Heritage Family Camp, ECHL, HMEC, and Havan. We have many publication books come out of that HMEC and VHPA initiative, like Antesti Sanskar book, Viva Sanskar book, which are available at VHP website. We also have Hindu Heritage Family Camp 20 years book, which will be available at 50th anniversary celebration. So these are all the publication and what we have accomplished in the past. We have a great panel today who will be sharing their experience and discussing legacy of Hindus in America, past, present, and future. At this time, I will introduce the moderator for this panel, Dr. Yash Lakra, a retired surgeon who has been actively involved in social, political, and religious issues affecting Hindus and Indians in Michigan for the last 50 years. He is the president of India League of America, Michigan, past president of VHPA, past chairman of the board of trustees of ECHL. He also served as president and chairman for Bharatiya Temple of Detroit. I have known Dr. Lakra for 15 years. It's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Lakra, who is a Bhishma Pitama of this panel, a moderator for this session. Over to Lakraji. Thank you. Lakraji, you are on mute, please. Can you unmute? Yes, you are fine.
Namaskar. Thank you, Kumarji, for this introduction. And I think I'm so glad to be here this morning, this almost afternoon now. First thing, thank you everybody who is attending this virtual seminar, Elections at 50, celebrating the 50th anniversary of Vishwa Hindu Parishad. I'm so honored and glad that I've been associated with Vishwa Hindu Parishad, not from the day one, but for the last many years. Today, this seminar, the Havan, which already been described, what Havan is, it is the association of, that's not, about it, that is older persons. American society, and for that matter, most of the societies are youth-oriented. And the older people sometimes are considered dispensable, are not considered valuable to the society. But our heritage, which we are talking about today, and we have heard so much already about it, is different. I think I have to say this very good shloka, which is very, very relevant to this thing. We say, Yana Sava Yatra na Santi Vridha, Sana Vridha Yatra na Charati Dharma. So no association, no meeting, no conference is complete or useful without the presence or inclusion of older people. But there is a caveat: the older people are worth their salt, or worth their value if they follow Dharma. We have had a lot of discussion, talk about Dharma already, and I'm not going to elaborate too much on that, but suffice is to say that we define Dharma as Ya Dharyati Sa Dharma, which sustains and supports the society, the individual, the family, the business. That is Dharma. So as has been, Dharma is not a static thing. It changes with your situation, changes with your position. So we want in the Havan, the participation of, not only in Havan, in all our activities, participation of older individuals who understand and follow Dharma. And for that, we have an excellent panel of specialists, panelists here, and who will be speaking on the various topics related to the main theme of this convention, the virtual convention, as well as their field of expertise. And I will first, the panelists will speak for a few minutes each, and then there will be a discussion among the panelists. And if there are some questions, the question will be asked and will be answered. So I will go with the panelists first. I want to introduce the first panelist, Professor Prasad Jayanti. Let me see, I see his picture somewhere or not. Dr.
He's
Prasad.
on the panel.
I'm here,
okay.
Lakraji.
Okay. Dr. Prasad is a PhD in computer science, and he's a professor of computer science at Dartmouth College. His passion is not only at the education in computer science, but also synthesizing spiritual aspect, not a religious or a conventional religious thing. The spiritual education or spiritual training with the mainline or so-called secular education. So Professor Prasad Jayanti, you have the floor, you have the screen. So you start, and then after that, stay within your time limit, and then we'll continue from that. Dr. Prasad Jayanti.
Thank you very much, Lakraji. And namaste, everyone. And thank you, Abhay Asthana ji and Jay Bansal ji, for inviting me to this panel. And I can't tell you how happy and honored I'm feeling to be in front of you and to share my views. So what have we, people of Bharatiya descent and followers of Sanatana Dharma, what have we accomplished in the last 50 years? And what should our aspirations be in the next 50 years? This is the broad topic on which I was asked to share some views, drawing especially from my experience as a university professor and mentor of youth in the last 30 years. And I'm very happy to share my thoughts as they are. So, Vijnanam, which concerns the knowledge of the material universe, is of course essential for human sustenance and happiness. And as we know, Hindu Americans have contributed immensely to all Vijnanic fields, be they education, medicine, scientific discovery, technological advancement, finance, management, every field that you can think of. And this is a tremendous achievement that we all are and we ought to be very proud of. Here is something where I believe we need to congratulate ourselves even more enthusiastically. And that is, we have not forgotten our ancient wisdom that Vijnanam or material progress alone cannot bring us true happiness. And Vijnanam has to go hand in hand with Jnanam, which concerns the knowledge of the self, our own inner nature, how we relate to the nature around us, to the people around us, to all living beings around us, to the entire universe. And what does Jnanam do? Well, it can bring unsurpassed joy, tranquility, and contentment to the individual. It can bring harmony to the families, to the society, and to the entire world. So, the true achievement of Hindu Americans, I believe, is that in the midst of all the glitter and abundant material comfort that surrounds us in America, we have not forgotten the ancient wisdom that is passed down to us from millennia ago from our rishis, that Jnanam has to go hand in hand, side by side with Vijnanam for the attainment of true happiness or Anandam. Okay, so we have built innumerable temples, ashrams, seva organizations, educational networks, and for youth, for children, and many avenues for learning our classical music, dance, all of which are a way that our children, our youth, and all of us, regardless of age, can use as resources for the continuance of Sanatana Dharma, which is the basis for human happiness. So this is a contribution not just to Hindus and the Hindus of next generations, but this, I believe, is a great contribution that our people have given to all Americans and to the world. And so this is our biggest achievement in the last 50 years. Doing this even better, drawing from all the experience that we have over the 5 decades or more, should be our aspiration going into the next 50 years or beyond. Namaste. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Yashji, kindly unmute yourself. Yashji.
Lakraji, you're on mute.
Okay, I'm okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I have to do it every time. The next speaker is Shrimati Tara Narasimhan. She is the president of Hindus of Greater Houston, and also she hosts a weekly radio program in Houston on Hindu Dharma. And she is very compassionate, very much involved in propagating and communicating with the media. And she's going to talk to us on her favorite topic of media relation, communication, and propagating Hindu values and ethos. Shrimati Tara Narasimhan. Taraji.
Namaskar to all. I'm very fortunate to call America my home for the past 40 years. My husband joined me 53 years ago. We are now happily retired and enjoying our Vanaprasthi status. While growing up in India, the seeds of Sanatan Dharma were sown in me. But having come here, I'm connecting with Sanatan Hindu Dharma activities as much as possible. Today, I talk about Prachar. Publicity on the radio was started by a visionary, Padmakant Khambati ji, who started it 30 years ago. This is to dispel misconceptions as well as share the timeless knowledge, the wisdom that comes from our Vedas, our scriptures, Ramayana and Mahabharata, and also it teaches the moral values. Everyday life, we face a situation, we get answers from many of the stories, the kathas, from the Puranas and the Upapuranas, and it has solutions for every situation in our life. We also do Sanskrit chants, melodious music, and soulful bhajans on our radio that reaches out to non-Indians as well, and we get a very good feedback. The next topic I will cover will be Prasar, which is reaching out to the community. We had yet another visionary, Raj Sealji, who thought 30 years ago to bring all the Hindus together, unity among Hindus. That we showcased our traditions, our music, our dance, our children's costume contest and Dandiya Ras, and celebrating one grand festival at the Houston George Brown Convention Center, attracting about 7,000 to 8,000 people to enjoy our evening of Krishna Janmashtami. We also celebrate our Hindu youth, who are the future leaders of tomorrow. We have 2 wings under HGH, which are the Young Hindus of Greater Houston and the Hindu Heritage Youth Camp, completely run by the youth, for the youth, and to the youth. Sanatan Hindu Center hosts the radio program Voice of Sanatan Hinduism, and the portions of the segment is shared by Sri Meenakshi Temple, Hindus of Greater Houston, and many other organizations. We announce, interview, and also invite special guests to our radio program, especially the youth. I congratulate VHP on its 50 years, happy birthday, and also the World Hindu Council for arranging this wonderful 2-day seminar, which was exceedingly well done. Also, I would like to chant one prayer for the universal peace, and It comes from our voice of Sanatan Hinduism, actually. Let me chant it. Swasti prajabhyah paripalayantam nyayena margena mahim mahishah go brahmanebhyah subhamastu nityam loka samasta sukhino bhavantu kayena vacha manasendriye va buddhyatmana va prakrite swabhavat karomi yadyat sakalam parasmai narayanaayeti samarpayami. May all be in peace. May all have Om Shanti. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dharaji. Now, the next panelist is not only the panelist for this particular section, he's the convener of the whole virtual conference of Reflections at 50. Our panelist who was supposed to be here, Shri Dhirubhai, somehow he had to get out of this thing for some reasons. So Shri Jai Bansalji in the last minute volunteered to participate and fill in the gap. And I'm sure that he will fill in more than this gap. Dr. Bansal, I think known to everybody, he's the convener of this Reflections at 50. Jai Bansal retired in 2014 as the Chief Scientific Officer and Global Technological Advisor from a global petrochemical company. He is also associated with Argonne National Laboratory as a Distinguished Fellow, where he acted as advisor to the Argonne scientists as well as the US Department of Energy. He is the member of the Governing Council of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad of America, or World Hindu Council of America. And as I already mentioned, he is the convener of Reflections at 50. So, Jai Bansalji, you have the screen and the floor.
Thank you, Lakharaji. Thank you for your kind introduction. And namaste, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Pleasure to listen to all the wonderful speakers and panelists that have gone before us. I'm, as Lakharaji said, I'm substituting for Dhiru Shahji, who had some last-minute health issues. So our thoughts and prayers are with Dhiruji for his speedy and full recovery. With that, let me first point out my own little bit of history so you know where I'm coming from. I came to North America in 1968. I got my postgraduate degrees and I worked for a large petrochemical organization for about 38 years, and I retired 6 years ago. So when I say something about Vaanaprasthis, it is an insider's view, not an outsider's view. So with that, what I would like to do as an opener is talk about what is Hindu perspective of what Vaanaprasthi is and what his or her roles and responsibilities are in the society. Because I think there's a lot of confusion about that. So our social scientists of yore, our rishis, they have given us this wonderful model to think of our life cycle in 4 stages. The first stage is obviously a student stage where your job is to grow up, grow strong, gather knowledge, gather skills so that you can become a contributing member of the society. No confusion there. The next stage is the Grihastha ashram, where you're supposed to raise family, create wealth for the society, and give progeny to the society so that society can continue to survive and perpetuate. I think those 2 stages, there's no confusion at all. Everyone understands that's what their roles and responsibilities are. I think there's a lot of confusion about the 3rd and 4th stage, quite honestly. In the 3rd stage, the Vaanaprasthi stage that we are talking about on this panel, you have presumably discharged your duties towards your immediate family. You've raised children, they are on their own, and they are becoming contributing members of the society. And you have presumably accumulated sufficient wealth to live on for the rest of your life. Okay, so now what are you supposed to do? Quote unquote, you retire. But what does that mean? I mean, are you free to loaf around? Are you free to socialize, travel, and pass bad jokes on WhatsApp and Facebook? I I don't think so. If that's our reading of our Rishi's view of what Vanaprastha is supposed to be, then I think we are sadly mistaken. The idea is that you have discharged your duties towards your immediate family, and now your society becomes your family. Society at large becomes your responsibility. Your attention, all your skills, all your experience, everything that you own as a person is supposed to be dedicated to the society at large. And I think that's a view that sometimes gets mixed because the word Vanaprastha sounds like, you go to the forest and do some silly stuff there. That is absolutely not what our rishis meant to tell us. So, and then we come to the current generation of Vanaprasthis. These are the people who came like me in mid 60s to mid 70s. They are now quote unquote retired and in their golden years. And remember, these are highly qualified individuals. At that time, you could not come here unless you had exceptional educational background. So these are people who have tremendous, skills, academic skills, actual life experiences. They have a lot of accomplishments under their belt. So they are a valuable resource. And we as a society, we as a Hindu community simply cannot afford to let them wither away. We have to utilize this tremendous resource for the betterment of not only our community but the community at large. So that's I guess my opening statement, and they have already done a lot, and we'll talk about that as the discussion goes on. But my message to all our Vanaprasthis is your job is not over. We expect a lot more from you in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayji. Before I introduce the next panelist, I've been watching this seminar since yesterday, and the four Purusharth have been mentioned more than once. Abhayji called it a 4-lane highway, and that is our objective in life. But Charak Samhita, Charak was the ancient Hindu Indian physician who wrote the Charak Samhita, and he says, Dharma Artha Kam Mokshasya Shariram Mool Uttamam. For your objective, the four objective, to realize that, to gain that, you need your body in a fit situation. That's why the next speaker comes in, and I'm sure she is not Vanaprasthi age, but she is Dr. Revati Parthi, and she is a medical doctor. She's a hospitalist. She specializes in geriatrics, the medicine of older individuals. And she is going to talk about these Vanaprasthi people, how can they stay fit, and they're in a condition to obtain their four Purusharthas. So Dr. Revati ji.
Namaste, everyone. I'm honored to be here today on this panel, along with some extremely knowledgeable subject matter experts. When I read their credentials, I was a little bit nervous. And then when I was told that the topic of discussion for today is legacy, I was a little bit more nervous, because legacy is a very heavy word. Oftentimes, it is associated with death and terminality. But as I dwelt more into it, I realized that legacy, like Jay Bansalji said, it's leaving behind a rich knowledge base for our future generation. A bank of knowledge which is filled with information, life experiences, life messages, technology, and sciences. And if that is the case, our ancient Hindu sciences has so much to offer our future generation. I am a geriatrician and a hospitalist, which means I get to see the whole spectrum of health. I get to see people at this end, at wellness in the community, to all the way towards illness in the hospital or in hospice. When we talk about our ancient Hindu health sciences, it focuses on person as a whole, mind, body, spirit, which is the holistic medicine concept. And now the modern Western medical sciences is embracing that concept too. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm excited to spend the next hour with you. Thank you for having me here.
Okay, thank you very much, Revati ji. I think part of your, I just want to say, related to what you have said, I want to read this shloka from Bhagavad Gita. This is from chapter 6, 17 shloka, which says, Yukta ahar viharasya, yukta cheshtasya karamasu, yukta swapan avabodhasya, yoga bhavati dukkhaha. Here Krishna, in the chapter 6, which pertain to Raj Yoga, is emphasizing moderation. The person, in order to attain yoga, which will remove your misery, you have to be moderate in eating, moderate in your work effort, moderate in your sleep, moderate in your awaken. So we have this ancient wisdom already there. I'm sure this will come into discussion again when we move on to the discussion part of it. I have this question, especially to Jay Bansalji, and maybe other panelists can pick up. The question is, the Hindus and Indians in US have achieved spectacular success. We are CEO of many multinational Fortune 500 companies. But in your opinion, where have we lacked in certain achievements in US as Hindus or Indians? At that part, I would like you to discuss, but other panelists also can join in if they feel they have something to contribute. Jayji.
Thank you, Lakaraji, for that question. Let me first just talk a little bit about the legacy in the first place, what we have actually contributed, and then we can talk about things that we could have done better. As a stat, in the current generation of 1+3s, as I said, they started coming in mid-60s after the 1965 Immigration Act. Before that, there were only about 12,000 of us of Indian origin in this country. Today we are 3.9 million. So when we talk about the contribution of 1+3s, everything has happened that we see today, that is, has any Hindu or Indian element to it, actually has happened on their watch. Before that, the infrastructure just wasn't there. We did not have critical mass. So their contributions actually are, I can speak in three different buckets, three different segments, if you like. Wealth creation, holistic living, spirituality. We can also talk about cuisine and arts, but that's not on my list. Those are great contributions, but we can take them off separately. So in terms of wealth creation, today we are 1% of the population, and 5% of the physicians in America are of Indian origin. So we are punching 5 times our weight in that segment. I think there is not, it's not an exaggeration to say that there's probably not an American who has not seen an Indian doctor or has not been seen by an Indian doctor. We contribute $1 trillion to the economy of this nation. That's, again, 5% of the GDP of United States. 50% of the low and mid-range hospitality industry is actually owned and operated by people of Indian origin. So we can discount some of the contributions, or we can, when we talk about the IT industry, all the industry infrastructure that has been created in the last 30 years, we can say, well, 1+3s probably didn't have much contribution there. But the reality is, there were legions of scientists and engineers who were working in Bell Labs and other institutions of research, creating the groundwork for, that led to the IT revolution in 90s and so on and so forth. So a lot of the credit accrues to current 1+3s in that area as well. So this is, you could say, well, these people were just earning a living. True, but in the process of earning a living, they were creating wealth for the nation. That's how wealth is created in the society. And yeah, they were creating well-paying jobs, they were paying taxes, so that's how wealth is created in the nation. Holistic living. I mean, yoga was only a word. Ayurveda was unheard of. Vegetarianism, veganism, things like that. Those are now part of the lexicon, everyday lexicon. That has happened on the watch of One Prestige. Spirituality, I think that's, the One Prasthi generation is part of a continuum that started with Swami Vivekananda at the end of 19th century, but they contributed to it over the last 50 years as well. I think those are all great contributions, and I think we should be proud of our current generation of One Prasthis for having made these wonderful contributions. The question is, what is the reason for these contributions, and what is the reason the next generation is doing fairly well in terms of education, in terms of getting good jobs, and so on and so forth. And that reason, I think, has to go back to our Hindu Dharma and the value system that we instilled, that our parents instilled in us and we instilled in our children. The question is that durable? Have we created the groundwork to make that and the value system durable and perpetuated going down the road? I think that's where we may have some unfinished work, and I think we need to explore that issue a little bit further. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, JG. The next question I have from Dr. Revati. The three pillars of maintaining good health is nutrition, exercise, and good sleep. So could you please give us some views of the nutrition, exercise, and sleep in the perspective of the older individuals or one plus the age group?
I think that nutrition is a lifelong process. Continuously trying to put good things into your body builds a body which is able to sustain and has good immunity and is able to protect itself from the carcinogenic effects and cancers and things like that. So that's like an ongoing process. And our Hindu culture and Hindu cuisine and the foods which we eat have tremendous amount of good nutrition. A lot of our spices, for example, what we call it as a golden spice or a turmeric, right now has gained so much rep over the West and has been there in our cuisine for years and centuries. Actually, India is the #1 producer of turmeric. It produces and it consumes most of the turmeric, and it's the biggest exporter of turmeric. And now the West has learned all the good properties of that golden spice turmeric, and it's packaged and marketing it back again to the world in the form of turmeric lattes and turmeric shots. Same thing with ginger. I mean, we have been incorporating all these superfood micro amount on a daily basis for years and centuries, and now West is discovering the ginger and bringing it out as chai latte on the food shelves and in big bistros. Same thing with the sleep. Sleep is very essential. Maintaining a good physical exercise routine and a good diet kind of helps you get good night's sleep. And I think Jayaji brought up that yoga concept. Yoga is gaining so much reputation over the West Coast. I think yoga is the biggest cultural export from India. West took yoga, repackaged it, and brought it back out into the world, and world just took it as if it belongs to West, but actually it came from our own ancestors. And yoga improves your skeletal health, bone health. It protects you from falls and fractures. And when you combine yoga with meditation, it improves your mental clarity, your memory, protects you from dementia. It improves your immunity so much so. So a combination of all these ancient Hindu health sciences, the nutrition, the sleep, the good yoga, all these in combination gives rises to a good, healthy body.
Thank you very much, Dr. Revati. The next question is to Tharaji, and as I said, other panelists can pick it up. Is there an image problem of Hindu religion in US or Western world? If there is one, what is this? Why it is there, and what is the solution for that?
Can I clarify the question again, please?
Is there an image problem of Hinduism in US and Western world? Negative image of Hinduism.
Well, that has been more in the publicity as well as the people in the news media. They do misconceptions and misinformation. These are the things that has been happening. We don't know the reasons or the causes for it, but the solution is you have to seek the right answers from the right sources, actually. And Hindu Dharma is Sanatana Dharma is universal. See, like one prayer, yesterday, the Annapurneshwari prayer, this says, Sada Purnesh Shankaran Jnana Vallabe. So we are saying that God is in the three worlds. And we claim that each one of us have God inside of us. We respect each other. And we know that the person who says anything negative in the media, they are provoking our kind of sensations on this, that we have to be more firmer about our beliefs and our faith. I think that will carry us to a very large extent. And you know that Revati talked about the importance of yoga. I am a living example. 7 months ago, I had a bypass surgery. And once my doctor cleared me, the first thing happened to me, I'm very fortunate to join a yoga class every day. And this goes for 1.5 hours, which helps me to define my life all over again. And it became a big blessing that my health, I am as fit and I'm able to, the doctor told me that this is the best medicine that I could have given you. And I'm very happy they have done research papers on yoga at the Texas Medical Center. And they all have found yoga meditation is one of the main things that we resist. We don't say anything. We take it in spirit and we kind of keep the definitions of negativeness negative. So that way we have to be proud. And also as grandparents and parents, we hold the torch of the lofty ideals. So at any point, I said we have answers in our scriptures, but the experienced grandparents and parents can always guide you. As long as we have good people guiding us, I think we are in the right path.
Something I want to piggyback Taraji's response. There was a previous panel speaker, I want to say it was Mr. Anurag Saxena from Singapore, and he brought up very beautifully why it's being negatively portrayed, even though Nirbhaya case and few other cases happened at the same day, but it's all about how media is portraying India as a rape capital. So I think partly it's the trouble with the media and how it is being portrayed.
Dr. Prasad, the question to you is the same question, especially the college age going Hindu youth or Hindu kids. How can they confront the bullies or the people who are doing negative imaging on them or taunting them about Hindu religion and some of the aspects which is portrayed in the media? So how do you deal with the Hindu youth in the colleges? Dr. Prasad?
You're on mute, I think.
Oh, again.
Yeah, I'm unmuted now. Good question. And I'll address that as well as the unfinished business and a well-done business and an unfinished business that JG also alluded to in his response to your question. By the way, one thing very positive that I would like all of you to know and feel very happy about is that Dartmouth, as you know, is one of the Ivy League universities. And in the central part of the Dartmouth campus, we have a Saraswati Mandiram. And to the best of my knowledge, I mean, this was the first, and probably still is the only dedicated mandiram in a campus. And we thank Dartmouth, for making this possible. And so we also have a very vibrant Hindu student organization called Shanti, for which, I've had the privilege of acting as the faculty advisor since its inception about 18 years ago. So through these, I have come into contact with a great many Hindu students. And I mean, about 30, 35 undergraduates who express some interest in Hinduism, I get to know their names each year. About one or two of them, I mean, are raised in a way that they know a lot about our Dharma even as they come in. And about half a dozen through the course of their 4 years express interest and engage themselves actively in learning about our Dharma. We discuss, we read together, we meet frequently at the temple where we have daily pujas, by the way. And we celebrate our events like Deepavali being the biggest annual event where, I mean, we place over 5,000 lamps in the central part of the campus and bring in the entire community, the college community, as well as the town community. So about, I would say, I mean, half a dozen to 8 people or so graduate each year with a good understanding and a passion and a love for the Dharma, for Sanatana Dharma. And but we are missing a lot of them. So to address directly your question, Lakraji, is we cannot defend ourselves unless we first know about our Dharma and develop a love for it and feel confident and feel proud of what it has to offer. And I'm so sorry to say, while I mean all these great activities go on and we are able to reach a small fraction of the Hindu student population, a large fraction is out of our reach, even at Dartmouth. And so how do we bring a turnaround? We have to bring a turnaround for us to be able to defend against the kinds of things you addressed in your question and the kinds of things, I mean, that Taraji and Revati were just mentioning. Look, I have the happy situation of wearing 2 hats. I teach computer science and I also love Dharma, right? So what do we do in computer science? We make it exciting, right? We make it exciting. I mean, they pursue science, computer science with great vigor because 1, it's a beautiful subject, I can vouch for it. And 2, it earns them respect and a great livelihood. So it has a direct benefit. So we need to show these 2 things. I mean, that something is beautiful and something gives you a benefit for anything to be pursued. And the same holds for our Dharma too. Fortunately, our Dharma, I mean, the various aspects of it are beautiful and they have a direct benefit. They give you happiness, which is the ultimate striving of all humanity. So, but we need to convey, how do we convey these? We need to convey these in terms that they understand. For instance, how many of our students know, and I know that they don't, many of them don't, calculus was invented, calculus, which every student goes through, was invented 200 years before Newton or Leibniz. Fibonacci sequences, which come and which every computer scientist knows about, don't come from Fibonacci of the 12th century Italy, but 1,000 years before Fibonacci by Pingala, our rishi. And Panini's grammar is the basis of all linguistics. And it's the only perfect grammar for any natural language. So say these things and the students can appreciate these things. And once they are taken in, once they feel extremely proud, confident, and once that happens, I mean, there is no going back. They will be much greater ambassadors than I can ever be of our Dharma. And so we need to approach things through things that they understand so that they first feel that pride and love. And then, I mean, the rest of the things get addressed. I would say currently bullying does happen. It has happened, for instance, on our own campus, and our response has not been great. I mean, I will not go into details for just lack of time, but we need to build confidence and respect and pride in our own community through imparting knowledge in a way that they can appreciate, and then these things will get corrected. I'm very optimistic, but then there is a lot of unfinished job that we all have to engage in.
Thank you very much. Before I continue, Vinodji, could you tell me the time limit, how much time is left for us?
Lakraji, we are running late, so I would request one final round of question for each panelist, if you can keep it to last questions. and that would be very helpful. Though seems to be a lot of questions from audience. They are very excited to hear from every one of our panel, but unfortunately we don't have that much time. One question came from you, Dr. Lakraji. What is the secret of yours keeping your good health yourself?
Okay, I was
very
going to bring it up. First thing is this, that I'm not a scholar, but I have learned Sanskrit and I have learned Bhagavad Gita and I have memorized many shlokas, but that has been the basis of me participating. Yoga asanas, I am very, very adept. At age 81, I can do almost all asanas of yoga as well as pranayama. And I give all the credit, and I personally think that this is a gold mine which we have, but we don't explore it. And I can tell you how good I feel by 81, you can imagine. But anyway, the question which I had asked Prasadji, Dr. Prasad, I think there is I have to say one shloka in Bhagavad Gita say, Udreyad Atman Atmanam Na Atmanam Vasadayet Atmaiv He Atmano Bandhur Atmaiv Ripu Atmana. Lift yourself by yourself. Don't start looking somebody else is going to come and help me. Don't ever put yourself down. The other religion are calling yourself a sinner or something. Don't put yourself ever down. You are your best friend and you are your worst enemy. So it all comes to each individual. Don't put yourself down. That Krishna is telling us. And I personally think that aspect we have to learn and also teach, that don't put yourself down. In there, some other panelists, the question had come up, some academics, and most of the academics and most of the people in the media who put negative images of Hindu religion, Hindu Dharma, they are Hindus. And I always remember a Urdu shair. I think I have to say that I don't only know Sanskrit, I know some Urdu also. Uske dil ke fafole jal uthe, सीने के दाग से, इस घर को आग लग गई घर के चिराग से. Most of the people who harm Hindu religion and Hindu Dharma are Hindus. And I think we have to reach out to them. But I think I will say that each panelist has some closing remarks. And after that, Vinod is going to say something. So we start in the same order. Dr. Prasad, a brief closing remarks. Then Taraji, then Jayji and Revati. So have the closing remarks, please. So we'll start with Dr. Prasad.
Okay. I'll try to be brief. I mean, as I'm sure it has come through, my passion lies in imparting an education that's a happy marriage of Vijnanam and Jnanam. So bring Sanatana and Sanutana together. And we can do that. And I'm very optimistic about it. And I want to demonstrate that it can be done, I mean, in a very effective way. This is not a new demonstration. Innumerable people have done it, but we will continue to be doing this. So I would like to spend my retirement, Vanaprasthashramam, as beautifully explained by Jaiji, in working with schools and school children to enable this to happen. By the time they graduate from high school, it should be, not only should they be well-versed in science and math and go to top universities and study these things, but they should be well-versed in Sanskrit, in their Matrabhasha, in their own mother tongue, and well-versed in our literature and in our history, and be confident ambassadors of the Dharma that they represent, because this Dharma is universal and is the sprout of all happiness to all humanity. And Vanaprasthis have a great role to perform in this. So it's not just my mission. I mean, it's all of our mission, and we all would be most effective because of the expertise and the experience and the resources that we all have and the greater time that we can put in than some decades ago.
Thank you very much. Taraji?
Yes, to continue the legacy of the older generation, we have to encourage our youth who are having the leadership into the future with our, many kind of venues that we have created for them. A Hindu Heritage Youth Camp, which the Vishwa Hindu Parishad started, is one of the great foundations of giving the best to our next generation. And the second way is to start from your home. Every home, we all learned from our parents, grandparents, our culture, way of life. I think it's the responsibility of each and every Hindu family to give some Sanatana Dharmic kind of views, just one shloka a day they can recite, that is good for their whole life. And the second thing I would also like to say, we also reach out to interfaith ministry. We also do brainstorming sessions, meeting all the Hindu leaders. We used to do that once a year. Because of COVID times, we are giving the benefits to all the Hindu leaders in the Houston community to have a conference call every month, one meeting. And the third thing is also to podcast. I'm doing a broadcast on the radio. It has limitations. Senior citizens, they tune in at the knob and they listen. But the youngsters on the go, they are the Generation X, the future generation, need podcasts. I would like spokesperson with all of you to be invited, and let us make one Hindu podcast that can be reached out with many different subjects that will help our future generation. Thank you again.
Thank you, ma'am. Jayaji, Jayaban.
Namaste again. So much to say, so little time. But let me say this. I think we have to figure out how to communicate with the next generation. I think we're using the old communication tools where, just like our parents talk to us, we're using the same way of communicating with our children, and those are obsolete in the current setting. The generation that has figured out how to make two machines talk should be able to figure out how to make two people talk, or two generations talk. So I think that's my point number one. Point number two, and it's a bit of an extension of the same thing, and that is, I think we have this generation of Vanaprasthis has a lot to give to the next generation in terms of their expertise. And I think we have I can envision a matchmaking system, where we have a national database, like we have shadi.com, you put your qualifications, one end, the other person puts on other end, somehow the matching goes on. We can have a national database, an app that has a, all those who want to mentor their next generation can put in their expertise, different areas of expertise and their, willingness to mentor. And you can have youth who are looking for advice, tips on how to, start new businesses, how to, improve their careers and so on and so forth. And, you can have matchmaking and, so create mentorship relationships in that way. I think that would be a tremendous help, and something I would encourage the Havan network to take up as a potential project. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Revti.
So I want to tell something about what is called as grandmother effect. And it's a very cool evolutionary phenomena which the scientists and epidemiologists have seen, that in the households where grandkids were living with grandparents, especially grandmother, there was lesser infant mortality. There were lesser childhood deaths. These children were thriving and doing much better while they were growing up, and they reached much higher education in their later years. And on the flip coin of that aspect, the societies and the cultures where elders were revered and respected, grandparents were wanted and included, those communities, those elders were living anywhere from 4 to 7 years longer on an average lifespan. So this is the evolutionary phenomena with respect to age, aging, and longevity, but we can take the same phenomena and use it for the knowledge sharing and broadcasting, like I think Daraji said and Jayaji said, where if grandparents can connect with the next generation, and I know the geographical distances has increased, but actually the connectivity has improved tremendously. So connecting with someone from younger generation is just a click away. a phone call, a text, a WhatsApp, or a FaceTime, and even a Facebook message sharing their knowledge and dispensing into our next generation, whether it's good family recipes or herbal remedies or Ayurvedic sciences. And I love that idea of podcast because that is where the Gen X and Gen Y is going. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Before I ask Binoji to say something, I want to, most of the topics have been very valuable, but sometimes it get very serious. And I just want to break the ice of the seriousness. In the Vanaprasthi age, as well as the old age, somebody asked, how about the romantic love? So question was asked about romantic love, and I give you the answer in a Urdu share. So it will be a good mix, I hope. कहते हैं कि जब क्वेश्चन पूछा व्हाट अबाउट योर रोमांटिक लव, सो उसने जवाब दिया माशूक का बुढ़ापा. अंडरस्टैंड, माशूक इज योर लवर, मैन. माशूक का बुढ़ापा लिज्जत दिला रहा है, अंगूर का मजा अब किशमिश में आ रहा. So I conclude my remarks with this share. I hope it's not offensive to anybody. So Vinodji, closing remarks for you, please.
I would not take much time because we are already late for lunch. And on behalf of Hindu American Vanaprasthi Network, it's my privilege, honor to thank Dr. Lakraji for beautiful job he has done as a moderator, to and all our panelists for their valuable insight on such an important subject of sustaining Hindu legacy and Sanatan Dharma. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all of our audience who are connected online all around the world, and they have been participating in our program for last two days by various social media platform. I request you all to join hands with our network and keep giving us your guidance and valuable suggestions. The purpose of conferences like this is well served if we all get inspired and take away a home message that if we can do our part in strengthening Hindu legacy, Hindu Dharma, and roots of Sanatan Dharma, not only in North America, but all around the world. On that note, I close and look forward to see you all in person next year in celebration of Swarna Jayanti program. Once again, thank you all and namaste.
Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste, everybody. That was a very motivating and a very interesting panel discussion. I really thank the panel, all the panelists, and Lakraji for conducting the panel for Vishwa Hindu Parishad. This is the lunch hour right now. We are running 15-20 minutes behind schedule, but please do bring your sumptuous lunch. Join us for a wonderful Hindustani classical music. So during the lunchtime, the live broadcast will be still on, and we will be having the music by world-renowned musician from Boston, Srimati Suchita Raoji. And she is ably accompanied on harmonium by Hirak Modiji and on tabla by Nitin Mittaji. So don't go anywhere. Right after this, during the lunch hour, we'll have that video, and we will have Siddhartha Jayanti come and talk to us during the lunch hour. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Now we are all in for a treat. For the next 25 minutes or so, you will be enjoying a Hindustani classical music performance by none other than Mrs. Suchita Rao. Earlier this morning, we opened the conference with a scintillating short performance by 5 of her young students. Now you will hear Mrs. Suchita Rao herself and her accompanying artists. Suchita Rao is a Boston-based award-winning Hindustani vocalist, music educator, and freelance journalist. She is the art director and founder of Rasa School of Music and is a faculty member at LearnQuest Academy in Greater Boston area. She has authored over 200 articles on Indian music, dance, art, and culture. She has given several lecture demonstrations on Hindustani music at leading educational institutions and presented papers at international conferences. Accompanied in computer science from the University of Southern California and her accompanied Mahavidyalaya Mandal in Mumbai in 2013. He has also studied Western classical and likes to combine Hindustani music with harmonic elements from Western classical music to develop new compositions. He holds a master's degree in computer science from the University of Southern California and currently works as a software engineer at MathWorks. On the tabla is Shri Nitin Mitta. Nitin is one of the most sought after tabla players of his generation. He has accompanied most of the top-notch Indian classical musicians worldwide. He is a disciple of Pandit G. Satyanarayana and Pandit Arvind Malgaonkar. Apart from performing, Nitin also teaches young tabla aspirants. Here is Mrs. Shuchita Rao herself and her accompanying artists.
Namaste. It is a pleasure to perform for Reflections 50 conference. My name is Shuchita and I have with me Shri Nitin Mitta on the tabla and Shri Hirak Modi on the harmonium. We will present Rag Parmeshwari today. Rag Parmeshwari was a creation of Bharat Ratna Pandit Ravi Shankar ji, and it is a morning raga, and I will present a few compositions in praise of Mother Goddess Devi, hoping that our lives be filled with peace and happiness. So the first composition is Mateshwari Parameshwari Sunilo Araj Mori Hum to Murak Anjanma Paiya Padu Tore Mateshwari Parameshwari. This is in Rupak Tal, a cycle of 7 beats. Rag Parameshwari.
That was a wonderful and uplifting performance. Thank you, Shuchita ji. Thank you, Hirak Modi ji. And thank you, Nitin Mitta ji. Thank you for sharing your valuable time and your beautiful art with us. Namaste.
A virtual clap for the wonderful program by Srimati Suchita Raoji and the accompanying artist. Now, the next segment of the lunch hour is Siddhartha Vishweshwara Jayanti is going to be here with us. Allow me to introduce Siddhartha to all of you. He's from New Hampshire. He's born and raised in United States. He went to school in Hanover and Princeton University for undergraduate, and now he's a PhD student at MIT. He loves Sanskrit, Samskrita, and Telugu literature, and speaks Telugu as fluently as a native, and speaks Samskrita too. He developed interest in Samskrita literature, particularly poetry, at an early age, and has composed many verses himself. So he has been fascinated by certain mind-boggling works and of the Samskrita poetry, and would like to share his observation with all of you. So Siddhartha, the floor is yours.
Namaste. Thank you very much, Ji. I'm trying to do a screen share so that you can all see the poetry as I talk about it. Are you able to see the screen yet?
Not yet. Not yet. Siddhartha.
Okay. Now?
Yes, we can see it.
Dhanyavadaha. So namaste everyone. I'm Siddhartha, and I'm going to tell you about a certain padyam I wrote called Rameswara Stuti. But before I tell you about my own poetry, I'd like to say a few words about my gurus and the people who have taught me, that have brought me to the point of writing some poetry myself. So my story, I was born in Hanover, New Hampshire, and being born in the US, my mother was very concerned that I might not, me and my sister, I have an older sister, that we might not be able to enjoy the fruits of our Bharatiya heritage. And so from a young age, she made it a very strong point in her mind to make sure to introduce us to things that are cultural, linguistic, etc. And she taught me Telugu before I learned English, so I knew how to speak, read, and write Telugu before I went to school. Also in the community, there have been many people that have really taught me a lot. Natrajan uncle in our community and a dear family friend taught me some Veda when I was young. So thank you to Natrajan uncle and Kamala auntie. And I got interested in Sanskritam when I was around high school. So I took Samskrita Bharati USA's program SAFL, which is a great program for any children that are in high school right now to get in touch with our Samskriti through learning the language of Sanskritam. So currently I'm a PhD student at MIT, but I'm also learning Samskrita Vyakarana, Sanskritam grammar. And what I'm about to tell you about, Dvyarthikavya, is something I ran into incidentally while I was doing my undergraduate studies at Princeton. So what is Dvyarthikavya? So the story that we're about to embark on starts in Vijayanagara with Sri Krishna Deva Raya, who was a king that protected our civilization in the southern part of Bharat in the 1500s. So along with being a very successful king, Krishna Deva Raya was also a patron of poetry, a patron of poets. And he had 8 poets in his court called the Ashta Diggajalu. He compared these poets with the fabled 8 great elephants that carry the worlds. And so some of these famous poets I'm sure you've all heard of, like Alasani Peddanna, the oldest of them, and Tanali Ramakrishna, who was the youngest of them. And so sometimes I've noticed that people don't know that Tanali Ramakrishna, along with having all these great and fun stories, was also a tremendous poet and considered one of the greatest Telugu poets of all time. The poet that we're going to be talking about today, or the one that was an inspiration for the work that I did, is Pingali Surana. And Pingali Surana wrote an amazing piece of poetry called Raghava Pandaviyam. So Raghava Pandaviyam, as its name suggests, is the story of Raghava, Rama, but also the Pandavas, so the Mahabharata. So in this amazing work, what Pingali Surana was able to do, if you've never heard about Dvyarthikavya before, I'm sure this will be astonishing to hear about. What he was able to do was he wrote one work in verse that's about 50 pages long of poetry that read from front to back simultaneously tells the story of Ramayana and Mahabharata, right? So if you read the same poetry in the same direction, the same way, depending on how you break up the words and how you understand the compound words in it, the same story tells the same work tells the story of both Ramayana and Mahabharata. And such a work that has 2 meanings, dvi-ardha, 2 meanings, is called Dvyarthi. And kavya simply means poetry. And how is he able to do this amazing feat of literature? Well, he uses the beautiful structure in Sanskritam and Telugu samasams, compound words. He uses the phonetic features in the language called sandhi or liaison. So I'll give you an example. When we say Parameswara, Parameswara is Parama plus Iswara. But when the A at the end of Parama and the E at the beginning of Iswara come together, they turn into an A, and we get the word Parameswara, which we're all very familiar with. And this is what's called sandhi. So he makes use of this phonetic sandhi in our languages. And along with his great knowledge of grammar, his use of compounds and liaison, samasam and sandhi, he also beautifully references stories from our Puranas and Itihasas, the stories of our heritage. And through bringing together all of these wonderful elements, he was able to compose this amazing work. And I heard about this, so I grew up knowing Telugu, but I never heard of this work, and it's an amazing thing, right? That something so great would exist in the world, and me, being a Telugu-speaking person, wouldn't even know about it. Like, this is something that I'm sure all of us Bharatiyas as part of our heritage, and all of us Hindus as part of our heritage would want to know about, and everyone should know about it. But somehow it fell out of common knowledge. And I ran into this when I was in college, but this got me thinking. If Surana was able to write a 50-page work that's a Dvyadhi, maybe if I tried, maybe I could write maybe at least a small thing, not of his caliber, but still something. And with that thought, I had that thought, and for a while, nothing came about. But then finally, at some point, an idea struck me. And with that idea, I wrote a small 4-line padyam called Rameswara Stuti. So here displayed before you is the Rameswara Stuti. So first I'll read it out, or rather sing it like we do padyas. And then I'll show you how in this poem, we're able to bring out 2 meanings. And as the title suggests, the 2 meanings are one of Rama and another of Iswara. So this is a praise of both Rama and Iswara, depending on how you read it. Asura pahara satya rakshaka satya vartana jivana harshita kshirabdija svikara sridhar srikara varada sada soham. So that's the verse. And now let's understand together how we get these 2 meanings of Ramartha and Sivartha from this verse. So let's take the first samasa, Asurapahara Satya Rakshita. So what does this mean in the Ramayana? So we have here 4 words that are coming together in this compound: Asura, Apahara, Sati, and Arakshaka. So Asura Apahara. So we all know what Asura is. Asura means Rakshasa. And in the context of Ramayana, who is the most famous Rakshasa? Well, it's Ravana. So in the Ramayana, Asura refers to Ravana. Apahara means stolen or kidnapped. So who was stolen by Ravana in the Ramayana? Well, we all know the answer to this. It's Sita Devi. So Asura Apahara refers to Sita Devi. Sati means wife. And we're all familiar with the word Rakshana, protection. And from that word comes Arakshaka, protector, one who protects. So Sati Arakshaka is one who protects his wife. Right? So in this context, who is the Sati Arakshaka? Well, the Sati Arakshaka, or in Sandhi Satya Arakshaka, is Sri Rama. Because, so in total, the verse means Asurapahara Satyarakshaka. Rama, he who is the protector of his wife who was kidnapped by Ravanasura. Asurapahara Satyarakshaka. So now it's very clear to us that this compound means Rama. So then how can this compound also mean Shiva? And so here is where we use some poetic frills. So in the Saivartha, we break up the same compound, Asurapahara Satyarakshaka, as Asura, Apahara, Satya, and Arakshaka. Previously, it was Sati and Arakshaka. And by the Yana Desa Sandhi, Sati plus Arakshaka becomes Satya Rakshaka. But by Savarna Dirgha Sandhi, Satya plus Arakshaka becomes Satya Rakshaka also. So in the Siva-artha, who is the Asura that we're talking about? So Asura Apahara means stolen by an Asura. We just talked about this. But who is the one doing the stealing? And here the answer is Gajasura. So when we celebrate Vinayaka Chavati in the Vratakalpa Katha, we're all familiar with the story where Gajasura steals Shiva and keeps him in his stomach. And then the story goes on to say that Vishnu and Brahma and all the devatas go and they kill Gajasura and bring Shiva back. And eventually that Gajasura's head is the one that Gajanana or Vinayaka or Ganesha holds. So this is the Asura we're talking about here in the Saivartha. Because he was stolen by Gajasura, he can be called Asurapahara. So Asurapahara means Shiva. And we turned Sati Arakshaka now into Satya Arakshaka. What's Satya? Satya means truth, or in the spiritual context, the highest truth. The truth of Brahman. So Satya Rakshaka is one who protects that highest truth, who is a guardian of that highest truth. So Satya Rakshaka is Shiva, who is meditating in that highest state. So Asura Pahara Satya Rakshaka is O Shiva, who was stolen by the demon Gajasura, but is truly the protector and guardian of that highest state of truth, Brahman. So that's the meaning of the first line in the Rama and the Saivarthas. I'll tell you now the meaning of the last line also. And then I'll leave thinking about the other two for now as something for you to enjoy and dwell on. How do we get two meanings, a Rama meaning and an Isvara meaning for the two lines in the middle? So, Sri Kara Varada Sada Soham. Here in the difference between the Vaishnavadha and the Saivadha, we also bring in an element of the difference we see in the two traditions, of the Bhakti Bhava in Vaishnava, in the Vaishnava school, and the Jnana Bhava in the Saiva school. So, Sri Kara Varada Sada Soham. Sri, auspiciousness. Kara, one who causes. Sri Kara, one who causes auspiciousness. Vara. Vara means one of highest stature. So the God. And his dasa, dasoham. What does that mean? I am the servant of even his servant. Right? This is the great Bhakti Bhava in the Vaishnava tradition. So altogether, in the Vaishnavadha, this means, O Deva of highest stature and the cause of auspiciousness, I am servant to even your servant. Sri Kara Varada Sada Soham. But in the Saiva tradition, it's very the central part is the jnana. The jnana that aham brahmasmi, I and Brahma are the same. So the verse that explained the Vaishnava tradition in Bhakti Bhava is now going to explain the Saiva tradition in Jnana Bhava. And how is it going to do it? We now break the compound differently, and we say Sri Kara Vara Da Sada Soham. Srikara Varada Sada Soham. So the one who gives, so Shiva, giver of boons that cause auspiciousness, giver of Srikara Varas. Vara means boon also. And Da means giver. So Srikara Varada is one who gives auspicious boons. And Sada Soham, I am always one with you. So that's how Dvyadhi poetry works. I was able to write down simply this 4-line Dvyadhi, and it's a stuti. So I had the tremendous freedom to choose how I would describe Shiva and Vishnu to make a Dvyadhi possible, to make two meanings possible in the same verse. But to imagine that Pingala Sorana 500 years ago, he was able to construe a work where he didn't have a freedom of what to describe. The Ramayana story was already there. The Mahabharata story was already there. And it was very, very long. And somehow he was able to construe a way of telling both of those at the same time. And so I hope you found this interesting and that you're all excited about learning more about Pingala Sorana's work. And the great Telugu and Sanskrit literatures, and the great Sanskritam grammar by Panini that has made this all possible. Namasarvebhyah. Shubham Bhuyat.
Namaste to everybody, and thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. It's really heartwarming to see this next generation take so much interest in the foundational languages. And you know, that presentation was really, really excellent and was a treat for us. So thank you again, Siddhartha. So we are now going to be going on to panel number 7, which is Hindu youth. The panel theme is Hindu youth being the change today for a better tomorrow. I'm now going to introduce Riddhi Patel as the coordinator. Riddhi Patel is a general secretary of Hindu Students Council. She joined HSC as a member of the UIC chapter in 2013 and has been active ever since. Riddhi, I'll now hand it over to you.
Namaste everyone. I would like to introduce the moderator of Youth Panel, Prasiddha Sudhakar. Prasiddha is a computer science and economic double major at Rutgers University. She's interested in civic technology and economic development. One of her many passions is leading advocacy initiatives with regards to Hindu issues. And in her free time, she enjoys to read, learn new languages, and spend time in outdoors.
Namaste, everyone. Thank you so much for being in our panel. So I'm going to start off by introducing all of the panelists today. So today, I'm going to start with Arnav. So Arnav Kejriwal currently serves as the president of Hindu Students Council, the oldest and largest organization for Hindu youth across North America. He was a part of the Youth Organizing Committee for World Hindu Congress 2018, held in Chicago. Arnav also published several youth papers in the World Association for Vedic Studies, presenting at global conferences in Trinidad and Tobago, New Jersey, and Iowa. So Arnav, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Namaste, and thank you, Prasiddha. Thank you, Riddhi. Thank you, Shoni. Thank you, VHPA, for this amazing conference. I guess I've been asked to share a few words on Hindu identity before we might go into the other panelists. So, you know, from my perspective of being part of the HSC team for the last 3 years, what does it mean to be a Hindu youth in America? And, you know, I look back in my time growing up in Dallas, which there were not a lot of Hindus that I went to school with. And I looked at Hindu identity and my American identity very separately. So whether it's for us, it might be Mandir, it might be Baldihar, it might be Chinmay Mission, Shaka. You know, a lot of students in this country, Hindu American students growing up, might separate that Hindu identity from their American identity. And there's not really an easy way to reconcile the two, or they might not see that, especially if their parents aren't able to help them maybe navigate that challenge. So my biggest goal in HSC and being part of the HSC family is making sure that our students and our youth understand that we can go beyond the religious side of our culture. So go beyond just having our Hindu identity be part of our mandir visits, be part of going to doing puja, doing arti with the family. Go beyond just the festivals. How can we integrate that the Hindu upbringing, the Hindu side of our identity, that label? How can that be part of our broader identity that infuses with the rest of what we do? It's not just limited on the weekends or when we go to Chinmaya or the mandir. So a lot of what HSC and what the youth communities that I'm a part of, what we do are a lot of community building events, such as not just on campus, but also with the broader community. We do game nights, scholarly talks. We want to host academic conferences, very much like this one that VHPA has very amazingly put together during COVID. We host leadership summits, and we'll be having one in a few weeks, career talks, etc. But the goal being that we should find a way to bring that Hindu identity in line with the rest of our identity. It shouldn't be kind of two different subsections that don't intersect. And then going into what college students might experience, how do we get students to pick their Hindu identity over other kind of labels that this civilizational identity might be tied to, such as maybe the term Indian identity or South Asian identity? So what differs between the Hindu and that South Asian or Indian identity? So I'll stop there, Prasiddha, because I'm sure some of these questions will come out during the panel.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Arnav. So our next panelist is Danish Patel, who's going to be talking about changing the Hindu narrative through social media, in particular with regards to microaggressions and Hinduphobia. So Danish Patel is a recent graduate from Ohio State University with a Bachelor of Science in Cellular and Molecular Neuroscience. While at Ohio State, he was the Vice President of Hindu Yuva at OSU. He is currently involved with the Education and Advocacy Team for Hindu Students Council and is also a part of the social media team for the Coalition of Hindus of North America. So Danish, over to you.
Thank you so much for having me. Namaste, everyone. Yes, like Prasiddha said, building our narrative is so important and very needed right now with this ongoing social media culture. But first we have to ask ourselves, what is our narrative? I've noticed on social media and online in general, a lot of people aren't aware of what our narrative is. And even if we have some version of our narrative, it's definitely not unified. Everyone seems to have their own kind of ideas about what message they want to push about Hindu Dharma. And this kind of puts us in a position, like a very weak in a position of social media compared to other communities. So I want to focus on some things we can do to insert ourselves in the mainstream narrative and actually create impact. So first, like I said, we need unity on social media. We have a lot of theological differences within our community, but it's time to put that aside in terms of social media outreach and unite together. And a lot of communities do this on social media. And I think that's why they're a lot more successful than the Hindu community online. We can focus on things like atrocities against Hindus, and not just in South Asia, but all around the world. I also see this problem on social media of our community kind of having this hyper focus on India and Indian politics only, but we need to reach out and make a broader global coalition to kind of highlight our issues. Another important thing we need is building networks. And whether we like it or not, social media, like influencer culture that's upcoming, it's educating the youth, the next generation youth, on trendy societal issues. So if we want our Hindu youth to not be brainwashed about Hindu issues, then we have to get involved and raise our voices through social media. And honestly, the Muslim community does an excellent job with this. They do an excellent job bringing unity to their community and building those key social media networks that really help them amplify their voices. For example, on Instagram, there's a page called @Muslim, and what they do is they have hundreds of thousands of followers with a huge network of Muslim social media influencers. So whenever something comes up in their community, all they have to do is put out a post, and all of these, this army of followers that they have and all the social media influencers, they just keep reposting the posts. And within like 24 hours, they'll get 1 million likes. And we can do the same thing as Hindu community, but we honestly haven't had that kind of a leverage from Hindu social media influencers. So doing this also requires a lot of proper etiquette in terms of social media. We can't be going around, vilifying other communities. We have to kind of be mindful of the language we use and the kind of rhetoric we use online. We kind of have to be artful and strategic in countering the narrative if we want people to care about our issues. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm sure we'll talk a lot more later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Danish. So our next panelist is Amrita Haude, talking about virtue signaling and cultural appropriation. So Amrita lives in Boston, is from Atlanta, where her family lives. She currently works for a global health nonprofit organization called Partners in Health on mental health programs. Amrita completed her bachelor's in psychology from Georgia Tech, master's in psychology from Boston University, master's of public health from Columbia University. Over the years, she spent various periods of time volunteering with Seva International in Bharat. Amrita is a Sevika since childhood, and current responsibility is National Yuva Paramukh / National President of Hindu Yuva. So Amrita, over to you.
Thanks so much, Prasiddha, and namaste, everyone. It's wonderful to be with all of you here today and with such a great group of panelists. So I've been asked to speak a little bit about virtue signaling and cultural appropriation. We can delve into what exactly that means. We've seen bath mats with pictures of Ganesha, beer yoga, Om lower back tattoos, the color run. In the 1980s, 1990s, many of us might remember the Dot Busters gang in the New Jersey, New York area, whose name came from the bindi worn by Hindus. So how have we transformed from a society which identified Hindus as wearing bindis and attacked them and vandalized their home and their properties, to a society where people wear bindis to Coachella and are deemed trendy or exotic and even get paid for it? We live in a globalized world where geographic boundaries don't prevent cultural exchange. It's become increasingly challenging, I think, to define what is cultural appropriation and what is cultural appreciation, what is virtue signaling, and what is an authentic integration of Hindu values. So we can start off maybe with some definitions so we're all on the same page. According to the Oxford Dictionary, cultural appropriation is the unacknowledged or inappropriate adoption of the customs, practices, ideas, etc., of one people or society by members of another, and typically more dominant people or society. Virtue signaling is the action or practice of publicly expressing opinions or sentiments intended to demonstrate one's good character or the moral correctness of one's position on a particular issue. Values, clothing, food, traditions don't have copyrights. So sometimes cultural appropriation can be very clear, and other times a bit blurry, but you can feel it. What do virtue signaling and cultural appropriation look like and feel like to me? I think when someone asks me if I've heard of a turmeric latte, I think you mean haldi doodh, the drink that my grandmother gives me to prevent any sickness, to benefit my health. As Hindu immigrants to the US, I think as many immigrants do, we've often taken the approach of assimilation. Assimilation is not only the adoption of behaviors, language, appearance, but the uptake of values and beliefs as well. I think growing up, I remember consistent messages in school or in the community about America being the land of the free, the land of opportunity, a melting pot. And I wonder if the melting pot has been taken too far. And I think this is particularly challenging for Hindus because intertwined into our values, our practices is acceptance, not tolerance, but acceptance. As a Hindu who's proud of her Dharma and her history and her roots, I hope that our values spread far and wide. But should I be happy that millions are yoga practitioners now, no matter how it's practiced? Should I be happy that Ayurvedic practices are reaching the tables of so many? Should I be happy that words like guru, mantra, karma are a part of the daily lexicon? I think yes, I am happy about all of those. I'm glad there is awareness about the health benefits, about the devotion and love shown through millions singing bhajans, about the rise in consciousness through authentic yoga practice. But what I'm not happy about is the ignorance that's accompanied by it. And on top of that, the acceptance that the ignorance is fine. So I think I'll pause there. I think from all of the wonderful speakers on this panel and the upcoming questions, we'll get to delve into these points a little bit more and what we can do about them.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. So our final panelist that I'm going to introduce is Arushi Ramaka, talking about microaggressions against Hindu students in academia. So Arushi Ramaka is a junior at Montgomery High School. She is the president of the HSC chapter there and has been involved with the Hindu Students Council since 2019. Arushi is both a Kuchipudi dancer and Carnatic singer who is passionate about helping fellow Hindu Americans find community and be confident in their identity. She loves writing articles such as her recent manifesto on Hindu femininity. So Arushi, over to you.
Namaste everyone. Thank you, Prasiddha, and thank you everyone who's making this conference possible. So the topic I'm going to speak about is something that me and a lot of my peers at the Hindu Students Council chapter at Montgomery know all too much about, which is microaggressions against Hindu students in academia, which could mean, the classroom in high school, the textbooks you get in 6th grade middle school, all the way up to PhD level in universities. So what exactly is a microaggression, right? Because for us, when we think about bigotry, bias, we are thinking about the gaslighting of victims of atrocities. We're thinking about the dotbusters. But not every manifestation of bias or Hinduphobia is as overt as that. Many of this is microaggressions, which are basically small statements or actions that align with the Hinduphobic narrative. And they have these double meanings that can confuse young Hindus a lot. For example, you might be learning about the Mahabharata in school, right? And if the teacher brushes it off as just a myth, this is a myth. For a Hindu student who has learned about the Mahabharata has a lot of ethical and moral and dharmic significance to you. In the Western context, a myth is something that has pagan connotations and is often a fantasy. That small sentence has a lot of impact on a young person who is suddenly very subtly told, and it's almost smart the way this is done, it's very subtly told that whatever they hold dear as their identity has no meaning in this Western world. And many times the reason why we cannot just brush it off, a lot of people would say that why should you care about ignorant people? There are always going to be people who don't want to accept others. Why should you care? Well, many teachers who are teaching content that is rich with microaggressions, and these microaggressions could be, for example, mentioning the caste system over and over again, only mentioning Hindu women to talk about sati and oppression, and leaving out goddesses, having yoga in your curriculum for gym, but not talking about contributions of Hindu philosophy. This leaving out of things and selectively kind of lying about certain things about Hinduism and teaching it as facts messes with young kids' identity and unfortunately causes identity crisis. And this is something that cannot be thought of logically. You cannot go to a child and be like, this is wrong and therefore you should not care. Unfortunately, and also fortunately, identity is a very emotional thing. And I think first and foremost to tackle this issue, we need to place our youth at our center. We need to be empathetic towards one another. We need to listen to one another. Then we have to go out there and educate. And I think I'll just leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Arushi. So I'm going to go on to just asking panelists some questions. I'm going to start with you, Arnav. So growing up in the US, what type of Hindu identity issues have you faced that you think are very common amongst Hindu American youth?
So I think there's kind of two major challenges that I want to bring up. Obviously, we face a lot of challenges like Arushi and Amrita mentioned. The two that I see the most commonly are one that and it kind of depends which Hindus you're talking about, because there's the Hindus that are the Hindus that grow up in proud Hindu families, such as the ones that are going to be on a conference such as this one, where they already come with that Hindu pride. Someone like that faces is they often get pigeonholed into their Hindu identity only being kind of related to the religious aspect of their lives. And they don't, it's going beyond kind of just the fact that they might choose to segregate those identities. A lot of times that decision's made for them. So at their schools, for instance, at my high school now, after I left, they now celebrate Diwali, but they call it an Indian festival, and they have a South Asian dance group there, right? And so the challenge that we face as Hindus is, this is a major festival for us, and it's the same microaggression that Arushi was talking about. That's now taken from us, and now we have to justify that. How is Diwali a Hindu festival, right? So these are the challenges that we as kind of the, I would say the woke Hindus might face, right? We have to deal with having to justify these things are Hindu. Yoga is Hindu. Diwali is Hindu, right? Holi is Hindu, right? The idea that Holi can be taken for political contexts, more probably better than anyone. And Amrita ji, of course, knows as well how badly that was misused against Hindus this past semester, right, on campus. So that's the challenge that woke Hindus face. The Hindus that might not necessarily be so proud to call themselves Hindu, the issues that they may face are, it's going to be very similar to what we also face, but this comes kind of more broadly to everyone, which is that as Hindus, we have to kind of justify how do we feel about issues outside of the US? So this is exactly what you said, Dinesh. We often get forced to have a position on Indian politics, even though a lot of us on this call are those that were born in this country and grew up in this country, and suddenly we're kind of being looked at in a McCarthyian way and being asked to justify, oh, are you the type of Hindu that supports X, Y, and Z, right? Now, we don't even have to go into kind of the policies on those calls. Like, I know all of us will have kind of a Hindu viewpoint in the sense that there's Hindu viewpoints being ignored in those positions, but the fact that we have to justify our Hindu identity, and that question consistently gets asked to us, are you Hindutva? Are you Hindutva? Are you Hindutva? So many students are tired of it, right? Whether you're Hindu or not, all that's going to do is turn you away from that Hindu identity. So those are the two that I would mention, Prasiddha, when it comes to kind of challenges that Hindus face, whether they're kind of accepting of that Hindu identity or not, they might face some of those.
Great, thank you so much, Arnav. So another question, this is more so geared towards Rushi or Dinesh. So can you first tell us what a microaggression is and give an example of a microaggression towards Hindus? This could be, in middle school, high school, or any other classroom context.
I can take the question about microaggressions within like social media too. Absolutely, there's a major shift from people being relatively silent about India and Hinduism to kind of being very aggressive and hostile towards our community recently. I think that was like, especially after the abrogation of Article 370 last year, there was a lot of misinformation and lies that were spread on social media about our community, and a lot of students were affected by that. And it also had a positive impact, I would say, in terms of waking up our youth. It kind of, I've seen a huge influx of a lot of young Hindus on social media trying to be more active about our issues now than they were before the abrogation of Article 370. There were also many mischaracterizations from the recent happenings of Black Lives Matter, issues revolving around racism, that people were saying Hindus don't care about those issues because somehow caste system was infringing upon our thoughts to care about those issues, which is not true at all. And by the way, like, caste system pervades throughout various religions in India. So it's not just in South Asia in general, and it's not just like a Hindu issue, but they made it out that way to kind of create these microaggressive statements and stances against Hindus. For example, there was a post on South Asian Nation, which is a page on Instagram, and it was basically saying, they made a post saying, if Hindus in America care about Black Lives Matter, they have to also care about issues, like Arnav said, X, Y, and Z in India. I mean, can you imagine the outrage if this happened to any other community? For example, if someone said, if Muslims in America care about Black Lives Matter, they also have to care about issues X, Y, and Z in Islamic countries around the world. I mean, that's just outrageous and so wrong, because it perpetuates these microaggressions towards our community. And what can we do about those things? I think what I've seen on social media is putting pressure on these influencer pages, commenting, DMing them. And you can do this in a very respectful way in the beginning, and they're actually willing to listen if you don't just straight up attack them. So it really works, putting pressure on them, making this network of support that will put pressure on them.
Okay, so I would also like to offer a perspective on academia. Danish does a great, way to characterize it on social media. In terms of academia, an example I see a lot is this silence about how the British and colonization had an effect on Hindu society, and then tying all the problems in Hindu society directly back to Hinduism without even looking into our scriptures. Last year in Hindu Students Council chapter in Montgomery, we looked into a textbook that is circulated widely in New Jersey, and looked into how they represented other religions versus Hinduism. Every other religion, they started with the basic tenets of their book, and whatever was seen as their history from that faith's point of view. However, with Hinduism, it started right off with the caste system. It went into Aryan theory, caste system. The only time Hindu women were mentioned was in terms of sati. And this idea of the caste system was repeated again and again and again and again. And I think the problem with this is that in academia, the people creating these textbooks, even if they are Hindu, they almost think that they're doing a service to the Hindu community by putting this in. And the fact that we have such a lack of woke Hindus creating this material goes back and hurts our kids in classrooms, because they're told that if you want to pass this class, you have to believe this about your faith. And if you are speaking out, you are denying us academic freedom. And a lot of times Hindu kids feel intimidated by the teachers to talk about this. They're like, how can I respectfully tell my teacher that what they're saying is outright wrong? And I say that if what you are saying is the truth, and your teacher, like Danish said, is open to learn, because many of them are just repeating what they've learned. They're just repeating what's in the textbook. Many of them are trying their best, others may not be, you don't really know. So if you are educated yourself, and if we can have some help in helping our youth, we can't just like throw it on them and just be like, oh, now this is on you. We need a little bit of help, a little bit of centering our voices. If we can do that, then we should be able to go and say, no, the British did not abolish sati. In the core of Hinduism is respecting women. Actually, here the list of Hindu reformers who actually did the work. Or if someone said, for example, my teacher said colonization wasn't all that bad. They modernized India. You could say, well, first of all, a lot of your modernizations happened because of these Eastern concepts that went over there. And you should never justify any type of racial subjugation that causes human rights abuses. So if you have this mentality that as long as you speak the truth, you cannot be silenced, and as long as you do not come at these teachers for being white supremacists, racist, whatever, and you educate them along with other people, you can truly emulate Hindu values while also sticking up for Dharma and not letting people walk over you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, both Danish and Arushi. So the next question is, what would you propose people should do when confronted with cultural appropriation of Hindu traditions, and what is the fine line between cultural appreciation and cultural appropriation? So this question is to you, Amrita.
Yeah. I think there are a lot of different forums where we encounter cultural appropriation of Hindu traditions. It could be in individual interactions, it could be in a group chat, it could be in school or in our workplaces, through social media or the media broadly. And I think we can also encounter cultural appreciation through those same forums. I think cultural appreciation means honoring a tradition or practice, and also understanding and acknowledging its origins and meaning in that particular culture, which is the part that's often missed out on. And I think appropriation is cherry picking for your own gain or to follow a trend, and not having an understanding or acknowledging the roots of what you may be doing. So I think there are a lot of different ways in these different forums that we can address cultural appropriation. And I would say probably calling it out in a way that you feel is most impactful and sends a clear message. I think often our approach is very reactive and defensive, which is of course also needed. I think when we see something, let's call it out, whether that's through an online petition, writing letters to companies or editors or individuals, or individually calling or messaging people who maybe even in our own networks or our social media pages who've appropriated our traditions. And I think hand in hand, we should also have a proactive approach. I think what Danish and Arushi are talking about is exactly that, of creating content and sending out the message and the values that we want to send out from our voice, and not always having to go back and correct them. So this could be through reaching out to elected officials, schools, members of our community, to proactively share what our Hindu traditions are about, to come and celebrate and learn about our traditions with us, and creating content on social media or through blogs, other articles, which explain the origins of our tradition and what we stand for. So I think one key part of all of this is what I think Danish mentioned in his intro, the importance of having a united approach. And our approach doesn't have to look exactly the same. There are different ways that appropriation can be addressed, and we should take all of them, but one that is aligned in a common vision, and that's intended to uplift the entire Hindu community and not just for our own individual gain.
Thank you, Amrita. So a kind of like follow up to that question is cultural appropriation type of virtue signaling, since the practices are cool, but maybe Hinduism isn't. So how have your Hindu ideals shaped your understanding of virtue signaling itself?
Great question, and a really complex question. I think there's a lot of nuance to virtue signaling. We live in a day and age where I think human psychology is constantly being manipulated. We all know there's an immense amount of data that's collected on our behaviors. The ads that you see are targeted, and we really latch on to trends because of a desire to be a part of a group and social desirability. And so I think the intention behind virtue signaling is really important. I think we see social media influencers, we see politicians who are clearly partaking in virtue signaling with no positive intention. But I think sharing our values and our ideals is important, and why not? I think for better or for worse, each one of us has a platform to express our own thoughts, share our values, our customs, our experiences with the world around us. And it can be done through a lot of different platforms. I think not everyone is totally comfortable using social media. That may not be the best route for them. And I think where virtue signaling becomes negative is when it's done out of selfishness and hypocrisy and not accompanied by action. So I think it's really clear when some actions are authentic and when ones are just for show. And then I think about at what point does it become cultural appropriation in that fine line. I think a few examples that come to mind is a white celebrity who wears a bindi or does puja is chic, but a Hindu person that does the same is orthodox. a person who religiously attends a yoga class, and using the word religiously pretty ironically, is spiritual and admired for their commitment, whereas a Hindu kid, like many of us, who might have attended a class every Sunday to learn about their Dharma, is old-fashioned and backward. And I think virtue signaling is particularly complex because Hindu values are so universal, and what we actually deem to be as basic human values of for example, universal oneness. When a person is speaking about how the whole world is one family and they're accepting of people of all backgrounds, it's accepted as virtuous and open-minded. When a Hindu describes the origins of these values in our Vedic texts, or how they are part of our everyday practices and daily life, they come off as preachy. So I think these are just a few of my thoughts around virtue signaling, a complex topic, I think, particularly for Hindus.
Thank you so much, Amrita. So the next question, I guess, since we're talking about social media and all that, this goes towards Danish. So what types of Hinduphobia have you seen in the social media or any kind of media? And what would you really suggest to Hindu youth that can help us create a change?
Oh gosh, there's a lot. Hinduphobia online has just been on an upward trend, and it's increasing steadily. And I don't even know if a lot of non-youth, as in like adults or even the older generation of Hindus, are understanding the kind of threat it poses to a lot of the new generation. But it is really, really bad. And we need to take control of that, and we need to start doing things. People are calling Hindus fascists on social media, on Instagram, like it's a normal thing. There's a page called sasi.nyc on Instagram, and it's called the South Asian Solidarity Initiative. And basically what they do is they use their page to promote hate towards Hindus and anything Hinduism related. And they use words like, F your Ram Mandir. They say things like Hindus aren't indigenous to India, and a lot of anti-guru sentiment as well. And I think a lot of the older generation aren't even realizing that it's not so much just about, like, for example, anti-Modi or anti-political or anti-India rhetoric. It's really challenging our existence as who we are as people. And we need to take this seriously. They really use a lot of nasty language, and a lot of South Asian pages outright reject the trauma that our community is facing and has faced for centuries. A lot of people online reject and say that Kashmiri Hindus are lying when they talk about their trauma of persecution and genocide that them and their families have gone through in Kashmir for so many generations. But, like, what can we do to make a change? I think we have to get creative. And I'll tell you something I did recently, and we can all do like something creative. But recently there were anti-Shia persecution rallies held in Pakistan. And I saw a lot of Shia influencers online raising voice for the Shia community. So I basically reached out to a lot of these influencers who have like 10,000, 20,000 followers. And I gave them information about the persecution happening on Hindus in Pakistan. And I sent them really well-balanced, well-written, well-articulated posts to highlight our issues. So what these influencers did was they related their community struggle to our struggles, and they posted about our issues. And I think it was a huge win, because I would have never expected, Shia Muslims to talk about Hindu persecution around the world. So we need to think along those lines. Another thing we can do is start being active on social media. We can use your talents. If you're passionate about music, singing, doing makeup or making funny videos on TikTok, whatever it is, we need to get involved and start building a platform for ourselves. And then once you build a platform, you have to establish credibility by highlighting societal issues such as, environmental justice, gender equality, stuff like that, that resonates with the larger population in the world. And then you can use that influence to talk about Hindu issues as well, so people relate to those issues with our community's issues. And, we have to approach this in a very strategic way and bring about a change through social media.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So the next question is to Arushi. So when it comes from a professor or teacher, do you think that a student should respond And if so, how? And how do we equip a student to be confident and respond respectively to someone of authority? So this also has to do with kind of like microaggressions in academia, particularly towards Hindus.
Okay, so I think absolutely you should respond, because you are, even if you are a student from that teacher, just because someone is in a higher position in academia does not mean they are as decolonized as you may be, or they may be actively upholding a colonized narrative, an anti-Hindu narrative, to put it very blatantly, because of their own interests. It really depends on whether the teacher is just going along with the narrative or if they're the ones who are actively pushing that narrative. And how do you equip students to be confident, respond respectfully? I really think that sometimes you need spaces for only Hindu students. And I've seen that if you have places where Hindu students can talk to each other about what is actually going on with Hindus around the world, and also what is authentic information on Hinduism, if you have that solidarity within the classroom among Hindu students, so that when a Hindu student is bullied by peers or by a teacher, you don't just look the other way. Or if you see incorrect information, you stand up for it. I know this seems a bit repetitive, but I'm saying this over and over again, because no matter how many times I say it, if this is not emulated in action, nothing is going to happen. So it could be as simple as, for example, in English classes, we do presentations about relating current events to books, right? So if you have a book about injustice, give a shout out to Kashmiri Hindus, educate your classroom on the gaslighting they face, right? In history class, we were talking about, world issues. And I saw a perfect way in order, because we were talking about, I believe, what was it? We were talking about how Black people in America were kind of struggling over how to decolonize themselves in the period after Reconstruction, right? And then a lot of people were drawing parallels between slavery and colonization, because effectively it's colonization within the country of African Americans. So I said this mentality that the oppressed people have to present themselves as non-violent, or have to present themselves as these people that they have to justify why they don't have to be oppressed, is something that you see in colonized countries all over the world. In fact, one person in my class who's not Indian brought up a parallel between oppressed Hindus in India and then slavery in America. Of course, this is not trying to draw the direct equalities between the Black struggle and the Hindu struggle. But once you see people who are not even Hindu, like people who are from other communities also standing up for decolonizing us, and you can also go and have conversations with them, it's when you take away that fear of having to be this very small niche of woke Hindus and expanding it and being very unapologetic about this, that you can go even up to someone of high authority and say, hey, what you're teaching is actually wrong. Let's have a discussion about why this is affecting us and why you are not upholding your standards of having a safe space for minorities. Sorry, that was a little long. It's a very heavy subject.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Arushi. So now I'm going to go back to Arnav and ask another question. This is kind of like related as well. So what are things you would suggest to help a student confidently be able to identify as a Hindu American? And what advice would you give to older generations to help our young people?
So for the first piece, I think the short answer would be a lot of times young Hindus that are growing up and already might be proud to call themselves Hindu American or Hindus in this country. A lot of times we neglect that American aspect of our identity, right? What does it mean to be a Hindu American, right? So not just what are our dharmic principles, our dharmic values, what is it, what are the reasons that we read Gita, or what are the reasons that we celebrate Diwali, or whatever it might be. We don't look at that in American context, right? So as I think Arushi just very nicely mentioned, like not being apologetic and building those bridges and being able to look at our Hindu identity in the broader scope of kind of the communities we live in, and how do we contribute back to, American civilization as American citizens, we are not just American citizens, we are Hindu American citizens, right? So being able to kind of bridge that divide and not being apologetic about being a Hindu American and letting that influence how we might look at things that overlap in a lot of ways, such as like American democracy, free speech, right? I think, Dinesh, you were saying like topics like environment and gay rights and abortion. Those are all big issues in the US. And a lot of times we don't necessarily allow our Hindu values to let us we don't let our Hindu values kind of seep into that discussion, right? So how do we allow modern topics to be discussed through our Hindu identity? I think that's how we really establish pride in that kind of facet of our identity, is allowing it to be kind of an all-inclusive identity. In terms of the second piece of that question, I think it's actually interesting because someone in the chat mentioned like the challenges. I think Satyaji mentioned the challenges that they're having with connecting with their children, and the fact that their children might be seeing certain things in areas like Brown Girls Magazine is a big one, right? Like I know Arushi and Prasiddha, I know both of you probably are well aware of that one. But there's many other magazines like that where it kind of covers some of the Indic topics, but it doesn't do so from a Hindu lens. It does it from the South Asian lens, which a lot of times there's kind of nefarious people sending things like the ones that Dinesh is mentioning on social media, right? Very cool names that sound very good, but then they submit content and it goes up there, right? So how do we as parents, I'm not a parent, how do parents kind of educate the next generation of youth and get them to connect with our Hindu community, right? And I think the biggest challenge there is the language barrier, not necessarily that there's different languages like, in India or other parts of the world that we might speak, but I mean in terms of the language we use to describe issues that affect our community. So one very good example is the elections. With elections coming up, I know it's a very heated topic in the Hindu community with a lot of and across the world, right? It's a very heated topic with which side might have the best interests for Hindu Americans in mind, right? Now, that's not something we can necessarily evaluate on this discussion, but the fact is that a lot of parents might have different views in their children, right? Just because we grow up in a very liberal environment and we go to schools where everyone has kind of a liberal lens, and the language we hear is going to be very specific, right? It's going to be rooted in social justice and equality and those values which we want to come from our Hindu identity, but we might not know how to describe them. And so the biggest challenge I see is that parents need to be able to understand that when they speak to their kids and talk about issues like the elections or other matters that affect us as Hindu Americans, they need to be able to connect on the language and on the turf that their kids are on, right? It can't be done from the turf that they're on, which is the Indian political scene, where terms like secularism and leftism and those types of terms have a different meaning in India than they do in the US context. And we need to meet youth on the turf that they understand here, and be able, even if you don't agree with your kids on something like the elections, be open, be vulnerable with them, and let that conversation happen. Because if you don't empower them to have those conversations and have a different opinion than you, then they are going to think, okay, my parents are disagreeable with me, I don't want to be a Hindu, right? That's how that mindset slowly seeps in, is I don't feel empowered to be a Hindu. So we need to empower that generation to have these conversations, and sometimes they'll have a different view. That's okay.
Yeah, that's really great. Thank you so much, Arnav. So the last question is actually towards Dinesh. So do you believe that recent events and movements have exacerbated the spread of microaggressions against Hinduism? So this could be like BLM, any kind of like caste racism, and the Kashmir issue in particular.
Yeah, I think I already highlighted this a little bit earlier. But yes, after the abrogation of Article 370, there was definitely a huge shift in the narrative of how people view Hindus, India, and Hinduism in general. And, as a result, a lot of youth have also woken up and taken charge of the narrative. And I'm seeing a lot more activity on social media from young Hindus to counter that narrative. Especially in terms of Black Lives Matter, the example I gave was the South Asian nation example, and how they, kind of said that if you are Hindu in America and if you care about Black lives, you also have to care about these issues in South Asia. So yes, a lot of these issues, a lot of people are conflating them and saying, if you're for this issue, you can't be for this issue. If you're Hindu, you can't be for, for Black lives for some reason, or gay rights. or any of these issues that are quote unquote liberal because you're a Hindu. And I think we need to counter that aggressively and say, we are Hindus and we are all inclusive and we're not hateful towards other communities at the same time.
Great, thank you. So a question that actually came in the Q&A. So yeah, we're done with all of these questions. So I'm just going to go to one that we got in the Q&A as quickly as possible. So someone asked, what can we do about sadhana representing itself as an authentic Hindu voice, especially with the Ram Mandir issue? So I'm going to, give that over to Arushi to answer.
Okay, so I want to be a little nice here. So one thing we see is that a lot of people who join sadhana are generally trying to be good Hindus. All right, even though the platform is disagreeable, they're trying to be progressive Hindus. They want to help change. They want to help these issues. But what they don't see is that promise of being progressive, as Danish said, people who are on the progressive side, they kind of use that as kind of like a curtain to hide behind, to go around to go around and then go and malign Hindus, right? For example, they'll say a lot of things about, of course, Ambedkar is a very, important historical figure. So you say people saying, if you believe in Ambedkar, you have to accept that all upper castes are a different race than lower castes, and quote unquote. Do you guys know that the Aryan invasion theory has been contested and debunked so many times by even people who you would think are such as Ambedkar? And you see people like Sadhana, when they talk about issues such as Kashmir, they completely gaslight their own people. They completely deny that the Kashmiri Hindu genocides ever happened. They align themselves with groups such as Equality Labs, who have directors who think that Hinduism is inherently casteist and do not speak about the exodus of Hindus from Bangladesh. So I think that we have to abide by our values, that it is your actions that speak, your actions that uphold Dharma that speak. You cannot, just because someone calls themselves to be progressive does not mean they are progressive. You have to look at their actions and whether their activism is truly inclusive of everyone, including their own community. So I think that you just need to kind of tell Hindu youth that standing up for your Dharma standing up for your people is not violent, and do not let anyone tell you so. And in these conversations, try not to attack, be very respectful, bring up actual historical facts, and just whatever you do, know that Dharma Rakshita Rakshati. If you protect Dharma and if you protect Hindus who need protecting, you will always be on the right side of history.
Great, thank you so much, Arushi. Oh, sorry, I put myself back on mute. So now we're going to do the final remarks of the panel. So I'm going to start with Arnav.
Yeah, I mean, it's very exciting to be on this panel because Amritaji and I, obviously we know each other from World Hindu Congress and all of our time together in HSC and Yuva, and it's awesome to see Prasiddha, Danish, you guys are the next generation of college student leaders, and then Arushi, very excited to have you as the next generation of high school leaders that are going to take forward not only HSC, but any kind of pan-Hindu youth initiative in this country. I know they're in good hands. I'm glad to see that we're starting to open up from, like you said, Arushi, not just we do need our closed spaces for Hindus to kind of be able to talk about issues and allow ourselves to decolonize, but then also start moving into other spaces and taking that Hindu identity with us and being able to confidently discuss those. I'm starting to see that, and I'm very optimistic that the next generation is going to take this to a whole new level.
Thank you, Arnav. So Danish?
I just want to say, as Hindus, we need to start creating our space on social media. I think that's one of the most important things we can do in this digital age, and that's how youth are actually connecting. So we have to kind of occupy that space and be a voice for Hindus on that social media front. And we have to start creating our space in a very goal-oriented way. Whatever content we post on social media should have a clear and tangible influence that we're looking to make. And if we're not making the mark or seeing the influence, we need to reevaluate our strategies, which I'm not seeing much on social media today. We kind of tend to stay in our bubbles and kind of resist that change because we're like too comfortable being in that in our niche. So we need to measure our success by the metric of how many people outside of our bubbles are being influenced from our social media content, and not so much about how much praise we get from our own people inside our little bubbles. We can do something. We can all do something to create a change, and we can use our talents. Our talents can be used to make a social media platform, and then build it, and then start using your voice to voice for Hindu issues, and in a very strategic way. So yeah, that's how we're going to see an impact. We all have to do our part and kind of realize what the situation is with social media.
Thank you, Danish. Amruta?
Well, first, it's been a pleasure to be on this panel. And I think the topics that were chosen and the questions, and also so many questions coming in on the Q&A are so unique and different than probably conversations that we as a Hindu community were having 5 or even 10 years ago. And I think this is a really good sign. And I think everything that all the panelists have mentioned today and the types of conversations we're having, I think place the responsibility on each and every one of us as Hindus to confidently stand for our values, bring about awareness about our origins, our roots, and defend our community and our values where we see unjust appropriation. And I think the environment is really ripe right now. And I think we as a community are shifting to proactively having our voice represented. And this can be through social media or in individual conversations, but I think especially for us as youth, in the types of career paths that we choose. If we have challenges in academia, let's become teachers and professors and administrators. If we have problems with how Hindus are being represented in the media, let's become journalists and filmmakers. If we don't see ourselves being represented in pop culture, let's become musicians and artists. And I think most importantly, each one of us should feel an ownership and responsibility for representing and shaping the Hindu American voice in particular. And I think we can and we are standing together and united in this effort.
Thank you so much. Arushi?
I think Arnav, Danish, and Amrita have already said a lot, so I'll just say whatever I have. I really think that as long as Hindu students from a young age, we should not be afraid to discuss things like caste and sexism with them. And you need to answer, as long as we answer all of these questions by the time they're in 6th grade, I know it seems like kind of like homework I'm giving back to parents, but as long as our youth from a very young age are taught that their Hindu identity is something you should not be scared of. You should be able to say, I'm a Hindu American. You don't have to, like Arna was saying, do not hide behind, oh, I'm a South Asian American, not a Hindu American, right? As long as you own that identity, and you know that as long as you come from dharmic decolonizing resources, because we have so many, we have an exhausted list of these resources. We just need to take action. We need to talk more about this. And as long as you establish a connection with teachers, and now there's this huge movement across the United States to have anti-racism curriculum and decolonized curriculum. Decolonization is a word that's being used a lot by anti-racists in the movement to represent Indigenous people and Black people in America. If you also recognize that most of our history is being colonized, because some people have mentioned slavery of Indians for 1,000 years, Kashmiri genocides, Bangladeshi genocides, etc., etc. If you identify yourself in there and you're unapologetic about recognizing the truth of history, as long as you emulate that through your actions, and you don't just aren't behind the scenes, you emulate that in your everyday life, where we can see a lot of progress. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you so much to all of our viewers as well. I'm going to hand it back over to Shohini.
Thank you so much. That was a really wonderful session by our next generation leaders. I am so grateful to have gotten to hear that session. It was really, really wonderful. Thank you to all the organizers and to the panelists. So our next session is panel number 8. It's on dharmic institutions. And I would like to introduce to you the person who has been moderating and emceeing all of these sessions and is also the coordinator of the next panel, Vallabha Tantri. She is actively involved in the Hindu Society of Minnesota's religious and cultural activities. She has implemented and led the temple's social services efforts, and she is a volunteer of CONA, the Coalition of Hindus in North America. This panel is themed The Role of Dharmic Houses of Worship, Challenges and Opportunities. Vallabhaji, I will now turn it over to you.
Thank you, Shohini. Thank you so much. As Shohini mentioned, this is the theme of this panel is Role of Dharmic Houses of Worship, Challenges and Opportunities. Before I introduce our moderator, Sanjay, are you on the panel?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Thank you. Sant Gupta ji is the moderator of this panel, and I am going to give a brief bio. Sant Gupta is a business development executive with electronic equipment manufacturing company. Sanji has worked over 25 years with both US and European companies to establish and grow markets in advanced test instrumentation for multiple technologies in telecommunication. He has a BTech from IIT Delhi and a master's from University of Florida in electrical engineering and MBA from Rutgers University. He's an avid reader and engaged with a variety of civic, social, and political activities. Over to you, Sanjay.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for including this panel and agreeing to have me as a moderator. In addition to what Vallabhaji said, I've been very active with also interfaith conversations, and I try to be there where I can protect and defend and promote Hinduism. You probably know that Hindus began to migrate to this country over 50 years ago, approximately. And in the beginning, there were not many temples and places of worship. And as time went on, Hindus began to collect resources and volunteer their time to create and develop temples. Today, over the entire North American continent, we have over 1,000 temples. VHPA of America, about 15 years ago, under the guidance of Swami Dayananda Saraswati, created an organization called Hindu Mandir Executive Conference, which gave us all an opportunity to get together and network. Now, over the last 50 years, temples have evolved. And with the evolution of the temple comes the need to create new activities for the generation to come. And over the years, many temples have gone beyond rituals and have done things to incorporate themselves in the larger community and create attractive programs for our next generation. This panel today we have consists of people who have been involved with the temple activities for a long time, and they have not only been part of the rituals, but also additional programs and activities to make certain that Hindu temples and Hindu centers and Hindu missions remain relevant and continue to attract new generation. We have new challenges which were not known to us 20, 30, 40 years ago, but today that is different. So in our current panel, we have four individuals, or four topics, I should say. So I will briefly mention the bios of the people who will be participating as panelists. The first is Mr. Vishal Agrawal. He is on the advisory board of Hindu American Foundation, serves as trustee executive council of Hindu Society of North Minnesota. He has co-authored many books and also articles so that our the next generation of Hindus are able to understand Hinduism within the context of the country we live in, which is the United States, where Hindu religion is is a minority. He has developed a 10-year curriculum that one can download and can be used freely by any other temple school. So let me first ask Vishal to present his perspective as to what has changed since you got involved for so many years in the temples, and what should be done. What is it that you anticipate the temples should be engaged in? Vishal?
Namaste. If you look at the religious institutions of other faiths, for example, Christian institutions, let's go to Europe, which was a stronghold of Christianity just a century back. But that continent has already entered a post-Christian age. Whereas in the United States, we see a contrast. The church exerts a lot of influence in the American society and politics. So what's the difference? I mean, how did the Christian institutions adapt to the American climate? And there's a pretty interesting study that has been done, Head and Heart, by Gary Willis. And what he says is that there was a big democratization of the religious institutions, the church, in the American landscape. Especially the Protestant churches shifted to English liturgies. Uh, they started many community activities that met the secular, social, educational, philanthropic needs of their community members, like Sunday schools, preschool, daycare, mission trips. And the focus shifted from ritual worship to community building, which was spiritualized. What I see here is that a similar phenomenon is happening in a lot of Islamic institutions. Instead of focusing on constructing grand mosques, there are now there are neighborhood Islamic community centers, which have women book reading clubs, which have Sunday schools, which have discussion groups, and which are also a lot into advocacy, into political and other matters. We Hindus have a very extensive tradition of learning, education, teaching, and spirituality. But I think because of our demographics, a lot of us are first generation immigrants, we carry a lot of the baggage and cultural orientation into our new environment. I think we've still been very slow in adapting and evolving. And our focus in our temples largely remains very elaborate, Karam Kand or ritual worship. And that I feel is alienating not just the younger generation, but even new immigrants from India, because even the Hindu society in India has become very rapidly secularized and they just cannot relate to all this stuff. So, in general, I feel even today, the temples are our largest institutional infrastructure in the country, but we are grossly underutilizing them. Where I live in Minnesota, we've realized this gap several decades back, not just years back. And so we have started a very broad range of very successful educational programs. We've had Sunday pravachans on Gita, Upanishads, and on many other topics like science in ancient India. Or I did a presentation on the heritage of Hindus in Sindh, Pakistan, about 2 months back. So we've had those going on for 40 years. We've had a Sunday school for more than 10 years now, which has an average of 200 students every year. And if people cannot come every Sunday, we provide them with another option. We have a 4-day summer camp, and every year the camp has a theme, which is around a current issue, and we provide a Hindu perspective on that. For example, this year, Minnesota had the George Floyd related incident riots. And so our camp theme was around that, of equality and justice, and what's the Hindu perspective on that. We have also developed a very well-organized temple tour program. It's an outreach program, and that caters primarily to non-Hindus who visit us. After middle school, it's very difficult to engage teenagers in temple programs. So to cater to them, we didn't require them to sit as students in the class. We have a separate youth club for them. It's called HIM, the Hindu Youth of Minnesota. And that club has a seat on the temple board because they need to be empowered and they need to have a voice in the management of the temple. Now, it's a win-win situation. First of all, the temple gets fresh perspectives from a younger population category. And secondly, it's also a very resume and a career building opportunity for a lot of our young students. A lot of churches have choirs, they have mission trips, and a lot of these resume building activities for their younger members, whereas temples typically they don't provide these opportunities. So we've tried to plug that gap. The younger generation is also very tech savvy. Uh, and so we are trying to digitize a lot of this stuff. For example, outside every Vigraha in our temple, and Bhakti led that project, we have an inscribed QR code. So when a teenager or anybody who's familiar with technology comes, they can just flash their phone and it takes them to a web page, which gives them some basic information about the Devi or the Devta, and it gives them a single or two shlokas that they can chant. Because a lot of times people come to the temple, they don't know what to do in front of the Vigraha, and the priests are busy at in front of another murti. So this gets them the information that they need to perform their puja. We have empowered the younger generation to actually lead the celebration of certain festivals. So, for example, fun festivals like the Garbo and the Navratri dance, so they organize it fully. Uh, they are provided with money. It's a ticketed event, and it's a big ticket seller. Initially, there was some resistance to organizing things which are very dear to the younger generation, actually to a lot of adults, like Bollywood. So and what we don't realize is that our teenagers are the biggest or the best outreach population that we have within our community. So they know what the traditions of the temple is. So we've allowed them to even organize what we call a cultural traditional day or a Bollywood night, in which I would say one in every three participants is of non-Hindu and non-Indian origin. So that's a big exposure of our culture, of our traditions to the larger community. Like I said, the children know what our traditions are, so they're very careful on the selection of the songs and what dance numbers they will dance to. And there are always adults who are guiding them. So the other thing we have done is we are involving our teenagers in high school as co-teachers in Dharma classes and in language classes that we conduct for younger children. The younger children really look up to these older brothers and sisters. I think they relate to them much better than we adults can do. And at this point of time, some of our teenagers are so proficient that they can sometimes teach classes even in the absence of the adult teacher. We have entire classes on Dharma and languages, uh, which are not by birth the mother tongue of these students, but they are able to teach Hindi and other languages. They're totally able to handle the Dharma classes. Our Panditjis have also been engaged in our education programs, but I think we need to do a little more on that. In certain events, we have tried things like putting a lot of flat screens inside the temple. So when the liturgy is being chanted, the text is displayed on the flat screen. And then if there's a community involvement, all the participants can participate as a community. Another project that Bhakti and others are working on is creating similar QR code directed pages to festivals. So we've piloted that during Shivratri this year, just before we had the pandemic related shutdown. So when the devotees entered the temple, they could flash their phone. It took them to a website which gave them information about Shivratri, and the best part was it also took them to the text of the Shatrudriyam. So when the chanting was going upstairs by the priests, every devotee could actually follow and chant it. So I think democratization of our temples, adding more programs related to the understanding, because that's how people relate to faith right now. There's this phrase called SNBR, this SBNR, spiritually but not religious. Knowing, understanding, getting inspired is more important than actually performing the Karam Kand. Those are the activities that we have tried to expand in our temple through our educational programs. And so now we see a steady stream of different generations participating in our temple. In fact, even after a lot of these teenagers go to colleges, they continue coming back to the temples whenever they're in town to help out with the activities. And I think that's the real mark of our success and the good result of our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishal. I've been to your temple, and the kinds of things you do are truly remarkable. And it is really keeping the temple a congregation coming back to the temple again and again and build up the volunteer pool while they learn so much from all the things you and your colleagues do at the temple. Thank you. Now, next topic is going to be politics. We have two panelists, Srilekha Reddy Pale and Padma Kuppa. Srilekha was the president of Durga Temple here in Northern Virginia. She is a doctorate in physical therapy, and she has been very active in interfaith programs, as well as she is active in politics, and she wants to see if in some ways the temples can be less afraid of being politically involved without violating the rules and the laws. The next co-panelist with her is Padma Kuppa, and Padma Kuppa again has been really a very well-informed and very active Hindu, active with the temple, and recently she got involved in politics, and she currently serves in Michigan's 41st House District as a representative. So she actually ran successfully and became a representative, and she has also had some experience with the temples. As Vishal mentioned, temples or religious institutions need to be active in the community, and both Padma as well as Srilekha will tell you from their perspective what they've experienced so far when it comes to the intersection between the house of worship and politics, and what can they do moving forward. So first, Srilekha, your comments, please.
Srilekha ji, you are on mute.
Thank you. Namaste, Santaji. Namaste to all participants. Vishalji, that was very informative. So thank you, Santaji, for the introduction. Yes, I did run for a local political position, and I'm very, very passionate about this topic. While I was running for elections, I did try to engage houses of worship, primarily our temples. I strongly believed that it is our dharma to vote and also ensure that local political policies promotes our Hindu values. For example, all children getting excellent education, caring for others, protecting our vulnerable populations, and policies rooted in science-based decisions all came from my connections with the temples and also my education in Dharmic religion. During the question and answer sessions as we go through the panel, myself and Padma Kuppa will also explicitly talk about permissible election-related activities within the temple premises and the election non-related activities that are not permitted within the temple premises. So if there are anybody in the audience, such as temple administrators or managers or temple board of trustees, can kind of pay attention. So if anybody is hesitant that these politics are not something that they can do because of 501c3 category, then I think this is something that they should really pay attention to. One major thing that I would like to emphasize during my talk is temples should be more of advocacy, right? We are not going to take anything into consideration without being advocates. Advocacy is the way to go versus being partisan. That is going to be my message. This is the way to effectively perform political advocacy in a democratic process. And advocacy can take many forms. In simple terms, I say that that is the reason temples can make best case for the cause of the mission. For every nonprofit such as Dharma houses of worship should get involved in advocacy in order to help advance its mission. Advocacy can shape the public debate about issues that affect our temples. As a temple president, I feel like it's number one way temples can focus attention on the issues they care about and bring about real changes for the devotees or congregation that they serve. With the right tools and information that we will talk about during the panel, you'll see how you can make advocacy work for the temples and the congregation it serves that works for us. And I think Vishalji also briefly mentioned about the advocacy. Without going much into details about the permissible activities, I'll talk to you about one example that is actually boiling right now about TJ activity. TJ is one of our elite school that is in Nova area, which is a Northern Virginia area right now, in Northern Virginia area. So current issue that is happening in education system is our governor is kind of pushing for more diversity in that school and deleting completely what is called as meritocracy in the school in the name of diversity. So that is one of the things that temples can actually take up, even though it's not a religious thing, but since it affects our kids, especially Asian kids and Indian kids, that is something actually temples can take up and work on it. So that's actually a prime example of how it affects Asian kids and Indian kids that could be taken upon. So that could be a good advocacy issue, which without really going into a matter of focusing on partisan issue. And a couple of things that I think temples can really focus on is policy issues without really going into politics, right? And a couple of other things that I want to focus on in my opening remarks is kind of focusing on how role of Dharma houses of worships, challenges and opportunities that we have. So election years are a great opportunity for non-for-profits to elevate our issues and educate voters and candidates. Other things that I also want to mention is permissible activities. A couple of permissible activities are allowing candidates to address the congregation, giving equal opportunities to all candidates, driving voters to the polls without making it dependent on who the person will vote for, volunteering to make sure ADA accessible facilities to be our polling stations, making sure we are offering candidate forums, creating nonpartisan voter guides, allowing candidates to express their positions on issues pertinent to the position being sought, assisting with voter registration, talking about variety of issues such as pro-life, even currently Black Lives Matter, or anything that has to do with military or based on theological lens, not tied to a candidate or political party. Last but not the least, encourage voting. So these are some of the things that we can start with by talking to our voters. And then as we go along with Padma, I also would like to speak to about what are the things that we cannot work or we cannot talk about without losing our 501c3 organization or 501c3 organization issues. That's what I would like to start with.
So Padma, now it's your turn. You are an elected official. You went through a lot of experience with the temples nearby before your election, and now you're running again. So tell us about your experience and give us some advice as to how the temple should assist and participate in the political process.
Namaste, and thank you, Vallabha and Santji, for moderating this panel. To all of you who are joined and all of you who I am fortunate to be on this panel with. Yeah, I am in politics now, right? Because, but all life is political, as we know, as long as it has to do with human interaction and we have to vote on something. We live in a democracy. We also, at least all of us who are born in India, were born in a democracy. So politics is important. Politics is important because it is a way to have our values represented in the mainstream society. And as Srilekha Garu said, we want to make sure that all children receive education or that we protect the environment because, whether it's Global Bhumi or some other initiative that you're involved with, mainstream initiative like Sierra Club, most of us want to care for the environment and want to have science-based decisions. And so what temples do right now, and this is from my 20 years of experience here in Southeastern Michigan, but also being involved with HMEC since 2008, we don't necessarily bring elected officials to hear what their opinions are on the things that are important to us. I have seen at other houses of worship where they invite candidates to come and they have candidate fora where they have an opportunity to ask them, what do you do? We invite, and I've been part of this, where we invite our elected officials to an event. We invite them to the Diwali dinner. And I remember one year, my state representative came with his legislative aide and a whole bunch of other people, and we're sitting next to each other. We had gone for the reception and had appetizers, and then we went to see the show that they had. And there were a bunch of different groups that were doing dances to Bollywood songs. And so he leaned over to me and he said, what does this have to do with Diwali? Diwali, because during the reception or before, at the beginning of the program, they said Diwali is the festival of light and light over darkness. And somebody gave us a brief explanation. So these are the things that we should be conscious of as temples, as organizations. Another simple experience is that we want to do voter registration. We really need to encourage people to participate in the democratic process. However, a lot of the times temples don't take that effort to do that. Not just to get people to the polls. We haven't even gotten that far. We need to get people to register to vote. And we don't have active, I used to stand during the summer months leading up to the election in 2016. I used to try to get people to sign up. And the only people that would come and support me were kids from APIA Vote Michigan, from Hamtramck here in Michigan. And it's a very largely Muslim population. People were angry at me for bringing people not Hindu into the space. And I said, well, where are the Hindus that are helping me? And so these are the things that we need to do, is we need to engage elected officials where they are on our issues. What are the issues that are important to us? We need to engage our own membership and our own community in registering to vote. And then we need to talk about advocacy. I'm very fortunate that for many years, I was affiliated with the Hindu American Foundation, but even before that, I was involved in local community advocacy, whether it was our public library, making sure that was open. So we need to step outside of the temple and get involved in local issues and make sure that the communities that we live in are supporting the kind of services that we want. And so that's something I think it's, Dharma of democracy. I did a webinar with Dr. Murali Balaji, who is a chaplain and an adjunct professor at universities in University of Pennsylvania. I think it's really important to engage the youth. The panel right before us, they spoke very effectively about advocacy. And I think that's where we need to be. We don't support a candidate. We don't support them financially or endorse a candidate, but we can definitely, without losing our 501(c), temples can support learning about candidates and about issues and advocating on issues. So, thank you.
Thank you. What I have noticed also that many temple executives and management personnel don't really take the time to educate themselves about these issues. And they have this shield. Hey, we live in a country where church and state have to be separate. But there are many ways, as both of you have eloquently stated, our involvement in the political process is absolutely paramount. We don't have Hindu centers, like Vishal was saying. So the places where Hindus congregate most is the temple. So they have to take the lead and they have to educate themselves. They have to learn from people like Sri Lekha and Padma and many other Hindu and Indian politicians and politically active folks, so that we get more heavily involved in the political process in this country. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Our next panelist is Bhakti Modi. I've known Bhakti since she was a child, and maybe she wouldn't feel uncomfortable about that, but she has been extremely active. I've known her. She's a great teacher, great mentor. She has been teaching Hinduism and other life experiences to children for the longest time when she was living in Pittsburgh with her parents. And she has also been very active now in the new area of her residence in Minnesota. And she has been active with national organizations such as VHPA and HMEC. She took an active role in HMEC. and she has been able to motivate many volunteers, and she has some recommendations and some suggestions and experience that she's had in motivating and retaining the volunteerism and anything else that is associated with our place of worship. Bhakti, your experiences and your advice, please.
Absolutely. Namaste, everyone. Nice to be here and see so many familiar faces and not see everyone, but hear everybody in the chat. So my topic here is really volunteerism. So I think when we talk about volunteer, there's two different aspects to it. One is seva, which is the heart of Karma Yoga, which is the heart of so many of our teachings. Seva is selfless service, and volunteering is providing assistance. So one thing that temples always do is we're always looking for volunteers. How many times do Mandirs reach out to the community saying, hey, we need volunteers for X, Y, and Z? So before we go forward into what works and what doesn't work, I want everyone to take a minute and think about what is volunteering? What are the benefits, disadvantages? Why do people do it? Why don't people do it? So there was a study done by Stanford where they asked around, they looked at the community and they asked a variety of people, why don't you volunteer? And the top 3 responses they got from across all of the demographics is, I don't have enough time and volunteer schedules are too inflexible. I don't have enough information and the roles, things don't look interesting to me. And no one asked me to. So think about those 3 things. That's pretty much what the mandir needs, right? We need people who are flexible and have time. We need people who are interested in the work, and we need people to come without having to ask. That's the exact opposite of why people don't do it. So it's for us to combat the problem of not having enough volunteers or struggling to maintain volunteers at the mandir. It's important to us to understand, why do people volunteer? So some of the key reasons people do volunteer in seva is if they have a personal tie to the cause. It can build your skill and resume. You can bridge a gap between either generations or cultures or activities, setting a good example for others. You know, independent studies done in both Australia and the US showed that the highest number of volunteers are between the ages of 30 and 44 and who are parents with children under the age of 18. So they're there to set an example for their children. What about the other ages? People volunteer to meet other good people, to people who are like-minded to them and learn from them. People volunteer to feel empowered, and because it's good for you, it's actually, people who volunteer are healthier than people who don't volunteer because you get a sense of happiness, less stress, and more enjoyment out of things that you're doing. No one leaves a good event thinking, oh, what a waste of time. If you do something good for others, you will automatically leave by feeling better. So when we think about our mandirs, then why is it so hard to find people? How many mandirs are complaining about this? What happens with temple and dharmic organizations is it's very overwhelming for someone to step into an organization or a mandir and just look around and volunteer. We often don't lay out good guidelines for people who are interested in helping out. It's really important for mandirs to approach volunteering as a career opportunity. We may not be paying them, but be professional about how you're handling your volunteers. It's not enough that someone just shows up, yeah, you do that, and puja chal rahi hai, you do this in the puja, put this away. Are we training the volunteers who are coming? Are we giving them incentive to come? Are we telling them when you come in, this is the first thing you do, second thing you do, third thing you do, and afterwards, are we following up with them? They leave and they have no idea what they did. They have no idea the impact they held. Once a volunteer leaves, are we calling them personally and saying, thank you for spending 2 hours with us. Because of you, the mandir was able to benefit in this way. Are we telling people that their impact is part of the mandir community, right? The army has a logo. What can the army do for you? As a mandir, what are we doing for our devotees? We expect devotees to flock to the mandir, and then we consider volunteers as just one of the numbers. We love bragging that, oh, we had Shivratri and we had 300 volunteers. What does that mean? Did the volunteers get anything out of that? So the minute we stop thinking about volunteers as free help is the minute we start appreciating the work they do. And that's the only way that mandirs can sustain people, because we're already seeing less people come to the mandir in just 2020. Imagine 2030, imagine 2040, when the generation who is connected to the mandir through their heritage in India is slowly dwindling down. What's going to happen then? If people are not motivated to come to the mandir for the right reason, they're not going to come back. So the impact of the mandir isn't just to bring people and increase our numbers, it's to inculcate the idea of seva, selfless service, seva as karma yoga, seva as something that brings out the goodness inside of us for the sake of helping others, not just to show up and volunteer, just to say that we have so many volunteers. So, I mean, we'll actually continue talking about this, but I encourage Mandirs to change their focus, be a little more professional, and be a little more reasonable in what to expect out of volunteers. Don't let volunteers burn out. Do it the right way, and that's the only way to continue the concept, because our mandirs are built on volunteers. Very few mandirs have hired help, and very few mandirs are run by as like corporation. We're run as volunteers are the biggest pillars of our mandirs. So let's treat them as the most valuable assets that a mandir can have. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhakti. Everything you've said can be related by anybody who has been closely associated with the temple. We struggle, the constant issue is, oh, we don't have enough volunteers. You ask the volunteers and they complain too. So your suggestions and your observations and your recommendations hopefully will be heard by people who are right now listening in, and take some of that and incorporate it to break the circle and make progress. Thank you. So our final panelist is Fred Stella. Fred is a very unique person in many ways. As you can tell, he is not a person from India. He was born Catholic, and he has converted to Hinduism, and he is engaged in an activity which is unique. He calls himself a pracharak, and we would like to find out from him what a pracharak is, why he finds it fascinating, what benefit it has caused our community, our dharma, in the areas where he has been being a pracharak. Fred?
Thank you, Sant, and namaste to everyone. So about 11 years ago, when our temple started, I'm with the West Michigan Hindu Temple right outside of Grand Rapids, Michigan. The board of directors realized that there is often an issue with ethnic, particularly first generation houses of worship, not just Hindus or Sikhs or Jains, but also first generation, say, Muslims from Pakistan or the Arab countries, or even Christian churches, say a Korean Christian church, that many of them tend to be overly insular and don't really connect with the community. And they decided that they did not want to have that happen, that they wanted to be proactive in their interaction with the community. So we got together, the board and myself, and we created this position called pracharak. The term that we often use interchangeably is outreach minister. But we decided that we needed a Sanskrit name. It would be appropriate. And so certainly pracharak, which has several different definitions, could fit into that quite easily. So a pracharak is very similar to, say, a Dharma ambassador. And we at the Hindu American Foundation have a Dharma ambassador training program. And people are trained to give tours, give lectures, etc. But our temple wanted to take it one step further, and that is to give what is termed ecclesiastical credentials to the person who would serve in this post. Ecclesiastical, it's a Greek term, and it simply means a particular credence or an official title that is recognized by the state as an ordained position. So a pracharak would be ordained, not just somebody who raises his or her hand and decides to volunteer. Because we realize that most priests in Hindu temples are not equipped to connect with the community in the same way that Catholic priests, Protestant ministers, Muslim imams, rabbis, any of them. Many of Hindu priests, of course, are challenged with English, not all of them. And there certainly are priests, I've seen it in the various Hindu Mandir executive conferences. I've met priests who can really place themselves into the community very, very well. But many cannot. And many areas do not have ashrams where there are trained swamis and swaminis to really talk about the Dharma. And so in my position, I do much of the work that ambassadors do. I give the temple tours. I lecture at the various colleges and schools in our area. I was also trained as a counselor years ago when I was working for a nonprofit. And so I bring those tools also to the job of pracharak, and I do what is termed pastoral work. Again, very similar to what Catholic priests and Protestant ministers might do. And that is to work with people in hospital settings, to work with people in hospice. I've done personal spiritual counseling, meditation counseling, all of that. Now, keep in mind that my credentials to serve in this position, there's nothing official. I did not attend seminary. I did not go to a gurukul. But I did take a 4-year home study course through Paramhansa Yogananda's work. I live fairly close to a Vedanta Society ashram. I've studied there. Renu Malhotra, who was on this conference yesterday, was a great mentor. So essentially, it was the temple themselves who decided that I had what it takes. Whether I do or not is anybody's guess. But if I don't, I've been fooling them pretty well for the past few years.
Thank you. This is a very unique experience that you have shared with us. So for the sake of preserving time, I'll not ask any questions. Instead, I'll ask each one of the panelists to make a closing remark, something that you are wanting to share with us, but for some reason overlooked it. So I'll start over again, starting with Vishal. Please make some brief closing remarks if you wish to.
Let me unmute myself. So to reiterate what I was saying, in the Mahabharata, there is a beautiful shloka which Bhishma Pitame says multiple times actually in the Shanti Parv. And he said that heaven has many doors to enter. And if you look at our own dharma or any other religion, there are many, many dimensions to our dharma. There's a cultural dimension, there's an educational, social, ritual, spiritual, philanthropic, economic, and even political. And the fact is that different categories or different segments of the Hindu population have different preferences. They have different needs. There are different things that they're looking for. Some people are more ritualistic, some are more oriented towards seva. The temples are our biggest institutions. And if our temples don't meet these diverse needs of our different population segments, then where do we Hindus go? Because there is no other institution that will meet our needs for advocacy. There is no other institution which will stand up for us. There is no other institution which will allow our youngsters to experiment their other passions of philanthropy, of social service, or even political advocacy. So I think that our temple managements across the country need to look beyond solely the ritual dimension or just this obsession with the bottom line and pay more attention to these other dimensions of dharma. And by doing so, we will not just be true to our dharma, which has multiple dimensions, but it's essential for our sheer survival. If we ignore the community building aspect of temples and only focus on the bottom line and the pujas, then I'm sure that in a few generations, our temples are going to become museums, just like they have in most of Europe. So we have to open our doors to give sufficient, if not equal importance within our temples to activities like teaching, performing social service, engagement with our political leaders, meet other community needs and aspirations. Let's be very clear, our community is secularizing very fast. People are more comfortable calling themselves as SBNRs and not as Hindus. And this is following the larger trend in the American society. So our institutions also have to evolve in parallel to meet the changing needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishal. I think you have summed it up very well. And would you be available for people to consult with you to implement some of the thoughts and ideas and vision?
Yeah, sure. Bhakti would be a better person to go to. She's in charge of our school and the education programs. But if she's busy, I'll be most happy to help. Thank you.
Okay, so since you mentioned Bhakti, any thoughts along what Charles said?
Absolutely.
Yes, since
Yes,
you have
absolutely.
so much experience.
Sure. We're always happy to help anyone. But I mean, in terms of, similar following with what Vishalji just said about volunteering and getting people involved in the mandars in the right way before they're obsolete, a couple of things to keep in mind is that as mandars, what kind of example are you setting for your devotees? As a mandir, as a Hindu organization, are you stepping into the community? Like Padmaji said, are you helping the people who are standing up for Hindus? Are you going out and doing seva services for other faiths and other communities and cultures? It's not just enough to be all Hindu all the time. Are you going out and serving at a local women's shelter who is suffering? Are you going out and serving someone in the community who's really in need as a Hindu organization, right? So if the temple doesn't set an example for the devotees won't come to the temple when it comes to longevity, right? So in lieu of what's been happening this weekend, Ruth Bader Ginsburg once said, fight for the things that you care about, but do it in a way that will let others join you. So it's important for temple to fight to stand on its own legs as a proud Hindu while connecting with other things that matter in society and in the social standing, not just in the concept of just being a Hindu. And that's ultimately what being a Hindu is all about. So as a temple, if we don't make that step, then we can't expect devotees to come and do that for us.
And I will intervene here, and I'll give an instance which probably Bhakti is not aware about. So I had started this temple school in 2009, and in 2017, I requested, we keep talking about youth, but we never empower them. So we invited Bhakti to take charge of the school. And some people came up and walked up to me and said, Vishal, you started the school. How can you sideline yourself? And I said, as Hindus, we need to lead by example. Our religion teaches us not to be attached, and we have to let go. And this is a perfect opportunity for me to make the way for someone who's more dynamic, energetic, and more technologically savvy. So it's worked out perfectly. And I think we need to allow people, they bring fresh perspectives, and we should not just give them, side tasks, which are menial tasks, but actually empower them and give them leadership roles. Thank you.
Absolutely. And final wrap up to that, exactly what Vishalji did to me, I'm already starting to do with some of the youth in our mandir. When we work on these education resources, I actually reach out and ask certain teenagers and say, you need to read this and give me honest feedback of, does this make sense? Does someone like you connect to this? If not, I will change it. So give these people the empowerment to have responsibility. And the second they're responsible for the information, they'll be more willing to be involved. It's not just come in and put the plates away in the kitchen. There's more to being part of a mandir than just cleaning up.
Both of you have said something which is very valuable. I certainly hope that more people will listen to what you've said, and not only that, but also implement them. So now back to the political aspect. As you've known that Indians from India have migrated to many, many parts of the world, but they have not been politically active. Look at the example of Fiji. But I think in this country, we as Hindus and Indians are a lot more politically involved than any other country that I've known. Perhaps in Canada and UK could be an exception. So now to Srilekha and Padma, political involvement is critical. Your experience has been very valuable, and you've opened eyes for people to be able to not be afraid of being part of the political process. And as you both have said, you've said things which can encourage temple management to be politically active, not in the politics way, but policy and advocacy way. Any final thoughts before we go to Fred?
Santaji, I can comment on my own personal experience. I can say that in my 20s and 30s, I spent most of my time other than my own home in the temple. So I was surprised that when I got into my political arena, either based on my Republican background, or whatever might be the reason, I was very surprised the temple was not very welcoming of my political background. To an extent that when I was either announcing my my candidacy was all was seeking support, I was shocked at how unwelcoming they were of me. And here I had served the temple in a leadership capacity for years, and I was loved by everyone at that point. All of a sudden, I went from Durga Ma to Kali Ma. So it was kind of surprised that how people did not embrace my political beliefs whatsoever. That was just because I felt that it was because of ignorance, not because of anything else, right? So I kind of took upon myself to kind of educate Indian community about not only the political advocacy, but also trying to help them understand that how much more 501c3 organizations can be doing versus they can't be doing, right? Because as a Republican candidate, I go to churches. I think Fred was talking about how much Korean churches embrace. I go to a lot of Catholic churches. I mean, along with you, Santji, I've gone to several interfaith activities. Like Bhakti was saying, what else can we go out and do? And we have been doing it in Nova activities. And anytime we go to interfaith activities, we see how many political candidates they do bring in, not endorsing the candidates, not talking about political philosophies, but definitely talking about the causes that they believe in. I would love to get to a point where our temples are advocates for the causes and not be partisan, but definitely focusing on what is our belief system and how do we get to a point where we are advocating for the causes that we surely believe in. What are our causes? We believe in education system. What are our causes? We believe in our Hindu values. How are we putting our second generation? How are we putting in our belief system? How are we putting in our traditions up front? How are we advocating? Because like Vishalji said, if we don't advocate for it, then it will become pretty much museums. That it has happened in UK already. We're seeing that happen. And if we don't have a voice like Padma Ji out in the House of Representatives, then somebody else is going to speak for meritocracy. Somebody is going to speak about trade relationships that's already happening. Somebody is going to be talking about our peace structure. So it is extremely important that we are vocal, we are out there, we are speaking for the clarity, we are speaking for our second generation. And that's going to be our closing remarks. So if our temples have to work on voter registrations, our temples have to be advocates, they don't have to be partisans, they have to drive the voters to the polls, they have to put our stuff in the newsletters about voter registrations, they have to drive our voters, they have to volunteer for the candidates, they have to raise funds at the individual capacities, they have to volunteer. That's going to be my closing remarks.
Thank you, Srilekha. And I must ask Padma to say something briefly, but before that, I will wish her good luck. She is running for an office. She's working very hard. She has served her community very well in the current representation of the community. So, final words, Padma.
Sure. Namaste. Thank you so much. I just want to say advocacy, religious-based advocacy is something that's very natural in this country. And as a representative, I was really surprised when my first bill that I introduced, it was to protect vulnerable adults from online sexual predators. One of the organizations that backs my bill was the Catholic Conference of Michigan. And because they backed that bill, everyone else came around, and it was a good bill. It was a bipartisan bill, but just the weight that the Catholic Conference has, that the Archbishop came, they did a lobby day in Lansing. These are the things that at the state level that they have an impact on what policies are being set, that they have staff who focus on advocacy. I'm going to pop into the chat window a few links. I know that Fred will definitely put in the Hindu American Foundation one, but these are the ones that I've interacted with as a state legislator, because Hindu American Foundation focuses mainly at the national level. But these organizations, the National Association of Jewish Women, as well as the Michigan Catholic Conference, JCRC, and MGAGE, are all advocating also at the state level. And so it's really important that we know what we can do by watching and benchmarking what other organizations do, because again, it's about representing our values. It isn't just about living in our insular spaces, as others have said. It is also about being American and representing our shared values in the public space and in the mainstream communities. And so advocating politically as temples can be done as long as you follow the guidelines, as you get involved on ballot issues or get involved on advocating on issue-based political issues as opposed to candidates and on partisan basis. So I will also leave my email. So if you have any questions, you can send them to me. And if you have a chance, I will leave a couple of websites that you can check out what I'm doing as a Hindu elected official. Namaste.
Thank you very much. And just very, very briefly, Fred, any last thoughts before we close out this session? We should be done in 30 seconds.
Very quickly, my job, I believe, is to bring the community into the temple and the temple into the community. And much has been said during this conference of anti-Hindu feelings. This is being proactive. When we volunteer with other organizations and other faiths, when we put ourselves out there and make sure we have a face in our local community, we are able to make people stop and think, wait a minute, we're hearing these things about Hindus, but we can't believe it because we've got such wonderful neighbors here. That's part of my job, and it's been a very rewarding part as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, all the panelists. Your experience, your counseling, your information was valuable. I thank all the participants who have called in and listened to it. So with those remarks, thank you all. We close our session. Hopefully we will not be blamed for delaying it any further. Okay, goodbye.
Namaste, Sanchi. Thank you so much for leading that wonderful panel. I think we all really enjoyed hearing, all of the amazing accomplishments from dharmic institutions and looking forward to a path forward. And I really appreciate everything that the panelists and the moderator had to say, and thank you to the coordinator as well. So we are now going to be moving on to our keynote speaker that is closing out the day 2 of this conference. So I would like to now introduce Sri Benny Tillman. Sri Benny Tillman is a direct disciple of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. He joined the Hare Krishna movement back in 1973 in Atlanta and has since traveled extensively in India and in other parts of the world, practicing and teaching the ancient Vedic philosophy. Prior to joining the Hare Krishna movement, he was a successful entertainer in the Atlanta music scene during the late 60s and early 70s. Benny Tillman served as president of the Atlanta Hare Krishna Temple for more than 18 years. Mr. Tillman was elected as the first African-American president of Vedic Friends Association, a 501c3 Hindu Vedic organization dedicated to the preservation and promotion and application of Vedic culture and philosophy. He is also the temple president and board chair of ISKCON Philadelphia. Mr. Tillman is one of the most respected leaders in the Atlanta Hindu community, having served that community for more than 47 years. He frequently gives lectures at major Hindu events, as well as lectures at local universities. Mr. Tillman currently conducts weekly Bhagavad Gita study groups online, focusing on Western non-Hindu participants. Namaste and welcome to this session.
Hare Krishna, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Hare Krishna and Namaste. So on behalf of the Vedic Friends Association, we'd like to extend our congratulations to the World Hindu Council of America, VHPA, on the occasion of celebrating its 50th anniversary. And we're very proud of the organization and the work that you've done. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the Atlanta Hare Krishna Temple is also celebrating its 50th year this year. Our temple started in May of 1970. So we are right there with you. The Vedic Friends Association, we are an organization that's committed to preserving the principles of our Vedic culture. And we represent quite a few scholars and researchers who have been working on this for many, many years. And I'll discuss them in a few moments. But I want to refer back to the actual program that's been taking place for the last 2 days. And I've popped in and popped out on several of the different presentations, but I want to note a few of them. Yesterday, and I don't remember exactly, excuse me, which session it was, but I popped in when a gentleman named Samir Kaida, I believe that's the right pronunciation. And he spoke very nicely. And I just remember a couple of things that he said that affected me. At the end of his talk, he said that, just like the last session was discussing about politics. So Samir said that advocacy, regardless of who is in political office, is something that's required and beneficial for our community. And I totally agree with that. It's not about Republican or Democrat or independent. It's about the issues. What's beneficial to society? And realistically speaking, that is the foundation of our Vedic culture, to be concerned more so about the sufferings and enjoyments of other persons, to think about that. And I'm going to refer back to that later in this short talk, because I want to mention one word that I think encapsulates our entire Vedic culture. And I'll leave that hanging so you can think about it, and I'll come back to it. And I also want to thank the kids who sang this morning. The program began this morning. For those of you who didn't see it, the kids were singing some really nice songs with a young man playing the keyboard, and they had 4 or 5 kids singing. I thought that was just very beautiful to engage our youth like that. And right after that, one of our keynote speakers, Dr. Raj Veda, and I was listening to his presentation, giving some historical perspective about our culture and our teachings and our teachers. And I thought it was this excellent presentation. And I'm sorry I didn't get to see everyone in the 2-day sessions, but those are the ones that stood out to me. Now, the title of the program this weekend, it says, Walking in Dharma. And I want to point something out about that. Walking in Dharma. And it reminds me of a very well-known phrase. It's used mostly in the Christian world, but it's popular. It's called walk the talk. Walking the talk. And I looked it up, and it says to do what one said one would do, not just making empty promises. To do what you say you're going to do. So I think our culture is in a very wonderful position to do a lot of good for society, not just espouse our extensive philosophy. Our philosophy is so amazing, and I've been studying for 47 plus years. I haven't even touched the tip of it yet. It's just unbelievable. In fact, I read Bhagavad Gita. I've read it so many times. It's like every time I read Bhagavad Gita, something new and fresh comes out. That's how powerful these literatures are. So I want to keep that in mind. Walking in Dharma. And understanding Dharma is not that simple. Some people say Dharma means religion. My spiritual master, which I'll discuss in a moment, he mentioned Dharma as that unchangeable principle of a thing, whatever it might be. Just like, for instance, if we say, what's the Dharma of water? And that would be liquidity. It's always liquid. So when we talk about Dharma, beyond the Dharma of our particular situation in the world, what is our eternal Dharma? And we call that Sanatana Dharma. So we want to walk in the spirit of that concept. We want to live that. We want to represent that. Now, as mentioned, I'm the president of the Vedic Friends Association. Our mission in the Vedic Friends, again, is to preserve and promote Dharmic principles and practices, but also to create an environment where we can train, especially Western practitioners and our youth, in the principles and practices of the Vedic culture. And in terms of myself, I came to this Hare Krishna movement or this Vedic culture. Actually, I came in contact with the Vedic culture in 1970 when I was studying transcendental meditation under Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. And as mentioned, I was a musician performing throughout the Southeast, first with a all-white rock and roll band and then with an all-black singing group. So I saw both sides of the fence on that. And I was searching for knowledge. The reason was, in a 2-year span from 1970 to 1971, I had lost my oldest brother, my mother, and my father within that 2-year span. So it made me question everything about life. Everything that meant something to me was falling away. So I was questioning, is there something more to life than just that? So in the search for that, I went to Christianity looking for answers, and nothing to disparage the Christian tradition. It's a wonderful tradition. But my search was not satisfied there. And then I went to Transcendental Meditation. I had the opportunity to meet Maharishi Mahesh Yogi in 1970, but I still was not satisfied. It was only after I came in contact with the Bhagavad Gita, translated by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. And that was in 1972. And after reading Bhagavad Gita, all those inquiries in my mind were satisfied. It's amazing. Because at that time, being a musician, I had all the trappings of that, you know, the intoxication, the sense gratification. I was absorbed in that. In fact, I was absorbed also in the African-centric culture, Black culture. So I was distracted. But the Bhagavad Gita was like a light shining through all that confusion. In fact, there's one verse that we chant quite regularly. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Gyananjanan Salakaya Chaksu Umilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. And that verse states that I was in the darkness of ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge, and how for my respectful obeisances unto him. So that actually happened to me. My eyes were opened after hearing from Bhagavad Gita and also hearing from those who were practicing Krishna consciousness. Now, society at the present moment is quite confused about the real purpose of life, which according to our Vedic teaching should actually focus on self-realization as well as material development. And we know that from Bhagavad Gita that Lord Krishna did not tell Arjuna, you should leave the battlefield, you should go and meditate, live a humble life. He didn't tell him that. He actually told Arjuna, basically he said, you're lamenting for something which is not worthy of grief. Look, Arjuna was concerned about participating in a battle and having to kill so many persons, his relatives, his teacher, his friends. So he became bewildered. So in that bewildered state, Krishna told him, you're lamenting for that which is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor the dead. But in the course of Bhagavad Gita, Krishna encourages Arjuna not to leave the battlefield, but to remain in the battlefield, but to add one element. And what is that element? Manmana bhavama bhakto, majaji mam namaskuru. Always engage yourself in thinking of me. Always meditate upon me and perform your duty. It's a very important instruction. So society is a little confused about it, starting from the very first point of Bhagavad Gita. The very first point of Bhagavad Gita, or the first lesson, as taught by my spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, the founder and Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, is that we are not this physical body. We are spiritual beings inside this body. And that's in Bhagavad Gita chapter 2, text 13. Dehino asminyata dehe kalmaram yovanam jara tatadi hantara praptir dhiras tatra namuyati. The soul is continually passing through this body from boyhood to youth to old age. And the soul passes on when we so-called die. Soul passes on to another body. So that's the foundational lesson. Building on that we're spiritual beings and we have an eternal relationship with God, while living in this world, we should learn how to connect those two things. And that's called yoga. Yoga, a lot of times people think yoga means just exercise or make yourself fit and strong or more agile. but yoga is much more deeper than that. So the situation that we're in, the confusing situation in the world, presents an opportunity for our Hindu Vedic leaders to offer practical solutions derived from the Vedas. For example, a very wonderful verse that I love so much, chapter 3, text 21, Yad Yad Acharati Shrestas, Tat Tat Eve Torojanaha, Sayat Pramanam Kurute, Lokas Tat Anuvartate. Whatever action a great man performs, common men follow, and whatever standards he sets by exemplary acts, all the world pursues. Now that verse, I have spoken that verse so many times in different settings, especially non-Indian settings like governmental meetings, educational meetings, universities. And people really capture that because it doesn't talk about religion. It talks about setting the proper example. And that's what I think is the essence of what we've been talking about all weekend, how to set the proper example. One of the things that we have a problem with in our Hindu culture is the diversity of our various traditions. We have so many traditions in our Indian culture, Hindu culture. Another one is the vastness of our Vedic knowledge. As I mentioned before, it is unbelievably vast. There's hundreds and thousands of verses from the Vedic literatures. And the last one is creating a more accessible process to introduce our culture and philosophy to the general public. And as I mentioned, our Vedic Friends Association, we have many scholars who are working on that. Most notably, Padma Bhushan David Frawley, or known as Vamanadev Shastri, Jeffrey Armstrong, who's known as Kavindra Rishi, and the founding president of the Vedic Friends Association, Stephen Knapp of Sri Nandanandana. Sri Nandanandana has written over 50 books on the Vedic culture. So we have a storehouse of information in our Vedic philosophy. The other part is reaching out to communities. I've heard this mentioned several times about the need for our Indian community, our Hindu community, to reach out and to help lift up the society. And I've mentioned this several times, especially in the Black community. They're not looking for a handout. They're looking for a hand up, people to help support them. So in that mood, our organization, along with another Hindu-based organization here in Atlanta, they're called the Hindu Service Foundation. We started a project, which is to identify families in an urban community, happens to be in my hometown, and then to help lift that family up with a special focus on the youth and the children. So we've already started this project. We've connected with a local nonprofit organization. My son, who's a professional musician, is also helping to identify persons who are interested to work with that. So it's moving along very well. And we're very happy with that. Also in Houston, our dear friend, Vijay Palod Prabhu, started a program with the Hindus of Greater Houston to facilitate 4 African Americans who are learning yoga, becoming yoga teachers. They're taking care of that, which is really, really wonderful. And I also want to mention something, well, I only have a few minutes left, but I want to mention how we're reaching out to our youth. In Houston, one young lady, her name is Kamal Luthra. I heard her speak on a conference that we had a few months ago, and she brought up the issue of Black Lives Matter. And I was really impressed with how she presented that. So she invited me to participate in a panel that she put together with some of her friends. And we discussed all those issues about Black Lives Matter and so on and so forth. It was a very, very special occasion. So I just want to take a moment and just focus in on one thing. And I mentioned in the beginning, there's one word that I think encapsulates the entire Vedic culture. And that word is, if you put your hands together, touch your chest, namaste. And very, very quickly, namaste, as we know it, is a recognition of the divine within each one of us. But one aspect that people might miss is that in understanding that, there is 2 spiritual aspects within us. There's the Jivatma and there's the Paramatma. So when we're offering respects to each other, we're not so much respecting the body, although we should respect each other's body, but we're respecting the spiritual existence within us, the soul and the super soul. And if we start to do that to each other and to other people in society and start teaching that, and very quickly I'll mention, there is a Christian church called the Namaste Church, where that is their practice. So I think the message going forward is that we should lift up this word namaste and start teaching people all over the world to use this to develop a better sense of love and respect for each other. And that would actually help society as a whole. So let me stop there. I have many other things I'd like to discuss, but if anyone is interested, they can contact me. My email is president@vedicfriendsassociation.org. And thank you all very much for having this wonderful program. And again, congratulations to VHPA for having this wonderful success of 50 years. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you, Benny Telmanji, Balabhadra Bhattacharya Dasaji, for this enlightening keynote speech and your pearls of wisdom. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion. Thank you.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Before we move on to the next, and that's the final segment of this two-day conference, we will be having Samaro, that is summation of this two-day excellent informational event and vote of thanks. We want to play a promo video for our next year, that is the Swarna Jayanti actual celebration promo video to invite you all, because there's a lot of interest in the community after seeing this virtual conference, how to stay together as we all started the conference saying, Sange Shakti Kali Yuge, that is, if we are together, so how do we stay together? And that is with the promise of meeting next year. Please don't go away. There is a promo video followed by summation by Shevadeji, and then vote of thanks by Amitabh Mittalji. Thank you.
वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, समस्त विश्व हमारा परिवार है। प्राचीन काल से ही भारत भूमि संपूर्ण विश्व को मानवता का संदेश देती आई है। भारत की इसी स्वर्णिम धर्म संस्कृति को सन 1970 में कुछ राष्ट्र प्रेमियों ने स्वामी विवेकानंद जी और अन्य धर्माचार्यों के संदेशों से प्रभावित होकर परम पूज्य श्री गुरुजी माननीय गोलवलकर जी की प्रेरणा से स्थापित किया विश्व हिंदू परिषद अमेरिका अर्थात वर्ल्ड हिंदू काउंसिल ऑफ अमेरिका को। एक छोटा सा संगठन 50 वर्ष की इस अभूतपूर्व यात्रा करते हुए आज अमेरिका में एक वट वृक्ष बन गया है। 50 वर्षों की इस सेवा यात्रा की 50वीं वर्षगांठ पर सन 2021 में आयोजित हो रहा है स्वर्ण जयंती महोत्सव। दिनांक 17, 18, 19 सितंबर 2021 को आयोजित होने वाले इस कार्यक्रम में विश्व हिंदू परिषद अमेरिका और इससे संबद्ध अनेकों संस्थाओं के लगभग 2500 अतिथि इस कार्यक्रम में भाग लेंगे। प्राप्त्य वरान निबोधत के महामंत्र को प्रेरणा मानकर इस ऐतिहासिक आयोजन को और अधिक भव्य बनाने हेतु भारत से भगवान श्री राम परिवार की 6 फुट ऊंची एक सुंदर प्रतिमा एवं भारत की प्रसिद्ध नदियों के जल से भरा पावन कलश भी मंगाया गया है। पावन जल के अनेकों छोटे कलश अमेरिका में अनेकों स्थानों की यात्रा करेंगे और इस आयोजन के साथ जनमानस को भी जोड़ेंगे। स्वर्ण जयंती का ये भव्य आयोजन दिनांक 17 सितंबर को अतिथियों के रजिस्ट्रेशन और स्वागत के साथ आरंभ होगा। 18 सितंबर को उद्घाटन सत्र होगा इस 50 वर्ष के स्वर्ण जयंती कार्यक्रम का। दिनांक 19 सितंबर को एक भव्य यज्ञ का आयोजन होगा जिसमें भगवान श्री राम के परिवार की 6 फुट की प्रतिमा का पूजन अर्चन किया जाएगा और पावन जल कलश का भी पूजन होगा। यज्ञ के इस विराट कार्यक्रम में 250 कुंडों पर 1008 यजमान बैठकर विश्व शांति हेतु यज्ञ करेंगे। इन कार्यक्रमों के अलावा प्रदर्शनियों, प्रतियोगिताओं, पोस्टर एवं वीडियो प्रस्तुतियों और युवाओं द्वारा सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम जैसी प्रस्तुतियां भी होंगी। VHPA की इस 50 वर्ष की भव्य यात्रा के इस दिव्य कार्यक्रम से जुड़कर संपूर्ण अमेरिका में सेवारत अनेकों संस्थाएं आज गौरव का अनुभव कर रही हैं। आइए और अनुभव कीजिए हिंदू अमेरिकन समुदाय की इस दिव्य ऊर्जा को। आइए निश्चिंत करेंगे हम अपने अगले 50 वर्षों को एक संकल्प के साथ। सहभागी बनिए इस भव्य स्वर्ण जयंती कार्यक्रम में 17 सितंबर से 19 सितंबर 2021 तक मेडोलैंड्स एक्सपोजिशन सेंटर, सी कॉकस, न्यू जर्सी, अमेरिका में। गर्व से कहिए, मैं हिंदू हूँ। धर्मो रक्षति रक्षिताः।
Thank you for playing that promo video, Sohini. I will now next introduce Dr. Siddesh Shevdeji. He's the National Executive Director of Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangh, HSS, USA. HSS has 223 chapters in 31 states across USA. I would like to add that Dr. Shevdeji is National Executive Director of HSS. He was also the co-host of World Hindu Congress that was held in Chicago in September 2018. Shevdeji is actively involved in Hindu unity activities for the last 30 plus years. Dr. Shevdeji, the floor is yours for summation, summarup of the conference. Thank you.
Namaste Vallabhaji, and namaste to all the elder seniors of our Karyakartas who are participating in this conference. First of all, I would like to congratulate the inspiring 50 years of all the Vishwa Hindu Parishad Karyakartas, starting from Mahesh Mehta ji and Abhay ji and Sanjay ji and all the Karyakartas tirelessly working for the Hindu unity in this country, adapting various ways how we can work for the Hindu unity in this country, and coming out with various programs where all the different types of dimensions will be added to the growth of the Hindu community as well as the growth of the humanity. So first of all, I will like to congratulate all the Karyakartas of Vishwa Hindu Parishad for this 50th year, half century of the Hindu unity in America. When I was thinking about the name of this conference, Reflection, I thought why Jaiji and all the senior Karyakartas might have decided the name Reflection. And I realized that reflection is always the desired and urge of all the Jnana yogis who are on the path of Karma Yoga. If we look into our civilizational history, every time we paused, we take a stock of what is happening, and then we learn about the new ideas, and then we move forward. So this reflection conference exactly achieved the same thing. Starting from the women conference, then the youth conference, then the advocacy, and the Hindu mandirs, and all the diverse spectra of Hindu mind, we try to touch on all the aspects of Hindu unity, try to learn from them. All the great speakers were there, and they were not just talkers. All of them were accomplished in the work what they are doing since last several years. So whatever knowledge and the pearls of the wisdom they were sharing, those were really their time-tested solutions, time-tested suggestions to make the Hindu unity and the humankind better in America. If we look at the civilizational Hindu civilization, then every time, whenever we spread in the Bharat, outside Bharat as a civilization, we have done this reflection every single time. And today we are doing it as a Hindu Americans in United States of America and Canada also. So I'm sure with all this wisdom, all of us learned a lot. And we always believe in the Swayameva Mrugendrata, that whatever is the knowledge, we will learn, we will understand, and we will achieve whatever the solutions we will be designing by our own efforts. We will not rely on some external things which will make it happen automatically. We will always believe in the Swayameva Mrugendrata, which is a logo of and motto of Hindu Swayamsevak Sangha, but I'm sure all of us believe in that we will do by our own efforts. So all the wisdom, the pearls, whatever we have gathered, let's think about those, try it in our own areas, and let's take the humanity forward based on the Hindu values, Hindu civilizational values, which are the humanity values, which will be benefited for everybody in the world, not only for the Hindus, not only for the Hindu Americans, but they are useful for everywhere in the universe. So let's follow those, implement it in our own areas, try your own experiment, come with a better output, better results of it. And as the video was shown, let's meet next year in New Jersey for celebrating the real 50th year of the actually in-person conference. Let's meet and celebrate it in next year's conference. So I will like again to thank all the speakers who shared their wisdom, time-tested experiments and knowledge with all of us. We all will try to inculcate their learnings in our lives, and we will try to use those ideas for the Hindu Sangathan in all the states in United States. Dhanyavad. Once again, congratulations to Vishwa Hindu Parishad Karyakartas. Thank you for all the speakers. Namaste.
Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Shevdeji, for bringing the SAR, the essence of two-day conference, and for that inspiring talk as well, and extending the cordial invitation for the next year's Bhavya Swarna Jayanti Mahotsav. Thank you so much. I next call upon Amitabh Mittalji to give the vote of thanks. A brief introduction for people who don't know Amitabh ji. Most of them know him very well. He's very active Karyakarta of VHPA. Amitabh Mittalji is a joint secretary of World Hindu Council of America. He has been active Karyakarta for over 30 years for the organization in various positions. Amitabh ji managed the registration and event planning for the World Hindu Congress in Chicago 2018. Amitabh ji, the floor is yours.
Namaskar, thank you. It was 2 days of fantastic conference. The words cannot describe it. Siddheshji, thank you for giving such a good summary of it. We look back and see where we are, and I see the next generation Hindu Student Council taking up the charge. It is really, really inspiring to see that. There's a lot of people to thank here. I'm just going to quickly go through a presentation of showing everyone. So thank you, first of all, Jayji, for tirelessly working, organizing this. Bhayaji, blessing the conference. Sanjayji, Shoni Sarkar, and Vallabhaji, I don't have any, great words. I mean, you guys are great, how you manage this between the two of you. Really, really inspired by you. Thank you so much. Gaurangji for his advice constantly, all the meetings that we held. Thank you so much. Wait a second. Why is not Vijay Palorji? He's doing a great job in spreading the word through media. Ajayji through the social media and the back end of this organization, this conference, to make sure that it is broadcast to multiple formats, and Sham Tiwari for help with the publication effort of this conference. The great panel, the Hindu Women Network, it was my wife and daughters, they watched it. They were really, really inspired. Neelamji, great job moderating it. Everyone, so much thank you. Smitaji, Neetuji, I cannot thank enough of the inspiration you have given to the Hindu women of the next generation. Advocacy group, Raki, it's Rani, there is some people missing here. I think that we were on the advocacy there on the previous page. There was Samir Kalra from HAF was there, and Sham Sharma was there on the advocacy platform. Their pictures are missing for some reason. But thank you, Rocky, for doing a great moderation job there. We have the, the young children's great presentations. The dance drama of the Krishna and the Gopis were really, really inspiring. Kudos for the group for managing it and, showing what Hindu children are learning and doing. Hansaji, great job. Thank you. The Seva panel, again, showing what the Hindus in America have been doing. We're not only prosperous, we are generous and we're sharing. We have the seva built into our consciousness being Hindu, and how we all are working in various positions across the country, United States, to help the community wherever we can. Thank you so much, Maniji, for moderating that session, Jayantji, Nikhilji, Vinaji, Lakshmanji. And then the lightning talks, and again, we're missing a lot of, I was not able to capture all the speakers' photographs, but they were great. Lightning talks this morning. It was very, very inspiring. Thank you, Priyaji. And the Hindu Vanprasthi Network at showing the generation ahead, what they have accomplished, where they have placed us in their blessings for the next generation. Thank you, Kumarji, and thank you, Vinodji. And youth, cannot forget the next generation again. I'm talking, this was really, really inspiring. Some of you could not be here. Parth, I missed you, and Riddhi missed you here too. But it was a great, great panel for the youth. And Sant Gupta ji, just the interaction with how we are interacting with other faiths in the United States. Thank you so much. So, namaskar. Thank you so much, everyone, for giving this conference your support. Thank you so much. Vallabhaji, back to you. Thank you.
Amitabh ji, I have to thank you for the vote of thanks. Thank you. The next, we'll close the conference with the prayer, with the promise of meeting you again next year in person. Stay safe and stay healthy. Until next year, thank you so much, and Dhanyavad. Shubhratri. We'll play a prayer video, and that would be the end of this 2-day wonderful conference. Until next time, thank you.
सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यं देवीं सर्वार्थसाधिकां शरण्यां सर्वभूतानां नमामो भूमिमातरं सच्चिदानन्दरूपाय विश्वमङ्गलहेतवे विश्वधर्मैकमूलाय नमोऽस्तु परमात्मने विश्वधर्मविकासार्थं प्रभो सङ्घटिता वयं शुभामाशिषमस्मभ्यं देहि तत्परिपूर्तये अजेयम् आत्मसामर्थ्यं सुशीलं लोकपूजितं ज्ञानं च देहि विश्वेश ध्येयमार्गप्रकाशकं समुत्कर्षोऽस्तु नो नित्यं निःशेष समन्वितः तत्साधकं सुरत्वन्त सुवीरव्रतमुज्ज्वलं विश्वधर्मप्रकाशेन विश्वशान्तिप्रवर्तके हिन्दुसङ्घटनाकार्ये ध्येयनिष्ठास्थिरास्तिन सङ्घशक्तिर्विजेत्रीयं कृत्वा स्वधर्मरक्षणं परमं वैभवं प्राप्तं समर्थास्तु तवाशिष त्वदीये पुण्यकार्येऽस्मिन् विश्वकल्याणसाधके त्यागसेवावृतस्यायं कायो मे पततु प्रभो। विश्व धर्म की जय।